days the pain follow me. Deal with trauma privately. I don't wanna be a burden, I handle things defiantly. Spent a decade searching for a higher power guiding me. Figured out that faith is not up there, that it's inside of me. Act with execution, what's a plan with zero action? Faced with bad habits, knowing it's a magnet to my imbalance. I'm somewhere between confidence and arrogance. The middle ground is treacherous, I work on getting out of it. Pops is looking down, I feel him every time the sun shine. Back to being unsigned, I only got my bloodline. With me going forward, smoking cookie till we dumb high. I heard you taking shots, we pulled up on them, they was gun shy. 2 p.m. in Rome, we at the chapel eating sun-dried tomatoes and a plum wine. Life been like a movie, I don't know how long the run time. Hope it's an extended cut, but when I die, I load my consciousness onto a thumb drive. And upload it to the masses when I pass. All my sets is holographic, life's as real as you imagine. My Jewish girl was tight, cause I ain't linger on the Sabbath. But it's Friday and I got a few robins I need to bask in. Playing traffic, if you wanna play the faction. We don't act, we getting active, stacking cash and dodging taxes. My father was a Catholic, never taught me how to practice. But with music, I'm a Baptist. Christian all these fucking tracks, I bless these raps with. Standing in the middle of the mine. Shit, baby, both sides caving on the drive. Praying to my pops and the goddess. God, please help me out. Can you spare me for once? Spare me for once. Hey, 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 yeah. Can you spare me for once? Spare me for once. Hey, I ain't asking for much. No.
We watch history. We make history. And one day we become it. Drop some buckets, and then we kick the bucket. Just trying to reach the peak before I finally plummet.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show tonight. Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me in the back. All right, this is another, we starting a little late, guys. You know, technical difficulties, but we worked through them. We got through them. They didn't want us to talk about this conversation tonight. That's what it is. That's what it is. That the internet god said, not tonight, not tonight. But we be damn. All right. So thank you guys for being tonight. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Let us know you're in the building. I appreciate everybody for being here. We got 20 in the building. We should have 20 likes. All right. Let's see who we got in the building tonight. Let me bring up, listen, you guys know her. She's the Mac. They used to say the Mac man, but she's the Mac lady. She's in the building tonight. Sister J Mac is in the building tonight. She ain't gonna be here long, but she's gonna come in strong. J Mac, what's going on, sis?
What's up, BMU and everybody watching? Thanks so much, as always, for having me on the show tonight. If you guys want to follow me on any of my socials, I think I finally changed them all to I Teach For Real, and that's the number 4 real. And obviously, as shown underneath my headline, you can subscribe to my YouTube channel at Tough Topics Podcast. Thanks so much, BMU, for having me on.
Absolutely. Thank you for being here. All right, now I got to bring my brother from another mother in the building tonight. We got Lost in Translation in the building tonight. Come on.
What's happening, sir? What's happening? How y'all doing this evening? What's up, J Mac? What's happening?
All right. Now, listen, guys, you've heard her before. She came on here. You know what? I Embrace the Grace. I apologize. I want to apologize to Embrace the Grace because I did not tag her in that video that's damn near almost viral with her naming all the men who out here in the workforce, and without them we're nothing. That thing is doing numbers. So I'm gonna go back and tag you, sweetheart. But you've seen her on this show several times, and if you say something she don't understand, she gonna tell you. Ladies and gentlemen, Embrace the Grace is in the building tonight.
Thank you for having me. Nice to meet you, J-Mac. I'm definitely going to subscribe to your channel. I love what I'm hearing. Kings, thank you for having me and embracing me. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Welcome to the fam. Welcome to the fam. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you know him. Come on. Come on. You heard him say things like,
no damn clone.
If you get out of line, he'll say something like, and when he looks in the mirror every morning, he hears this.
I can't help it that I'm custom made. I can't help it that I look good, smell good, can dance all night long. I can't help it.
We got Trey in the building tonight. What's going on, Trey? Good to have you in the building tonight, my brother. Ladies and gentlemen, also, I want to bring up my other brother from another mother. His name is Mr. Bennett. He definitely ain't in it. But if you say something too much, he'll spin it. Mr. Bennett is in the building tonight.
What's good, everyone?
What's going on, man? I'm gonna let you do your intro in a minute because he has a very good intro. We're gonna bring everybody up first. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Next up, we got Miss Jenny. Right, you see her here on this network, and she does, candid conversations with a housewife. Miss Jenny, thank you so much for being in the building tonight. Here she is.
Hello, everyone. Pleasure to be here once again. Always a pleasure.
Absolutely. Also on his network, JT from What We Know Podcast, What We Know Wednesdays. All right, he'll be on next week with a powerful show. So let's get JT in the building tonight. What's going on, my brother?
What's up, bro? What's going on?
He repping that D pretty hard with Detroit going to the Super Bowl, huh? Oh yeah. I see you, Doc. All right. The next up, we got
doing well.
We got another brother in the building tonight. We got TJ from the Real Bravado Network in the building tonight. Listen, the ladies love this man because he has on a black t-shirt, got his guns out, and he's talking shit into the camera. Give it up for TJ, Real Bravado Network, baby.
Hey, what's up, man? So,
and I'm gonna tell y'all something.
About my guy. Being in the back, waiting to come up, it's like being at backstage at the Apollo. The way you announce, boy, you're getting all hyped, got some butterflies. That announcer coming on, making everything so dramatic and riling up the crowd. Yeah, that's how it feel, boy. You got to
man, you know what? I got one more thing for you, brother. If you get out of line, this man will get up out of his chair and he'll ask you a question.
What you say?
So get ready for that tonight. Make sure you get ready for that tonight. Last but not least, guys, man, we got to have a boomer on the show. We got to have somebody that served tea on the Titanic. We got to have somebody that used to be a stripper in the 50s through the 70s. He retired in 78 because he got a broken toe. We got to give it up for my guy. Now, sometimes you'll hear him. Listen, you got a line with this boomer. He'll say stuff like,
"Are you out of your fucking mind? Are you crazy?"
Or if he feel a little steamy inside, he'll say,
"The toughest things any man has ever done is turn down a nice piece of willing, steaming ass piece of pussy."
Right, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Art Payne in the building. Let's bring him on up. Art Payne, what's going on, my guy? Oh, you muted.
I know. I'm trying to find a way to lose that goddamn clip, man. I really am.
No, sir.
Hey, I'm telling you, your shirt is you're gonna sell 1 million copies of the shirt. Just copyright it and come out with the shirt. Post. Didn't we have the website last week? We posted the website.
Yeah, I do have the website. If you can order your shirt.
This is another revenue stream. I know you're about the Benjamins. I know you're about the business. So that's another revenue stream just dying for you to just take advantage of it.
Yeah, order your shirts at steamandp.com. All right, order your shirts. All right,
using promo code The Continent.
That's it.
The Continent. All right, man. Thank y'all for being here tonight, man. I appreciate everybody for being here. And also, I want to get into the chat, man. Let's see who we got in the chat tonight. My brother lost in translation. What we got? What's going on tonight?
Let's start at the top. As always, we have the one and only Crystal Light.
Crystal, thank you for being here, Shug. We appreciate you.
Also, we have SBU in the building.
Come on
through, SB. We also have Grooming and Reviews. Also, we have another brother, Mandrell, also known as The Big Picture. Yes, sir. And who else do we have? Trey Ferg in the building. What's happening? And of course, we got the Real Bravado Network in the house. We also have Embrace the Grace, Almond Eyes, and the one and only Dr. Nkumbe. Yes, sir. And who else do we have?
Let's see.
We also got the Real Trey in here. What's happening? Let me see who else we got down off in here.
We got Clement down there. I see Clement.
Oh, yeah, I see Clement.
Ferg.
What's happening, Clement? Who else we got? Trey Ferg, Clement, RBM. Yeah, that's it. So for hold on, wait a minute.
We got EEA. We got Cattle. What is that? Cattle. Oh, hey, Miss Jenny. They hear from Miss Jenny, ain't they? Go come on, show out, Miss Jenny.
They said, hey, Miss Jenny.
Lee Clinton in the building, related to George. All right, man. So listen, we appreciate each person for being here tonight. Thank you for being in the chat. And we're going to hop into this conversation because I wanted to talk to you guys about something before we start. And I think I downloaded it, but I'll download the picture in a second while I'm telling you guys this. So at my local Dollar General store, here in the great state of Texas, about a month ago, a young lady was working at the Dollar General store, and her boyfriend came to the job. And he came to the job. He was arguing with her, and he grabbed her around the throat. Well, the manager of the store, who is a black guy, came from behind the counter and protected this young lady after she struck this young man, and protected this young lady, and got into a tussle with the man. The man pulled out a gun and shot him twice in the chest and killed him right there in the middle of the store. After that happened, they have on camera that the girl got in the car with the guy and they drove off. Yep. I know a lot of you guys are thinking on the panel right now. I was thinking the same thing. We talked about this a few months ago, how men put themselves in position, but I want you to keep in mind that this man has a 9-month-old son and a 4-year-old daughter. He has a wife. They've been married almost a year. It'll be a year. March the 3rd, I think it is. It'll be a year. They'd be married. He sacrificed all that for a young lady who left in the car with the shooter and protected him. It's sad. It's crazy. I just, I don't understand, guys. What are your thoughts on that? I'll start with Mr. Bennett. What are your thoughts?
An arrest has been made in the murder of a store clerk.
I'm sorry. Obviously, that's a tragic situation. I can almost understand her getting in the car with him, because if he's going to be that deranged and he has the gun and he just used it, for her to resist at that point, so that could mean her life in that situation. So I can certainly understand that. I don't know if she was necessarily protecting him, but more so trying to protect herself. And I thought when you were first going with the story, I thought when the guy came to the manager came to defend her, that she started swinging on him, which I've heard those kind of stories also, where you have a couple fighting, you try to intervene, and then she starts wailing on you, So I've seen that kind of dysfunction. But in this situation, I can understand why she would go with the guy, because you don't know what he's going to do next. And your personal safety, I think, needs to come first in that situation. But yeah, tragic situation, but dysfunctional relationships oftentimes lead to things like that.
Absolutely. Miss Jenny, what are your thoughts?
I think that situations like that are so sad for all parties involved, because it puts future women in a really uncomfortable position too. Because now, all the men on this panel, now we have, 6 men who are, or 7 men, sorry, I forgot that Trey's up there because the screen is dark. But now we have 7 men who are not going to intervene when they see domestic violence happen in public. And can we blame you guys? No, because you have your own lives and you have your own families to think about, to see tomorrow. But now, now we just have these 7 men who aren't going to do anything. And it's like, it's not because you guys don't care about your fellow man. It's not because you don't care about women, but it's because you have no idea what's going to happen. And so now those are 7 possible scenarios where a woman who is not a complete idiot, or who is not going to go with the guy, or, whatever, who is not going to try to fight you for defending, her, those are now 7 women who really would need help and would really need someone to step in and aren't going to have it. And so what do? You can't read people's minds. You can't read people's hearts. So, it makes everybody look bad, and it makes the whole situation messy. And it's like, gosh, it's just all bad.
Mute got me. TJ, what are your thoughts? Let me put up the picture of the young man again for those who are watching tonight. This is the young man right here who lost his life right there. Michael Parson Jr. Shout out to his family, prayers to his family for their loss. They put this up at the store right after when they reopened. The store was closed for a little bit as the investigation was going on, but now it's reopened and they got his pictures all over the store. So this is the young man right here. Go ahead, TJ.
Yeah, I mean, the man in me just goes, how can you stand by and watch it happen? But let me tell you something. I got a 9-year-old. I'm responsible for the care of my 9-year-old's father, which is me. That's first and foremost, and our ladies, I know we do a good job of pounding our ladies about the choices and the decisions that they make, but good God, the reason why we're slinging on you making appropriate decisions is because you not only are you not putting yourself, you're putting yourself in harm's way, you're putting innocent people in harm's way too, by dealing with these, these kind of guys out here, all because he's exciting. A lot of women, thrive on drama. They thrive on the excitement of the drama. They thrive on the excitement of the near danger. They're adrenaline junkies. On top of that, and it's just like, I was, to a degree, I was talking to a young lady at work last night, and she was, upset because every time some guy comes to her house to do some repair at her house, he's hitting on her. And I said, and she gets frustrated. And I said, this is why men are soft now. You guys are trying to take the men out of man. You know what I mean? A man's gonna shoot his shot. You turn him down, no big deal. Don't be offended by that. It's just what we do. And so here we are when we have our ladies out here picking these guys, and then these guys are getting deleted who are trying to come to their rescue. You're taking the man out of the man by because you're picking guys that are that harmful, to the situation. So it's tough, you know what I mean? Because I'm sitting there thinking to myself, if I'm at the gas station or wherever I am, and I see something going down like that, once upon a time, of course you run to the defense. But now it's like, it's kind of like the girl, I was in Ohio, where she called her brothers on her dude, and they went to the house to try to kick the, go and whoop his ass, and he ended up taking them both out. And then she's out like, oh, okay, you know what I mean? But her two brothers are gone. This is a tough one, man, because it gnaws at who you are as a guy. It does, and because it goes against your nature to sit there and allow a female to get dog walked in front of you. That goes against your nature to make the choice to do that. So it's a hard one.
All right, appreciate that. Arpane, what are your thoughts?
I think it's circumstantial. I think it's over exaggerated that men won't jump in. It depends on the situation, because I think sometimes, for the most part, it's an involuntary response to seeing a woman get dog walked. Not for every man, but I think the reason why these situations come up where a guy gets shot is because men instinctually just jump in when they don't do the calculus of what they have to lose. So the narrative that men don't protect women in general is just a false one. I think anywhere you go, a guy will do some kind of measure as to whether he could take the dude who's the offending guy. And if there's a couple of guys around who are like in shape, they generally won't let a woman get dog walked out in front of them. That's what I think. And then as more people carry guns, if a guy wants to protect a woman and he has a gun, he'll be more brave. He won't be that. You got to realize that a lot of guys are carrying guns. So you got to do a certain amount of quick calculus. And the reason why some guys get caught, because it's hard to do that in the moment, right? So yeah, it's dangerous out there. You can't figure out why is she with this guy and all that kind of stuff. The other thing you said, TJ, is about women who need repair work. Here's where you need a guy. If you're going to have repair work in your house where men have to come over, you got to find somebody to be there with you, or leave. You just have to. Anyway, so let me just end it there.
All right, I appreciate that. Embrace the Grace, what are your thoughts?
It's so disheartening, because here we are trying to teach our boys to be protectors, and then when they do exactly what's expected of them, this is the outcome. And then women wonder why they're not so quick to step out and help, or why they're not agreeable to try to help them, because this is the end result. Now we have 2 kids without a father, a wife without a husband, for saving somebody that, I mean, everybody deserves saving, but the loyalty was misguided. It's just, he should have just called 911 instead of getting involved, because like they said, you don't know who's carrying anymore. You don't know. And it's getting like the wild, wild west out here now. So, and the fact that she got in the car with him, Mr. Bennett, I get it that she probably feared for her life but she could have easily called 911 too. You know, at least call medics, something. It's just really sad and disheartening, and especially for our melanated community, because we already fight in a battle, and now we're fighting each other, and we still fighting each other, and it's just very disheartening.
Yeah, thank you for that. I mean, I appreciate that, Trey.
You know this guy, black man?
Yeah, I've talked to him. So he's been at Dollar General for a minute. So when you go in, you just sit and talk to him. We talk about football. We talk about you just talk about different things with him when you go in there and have a conversation with him.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, I could hear it in your voice. I'm gonna say this to the men. Mind your business. And I know that's tough hearing it coming from a man, because our natural instinct is to protect women. Stop doing it. Stop. It's not your business. And it could cost you your life. I don't know how many times we have to keep seeing these same stories over and over and over again about the noble man who stepped in, and he was the one who lost his life. Not the clown that shot him, the guy who stepped in who thought he was doing the right thing. I worked law enforcement, you guys know this. This isn't my first time on the block with these situations. And I'm telling you, as a man, you have to suppress that urge to want to interfere and protect her. Stop, because it could cost you a life. Didn't you guys have the same issue in Texas a little while ago? What didn't happen in front of a Walmart too? A guy,
yep.
His family was with them, right?
Yep.
And he lost his life as well, right?
Yep.
You have to
over his wife's objections. Over her objections, he's
right.
still stuck. You
have to go fight against this urge to want to protect women. Gotta stop. It's a new day. It's a new time. They found this guy in Tennessee. Am I correct on that, black man? They found him in Tennessee, the guy who shot him, right?
Yep.
Let's not also give her a pass. Let me tell you what people are freaked out do. They run. The fact that she wasn't hightailing it on some highway somewhere tells me either she was involved with it or she wasn't as scared as we think she was. People who are truly in fear, I've seen it. I've seen butt-naked people on 295 and I had to go pick them up and put them in the back of my cruiser because they will tell you, I was scared. I didn't know what to do, so I just ran. The fact that she didn't just run away from this guy, she don't feel that sorry. So as far as I'm concerned, whatever charges he get, she need to get them too. Because she didn't do what she was supposed to do, which is help that man. What I was taught is anytime anybody is hurt, you're supposed to render aid. That's for everybody. You don't have to be a police officer. You don't have to be an EMT, a doctor. You don't have to do anything. I forgot the name of the act. There's an act that protects you. That if you help somebody and say they die, it's not on you.
It's Good Samaritan law.
Good Samaritan, thank you.
Good
it's not on you.
There you go.
But this idea that she didn't do anything, that's terrible. She deserves to sit in a prison cell too. I'm sorry for your friend, that black man, but we have to learn to mind our business. And I know that's hard to hear, but that's what needs to happen.
All right. JT.
You hear me? Okay. Yeah. So yeah, I'm the same way. I still have my feelings are in the sentiments of Trey, and my whole thing is mind your own business. This is a new day. This is a new time. One of the problems we have is women not picking just a regular ass man. They picking thugs. They picking prisoners. They got 3 whole websites on women that are deliberately picking prisoners. Whole website. You got
a pen pal something.
Yeah, they even got a program called Love After Lockup. where they're showing these people out here having lives, marrying these ex-cons and shit like that after they get out of prison. You know, so it's a real thing out here, but it's also a real thing where you have in this era, men are not even a lot of men are not stepping in like that. These are men that's a little bit older, or some men that was raised the right way that is stepping in. A lot of these so-called men are not even, they're not going to call the police. They're not going to not dial 911. In fact, what they would do is grab their phone and start videoing the, you know, so they can get them some footage, so they can put it on IG, TikTok, World Star, you know, things like that. And you can tell by the giggles and the oohs and the ahs and sound like chimpanzees and monkeys while they're videoing it. So it does come to a time that we have to understand that these times have, you know, the new times right now. Unless you're going to pull your gun out and just go ahead and just start blamming, mind your business.
Appreciate it, JT. J-Mac, your take.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm about to say, am I echoing? Okay. I think I have an amalgamation of opinions based on a lot of stuff that everyone was saying. I can't definitively say that I wish to live in a world where men have no regard for the fairer sex, for the weaker sex. I don't think that's a world that's very productive at all. I won't pretend like I don't understand why men have reached that level of frustration to where it doesn't feel, I guess, worth it, for lack of a better term, to do these things. And I also think that the situation, the specificities of this situation, I think they matter. Like, had this been a robbery situation in which the young lady was not connected to the assailant, I think that kind of maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that would make us feel a little differently. But her connection to that man, her kind of being essentially the reason why this altercation was taking place, because she was choosing to be involved with a dangerous person, I think that's where we have that rub. But I do think if it were a more genuine, organic situation where a crazed man comes into the store wielding a weapon or whatever, or he just comes in and I don't know, just beats the heck out of some women or something, I don't think it's out of the realm of understanding for a man to intervene in some way. But to you guys' point, obviously, a lot of times trying to play hero, it doesn't always end well. But I don't know. I feel like we're kind of minimizing it. I think we're minimizing it by calling it playing hero. It's more like it's just society. Heck, some women would do that. Some women would intervene if they saw a physical altercation with somebody getting beat up, or that's just human nature. So what are Dyson words? And V Ben Israel, aren't you the same person that called this man who lost his life a simp for doing what exactly he has to? That's what I'm talking about. Like that's minimizing stuff, because that's just what the internet is. We've just become a bunch of like sound bites and words that we say all the time, and they don't mean anything out of context. So anyway, that's my take.
Appreciate it, J-Mac. I guess it's on me now. Y'all, a long time ago, my dad had a conversation with me. And of course, you know, I've always been, you know, the biggest kid on the block. So of course, you know, I can handle anybody physically. But he told me a long time ago, he was like, listen, son, I'm going to tell you like this. You're going to have to figure out how to work your problems out without violence. Because what's going to happen is when you get into a fight with somebody, they're always going to take the smaller person's side. And I think that a lot of times we don't exercise diplomacy. You see what I'm saying? Diplomacy is an option. That's the very reason why we don't glow in the dark, because the United States has nukes and Russia has nukes, and we don't just, you know, light each other up. You see what I'm saying? Diplomacy is always an option. It should always be our first option. You see what I'm saying? To try to talk this brother off the ledge. You know what I'm saying? And just say, hey, look, I understand you guys are, into it or whatever, but can I talk to you for a second, brother? You know what I mean? And pull him to the side. That's always an option. You see what I'm saying? And then if he disagrees with that, at that point, then you call the police, because you have to think about your family and those who love you. You know what I mean? And I don't think it's an issue where men feel like they're helpless because they can't, help a woman in crisis. But at the same time, cooler heads have to prevail. My dad always told me, hey, your number one job is to make it back home, son. It's to make it back home. And I think that a lot of guys, they don't think in the heat of the battle. You see what I'm saying? Your mind is also a weapon, just like your fist. You see what I'm saying? There's always somebody who's bigger than you and stronger than you. And nowadays, they don't even have to be. They'll pull out their gun and erase you. You see what I'm saying? But like I always say, man, there's always more than one way to solve a problem. But in situations like this, I always think diplomacy first is always an option. And I think that we as men need to get back to having some type of diplomacy, so that way we don't have to lose our lives. Go ahead, black man.
Man.
Hey, can I say something on that?
Yeah, go
can
ahead.
I say something? So this is my thing. It is very, very difficult when you are in a lot of these cities, man, trying to be diplomatic with somebody that ain't trying to be diplomatic. The number one pull that we do as men when we do step in, because I've done it many times where I've got a man and talked him down, but there was times where I had to actually get into action because he wasn't trying to. Another dude wasn't trying to hear what I said. So let's say, hey man, hey, you ain't got to go over there, talk to him. Hey man, you don't have to. You know how you get up and you just talk to the brother. You try to get closer to him, and the first thing he said was, "Fuck you, fuck nigga, get the fuck out of here before you get your ass whooped too." But where's the diplomacy in that? It's on
That's
and popping.
when you back up. You tried, and at that point, you call the polilis.
Yeah.
That's
so, but this is the era we
Well,
in.
if you can get to your phone, man. I mean, this guy clearly came out blazing. He had a gun. So even for the woman earlier, how was she going to call the police in that situation?
No, right. So I'm just saying that this is where we just come in and we're just talking. And what I'm saying is that when you see it in real time and you right there, you want to step in. But if you know what these times are, man, it's not, these guys ain't, man, women and men. I'm right here. I'm in the Metro Detroit area. Try it in Detroit and see what you get. Try it when you over there, you downtown Detroit, and you seeing a dude molly-whopping his woman or a woman, right? Everybody else, guess what they doing? They got their cameras out. They got their cameras out and they laughing and it's funny and he's hot-headed and we ain't talking about he just pushing her, or choking her. No, he beating her as if she was a man. There's no diplomacy in that. The only thing you can do is call 911. Hey, hurry up. This woman about to lose her life, y'all. I mean, we want to be able to step in. Like I said, these are different times.
Can I say
it's not
something,
that easy
please?
anymore.
Go ahead, J man.
I'm so sorry. JT, I did not mean to interrupt you. Y'all know JT's my fave.
No, you good. I was done. I'm done.
I was just saying, because for some reason, every time I come on, it's always somebody in the chat won't smoke. So I guess to address, I'm not even sure what I need to be addressing. But first of all, it doesn't look like there's enough spots on the panel for you to come up. I have been deemed co-host for tonight, though I know most of those responsibilities will naturally be relegated to Lost in Translation. But I am technically the co-host for tonight. So, if you want to do that type of thing, I don't have the ability right now to add or remove people to the panel. So I'm trying to figure out when I was taking shots at you. You said when I started speaking, you said you were tuning out because there was too many Dyson words. So I asked you, what does that even mean? To which you said, well, you can come up and explain. Well, since you already have so much to say in the chat, I feel like you can explain it there until we can get you up. And I mean, at the end of the day, I don't understand what people want. But to JT's point, I feel like it's definitely one of those things where in this day and age, there's just very little space for regular human interaction, period. Like everything including these internet spaces, is so charged and so hyper. Like, I don't think these are natural interactions between human beings. I think this is like a manufactured thing that's relatively new, because everyone is always speaking so passionately to someone else. Like, you're saying things that you likely wouldn't say to a person in real life, or this kind of thing. And so I think that now in the real world, some people are kind of getting a little bolder than they would naturally be. And then Mr. Bennett brought up a good point too, to land my plane. He was saying, as much as we say this young lady should have called the police, it's kind of like, well, when would she have done that in that specific instance that we were talking about?
Absolutely.
Unless he was holding her down, or she was bound by her wrists and her ankles, she could have called the police.
But yeah,
or she could have screamed out for someone to call the police for her, considering she was in a place of business.
that's like,
So this idea that she didn't have an opportunity to call the police, that's craziness. I've seen people call the police with their nose. I know a person who dialed 911 with their nose. You can call the police if you want to. She was in a closet, by the way.
calling the police is not a real option, especially in those situations like that, because by the time the jump out boys can get there, the offense has already taken place. You're coming to clean up. And I ain't trying to be, shitty on cops, whatever, but I mean, that's the reality of the situation. We always go, well, you can just call the police. Okay. Hey, Mr. Violent, aggressive person that has a gat in your drawers. Wait till the police show up before you pull it out and start shooting. Wait till the police come before you, smack her around. Or we even say that when we see the violence going the opposite way for the man. Well, we have the expectation for the man that either just take it or find a way to jujitsu his ass out of the situation. But I'm just saying, I understand calling the police, but that's just a cleanup method, because the police come to clean up the situation. They don't really prevent and stop anything unless they're standing right there, but they're never standing right there.
I want to bring it back up to Clint McGray was asking the story. The young man was in the store. He was a manager of the store. The young lady worked there. She was an employee. Her boyfriend came. They had a disagreement. They got into a spat. He grabbed her around the throat. The manager came around and tried to break up the situation. After, the young lady hit the boyfriend, and he tried to break it up. And when he tried to break it up, he pulled out his weapon and shot him twice and deleted the young man.
Wait a minute. She slapped the guy that showed up?
Yes.
She couldn't call the police, though.
No, while they were arguing, he grabbed her around. When he went to grab her around the throat, she hit his ass too. So they were hitting each other. She hit him. He choked her. That's how it.
Black man, were her and the guy that intervened, were they sleeping together? That you know of? Are there any
that I know of? No. But he came around to break it up, and you could see that he was like looking at him like, ain't none of your fucking business. Like, if you look at the camera footage, it's like, it ain't none of your fucking business. Stay out of my business, bro. He just pop out. Just
is the decedent from Texas?
Yes.
Okay. I'm trying to understand what his motive would be to intervene. So by him being from the South, I would imagine that his morals, the way he was raised, probably what's made him intervene. If they weren't sleeping together, and maybe just because he's from the South, I know the sort of whether it's like a southerly gentleman sort of thing y'all have down there, where the guys are a little bit, for the most part, a little bit more upstanding than us upper North guys would be, so to say. So I'm just trying to find out what would make a man want to intervene in between that. So that makes more sense.
Well, I didn't realize.
Yes.
I didn't realize. I didn't catch this the first time you were saying this, but you said that she was an employee. So if he was her manager, then he might have known her for a little while. So that might be why he felt the need to step in. That he feels like he kind of knows her. He sees her at least a few days a week, and so he's like, "Oh, well, this is my good employee. I'm not just going to stand by." Oh, can y'all hear me?
No, go ahead. No, you good.
Okay. And so, because on the flip side, that's his employee. What if the boyfriend had just come in and slapped her a couple times and left? then she'd been looking at him like, why didn't you step in? Why did you just let my boyfriend come in here and beat me up on the clock? You know, kind of thing.
Right.
Just let my boyfriend come in here is wild. Just the phrase alone, just let my boyfriend is
let this nigga come in
wild.
here. You should have stopped him at the door.
He's your boyfriend.
Yeah, I'm saying, why'd you let him come in here and slap me around a few times?
Why did he let him come in here?
Let him come in? Oh, wow.
And slap him around.
Miss Jenny, that's wild.
If the guy had not died and he'd have stood there and let him beat her up, we'd all be saying, like, what's wrong with that guy? Why didn't he step in? Only reason we're saying that he was in the wrong is because he died, which is a freak accident. That doesn't normally happen.
That was not
If
a
it was
freak
in,
accident.
if it was,
There's no
if it
such
was
thing
in
as
the
an
early
accidental
2000s,
murder. That's not how that
yeah,
works.
but if it was in the early 2000s, maybe. If it was in the 90s, maybe. But not now. No. These women got too much damn mouth. They be sitting there acting like they equal with the guy, talking shit to him on the phone. He caught her at work. That's what it was. He caught her ass at work. Evidently, she left him or messed around on him. It was something that was going on that the manager ain't had nothing to do with. So if he just sat there and he seen it was some shit that was going on and he pushed that button behind the goddamn counter or called the police, that was good enough.
Yeah,
All
what
that
Dollar
other
General doesn't
bullshit.
have a silent alarm?
Do all stores have
I
that?
don't know, brother.
Dollar General's do.
I want to make sure I'm clear about this. I am in no way absolving the guy who shot her. This guy's a clown and
Right.
he deserves everything that comes to him. I am in no way absolving him from his behavior. He showed up to her job. He assaulted her. He shouldn't have been there. He shot and killed a man. He deserves everything. And then he fled to Tennessee like a punk. You deserve everything that's coming to you. I hope you never see daylight ever again because you don't deserve it.
Right.
You don't deserve to be out here with the people who are following the rules and the laws. But I also need to understand that there's a lot of things that maybe could have handled differently. The number one thing that could have been handled differently is if my man knows how to handle his problems without going up to her job. So
I'm sorry, what state was this in again?
It happened in Texas, but they caught him in Tennessee.
Yeah, but there's a deletion penalty there, isn't there, in Texas?
Yeah.
Yeah.
For premeditated though, it had to be murder one.
That's ridiculous.
Right. It's like it's probably 4 blocks from my house, maybe. Yeah.
Wow.
Yep. And yeah, it's crazy. And I'm just thinking, man, you know, I'm with you guys. You know, I didn't say anything, but I'm just to the point where, what do you do in a situation like that, right? I have a lot of responsibilities as a man, right? I'm not just on here doing, you know, podcasts. You know, I got to get up and work every day, take care of these kids, and just think about it. You know, if I was there and I said, hey, bro, whoa, chill out, and he shot me, man, I done left a hole in my house. Like, my wife got to raise these kids and take care of these kids by herself. She done. I mean, and she gonna have to do that for the foreseeable future, man. That would be crazy. So yeah, you have to be mindful. I said before, huh?
You Borging.
Oh, I figured it out. All right, go ahead.
I'm just saying that I think that it adds a certain level of more context when it's the fact that she worked there too. I thought it was just two customers came in and he stepped in, but he felt like he kind of knew her to a certain extent. Like, you know, black man, you know, you're saying that you feel a conflict of interest. You know, if you saw, I don't know who comes up here who's single, but if you saw Take Heed, you know, and she was getting slapped around, you don't know her in real life. You're not that close with her, but you would feel like, hey, you know, she's one of my guests. I kind of know her. I don't want to see her get beat up. And if you got shot, you know, I would hope that people wouldn't say, oh, that guy's an idiot. You know, why would he do that? And it's like, well, he kind of knew her. He kind of wanted to step in and help her. I feel like that makes sense.
Yeah. Man. All right. Well, guys, I want to get into the other part of the show. Let's talk about this sexless marriage. Now, I saw a video of a clip. This is for you, Trey. I thought about Trey when I saw this video. It's okay. Hold on. First of all, I'm not going to go into the sexless marriage yet because that video is going to take a while to load. But I will go into the whole girl strip thing. We had a huge conversation today on another platform. This may be risky. Shout out to you, DJ. It was a great conversation. We heard a lot that just
DJ
him. Yeah, DJ Ham, and we it was a lot said today. Friends before husbands, husbands not priority. We talked through a lot of that. But the girls' trips, I want to start with Andrew Tate here. Because Andrew said this when it came to girls' trips. Here we go.
I was going on girls' holidays every other month.
I'd have to shut that down. I think it's disrespectful.
Do you go on a lot of holidays?
I can do whatever I want. You're with me, you don't want to. We go on holidays together, we go places together. When I have to go places with just the boys, you stay home.
It could just be like women just go on holiday to have fun.
And men will try and sleep with you. My female is taken care of and has a fantastic life. She does not need to go on holidays to fucking Mykonos and be a hoe on some random table. On some random table because her friend met some dude on fucking Tinder. No, stay home. Stay home.
It'll be a woman, meet a dude around 3 months or so. She'll be like, hey, girl, you know, I think it'll be dope if we take a trip to wherever. She want to specifically take a trip out there because it's a dude out there that she knows. So she plans the whole girls trip around her seeing this one cat. So she'll be like, yeah, girl, I'm going to meet with such and such. You know, he going to pay for this. He going to pay for that, knowing that he going to bring some other guys there. And those guys going to do what guys do.
Thanks.
Take it away, Jay.
Shit.
What are your thoughts, Jay?
Yeah, J Mac.
Yeah, take it away, Jay. Yeah, take it away, J Mac. Oh,
Well,
my
yeah,
bad. Take it away, J Mac.
Yeah, it was just coming in and out. I couldn't hear that he was saying my name. Of course, I agree. Period. I agree. I've always said that. But however, of course, I'm going to differ. Though I do agree with Andrew Tate about a lot of things, but I am going to have a slight caveat that to me, there's no distinction between women doing it and men doing it. And the reason being is because if you're in a committed relationship with somebody, I kind of feel the same way. You guys might think I'm a little extreme. I think I'm echoing. Is everybody's
No,
mic?
you good. You crystal clear.
Are you good?
I guess it's on my end. Okay. But anyway, I feel the same way, even it might sound a little more extreme about going out to clubs. Like, I really feel like a lot of times, like throughout my life, men have always told me that men go to nightclubs for a very specific reason to, you know what I'm saying, to mac on women, like to meet beautiful women, hopefully exchange numbers and see where that takes them. So I can't imagine what business you have doing those sorts of things as a person in a committed relationship, but for either sex. I just think the best thing is those group trips. And then while on the group trip, hey, if the ladies want to skate off and go to the beach part while the men are, I don't know, still back in the lobby playing cards or something till we get back, or vice versa, I think that that's cool and appropriate. But a bunch of women going out of the country together with no men present, if there are women there who are in committed relationships, I just think it's a recipe for disaster.
All right. Well, you can call your next person, Jay. Who up next? Because
okay, let's see. What about our RBN, Real Bravado Network? What's your opinion?
My opinion about what, girls trips?
Yeah.
Yes, specifically the girls trips. And also, do you agree with Andrew Tate's part about there being a distinction between a man being able to do it versus women?
I don't know. Listen, I'm all for the girls trips. I'm all for it, 100%. As long as we save enough money, we're gonna go. We're gonna have a really good time. We really are.
Did you hear what I said? Did you hear what I said?
What you say?
You're not wrong.
I mean, we're gonna have a fantastic time wherever these girls trips are. I mean, I'm all for it. I think my woman can. I want her to go. I want to have a wonderful time. Me and the ladies, we're gonna kick it. I love being around women. So a good girls trip for me is heaven. You know, I got my woman, then also get the aroma of other ladies around. I get to do that. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
so I am pro fucking girls trips for me. I mean, I don't know about any other brother up here. Y'all don't need to go on no girls trips. Y'all women y'all can ban y'all women from girls trips. My woman ain't banned for no girls trips because we are having a very good time on those girls trips. Now, Andrew Tate, listen, believe it or not, guys' trips, generally speaking, are not for the express purposes of going out to get chicks. Most guys' trips are for the camaraderie. And I'm gonna point out that there's something in the works for a fight in Vegas in November that a group of guys we're gonna get together and we're gonna go. When guys don't do guys trips, I mean, it's got to be for a specific reason, like we're going to a fight. You know what I mean? We're gonna go see, Floyd and Pacquiao, you know what I mean, in the Caribbean or whatever the hell. We're not just going to be doing shit to get rubbed down on the beach by some strange Jamaican and come back with a bunch of stuff we can't get rid of. That's kind of not really how guys do for the most part. So I really don't know. And I'm a big fan of, as a guy, to not impose something on my woman that I'm not willing to do either. Because I think you lose credibility to a degree for that, So that's kind of me. And that's a little bit, that's for the most part. It's not absolute, but that's for the most part. I'm not going to ask my woman in general to do something that I'm not willing to do for her.
I think Anissa, it is Anissa, right? Or is it Anissa?
Anissa, that's Trey's woman.
Anissa, in the chat, she did, I think, or in our private chat, but I think she did make a good point to say, to RBN's point, if that is true, if you don't feel like the men do that for those purposes, why exactly is it kind of just accepted that women do? For instance, I didn't say that the reason why women shouldn't go on girls' trips is because that's what everybody's on. More so, it's a safety thing. And also, if you're like in a committed relationship as a woman, let's say there's 5 women and 2 of them are in committed relationships. Those 3 women who are single, they are going to want to be more out there. They might mess around and meet a guy at the bar that night and invite him back to the Airbnb. And who knows, he might slip something in somebody's drink. And next thing we know, we don't know what's going on or whatever. So, but as far as the purposes and intents, most women go on these like Caribbean and exotic trips and stuff for pictures and internet content and to flex on people. Like to show, hey, look at me in Tulum. Like
that's some bullshit.
That's my experience.
I think that's some bullshit. Women, I'm not trying to be shitty, but most women are always on some fuckery. So when you get a group of women together, they always on some fuck shit. At some point, it's gonna be about fuck shit. They can't help themselves. They're like little kids. They can't help them goddamn selves. They always want to bump into something reckless because of the excitement, especially if you get her to. I would say, you can get a woman to do anything if you can make her feel good about it.
That's it.
That's it. Right there. You can take me off the
Them endorphins kick in. Yes.
Go ahead, Jay. These guys crazy,
thank you, RBN.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's see. Miss Jenny, what's your opinion?
So I've been on a couple other panels. I think they were all up here, Black Fan, that have talked about girls' trips. And so my feelings on them is ever changing. But as of right now, I think that it really just entirely depends. Because, people say that, most women, they go to these trips because they want to seek some validation and attention from some strange man. Other people will say that, no, they go for the same reason that men go, just for camaraderie. And I think it just depends on the woman. I think that as a man, that you're setting your relationship up for failure if you have to put all these roadblocks in the way for your woman. Like a man shouldn't have to tell his woman what she can and can't wear because he should be with a woman who has enough sense to know not to wear something crazy. And so like a man shouldn't have to tell his woman, you can't go on a girls' trip, you can't leave the country without me. Because if you have to tell her that in the first place, then she's already not the right kind of woman to be with. And so if my husband wanted to go to Jamaica with some of his friends, I would say, bon voyage, bring me back a postcard, because I trust him. I don't care. He could go to the moon and I know that he's not going to do anything because I trust him as a loyal man. And I would hope that he would know my character enough and respect me enough to know that I could go to, anywhere. I could go to a town that's 99% men, and I would never do anything, to compromise our marriage. And so that's where I stand as of right now. But I'm open to hearing disputing points because I think that the opposite side is valid.
Yeah, to me, that's gaslighting language. When you start talking about you should trust me, you should trust me. Yeah, I should trust you right until you slide on another man's dick. Absolutely, I'm going to do that. So it's not about a man having to tell or set or put all of these restrictions. It's setting parameters for the relationship. A man has the right to set the parameters for the relationship and the guidance for the relationship. Now, if this woman, and I always tell guys to do that, the moment that woman wants to become exclusive with you, and you want to be exclusive with that woman, you got to tell her, you got to tell her, who you are, what your expectations are, and give her the option to jive with that or not. You know what I mean? So off rip, you know what I mean? So if you are the no girls trip type of guy, then she needs to know that. Or if you the guy that says, look, your kid's father, guess what? He can't call you no more. He can only text you. If those are problems for you, and if you follow that, then you can back out. So everybody has the right to have their expectations met within the confines of the relationship. And if you can't jive with what that dude is, then that's just not the dude for you. Then you need a dude that is a little bit more flexible to you. Most of us out here are not that damn flexible. But the thing is, though, a lot of our women today have had it. This is one of the reasons why I believe a lot of our women have chosen the kind of guys that they have. It's hard to tell somebody something when you can't tell them nothing. So how can a guy impose restrictions? How can a guy impose any kind of boundary restrictions on a woman and he's living in her house? Because he has to be in her house. How does he pose any boundary restrictions when she has to give him allowance or he has to use her car? You can't. So a lot of our women they are accustomed to doing whatever they want to because they've been able to do what they want to. But then when they get into a guy that you can't really do that with, which we'll get to, I guess, to that conversation a little bit later, then we're controlling.
And if I may, because I agree with what you're saying, and it reminds me of, and the next person I'm gonna ask is Trey, but it reminds me of my own parents' marriage. Like, I don't know how common this is among other married couples. My parents have been married the entirety of my life. They don't do that. Like, they don't go on gender specific trips. Like, my dad has never gone on a guy's out of the country trip or like a weekend Vegas getaway without my mom, nor has she done that. The closest thing is maybe if we had like a family thing and my dad couldn't make it because he was in the military. But if they go on trips, they go on trips, which I do think is normal. I think that's normal for couples to do. I don't know how normal it is because I don't even have fun really like for long periods of time. Like maybe if it was like a day, like if me and my girls want to go to Atlanta for brunch, like I live not nearby, but close enough to Atlanta to where we can drive. So we might drive to Atlanta for brunch for like a day. Like we might just be there that whole day. And I'm definitely coming back home that night. Like I'm not going to spend overnight time with my homegirls because that's not even enjoyable to me. After a long day of fun, I'm sure you guys all know what I'm getting at. I want to come home to my man. So, and I feel like obviously he must feel the same way because he hasn't gone on, guys trips or anything like that either. So yeah, I think that it can be touchy. It can be touchy. Trey, what's your thoughts on it? Do you agree fully with Andrew Tate or?
No, I don't agree with him. Very rarely I don't agree with Andrew, but on this one I don't. I'm not going to long stroke this. This is simple to me. There are places that are for single people, and there are places that are for married people. If you're married, go to the married people places. If you're single, go to the single people places. If you're married and you want to be single, get a divorce. Just that simple. Like this isn't rocket science to me at all. This is not difficult for me to understand. You are not single, therefore you cannot go to places where there will be single, horny men who want to take you home. You can't go. The same way I can't go to places where there are going to be single, horny women who want me to take them home. It doesn't work that way. So this is very simple. If you're single, be single, act single. If you're married or you're in a serious relationship, be that and respect it. What's the point of doing all this if you just gonna act like you single anyway? Just go be single.
Hey Trey, Anissa just said, "Wherever you go, she go." She just said that. What you say? She just said that in the fact of that. I just wanted you to know that your woman.
Trey, you see what she said in the back? She said, "Wherever Trey
She
go,
said,
I
if
go."
I can't go, yeah, she said, if I
Trey
can't go, you can't go.
I've
Like
never
my
known
buddy.
him to not respond to something. Like I've never known him to just like not even dignify
Because
it with a
the
response.
joke is dry. They have squeezed every ounce of blood out of his nose,
No,
and
bro.
they won't let it go.
There's
It's
got a
at
lot
this
of
point, it's
juice
not even
left. There's
funny
a lot
anymore.
of juice left in that one.
That's
There's
an
a lot of
endless
juice.
No, it's
stream, my
not.
brother.
No, it's not. It's a whack ass joke at this point.
I tell you
And
what,
Trey, you see how it
somebody who I haven't heard from much tonight at all. And thank you, Trey, for your input. I'm definitely in agreement. I don't think it comes down to a point of controlling. I think, like he said, when you enter into that phase of committed relationship or marriage, you just can't do everything you used to do. Like that's with anything. Like if you join the U.S. military and you have always been anti-establishment on your social media platforms, you can't talk about deleting the president and you can't say crazy stuff like that no more because you're in the United States military now. So whereas before, hey, Friday night, you and your guys get gussied up, you put on your nice cologne, you go see what the city's talking about, see what you can bring home. But that's not that type. It's not that type of party anymore. Mr. R. Payne, what's your opinion?
I'm not torn. I think that what's good for the goose is good for the gander. I mean, but I like, TJ said it best. The dynamics for men hanging out is different than women. But if your woman is not down for you to have a boys' trip or in terms of going to see a fight with the fellas in Vegas or something, then you can't go because you're not going to let her do what she wants to do. So I wouldn't argue that point with a woman. But there is no way. Well, my wife never asked to do that. There's just no way I'm going to let her go with a whole gaggle of chicks somewhere and think that she's not going to come home smiling and shit, Listen, I mean, I have enough trouble sending her to the masseuse to get a massage and shit. I ask her how Igor is doing every time she comes home. How's Igor? And she's smiling and shit. Saying, okay, wait a minute.
You let Igor put his hands on your
Igor,
She
wow.
always tells me she goes to a woman, but I ain't in the room. I heard Country Wayne just in his recent interview said that he said, and I don't believe him, but the high percentage of women who cheat, they don't need to go on a girls' trip. They call up their sneaky link and they go next door for 5 minutes. She busts it out and she come home. She cooking you dinner and shit and all that because all the pressure of life is off of her for that day. So yeah, man. So if you got to just trust a person to a point, but you got to make sure you don't let her go into these positions or these environments where trouble can happen. And let me tell you, fellas and women, let's stop it. It's much easier for a woman to give a box to anybody she wants to than men to get laid. It's much easier. So there's no equivalency there. So they'll go into a gaggle of guys with the bear helmets on and shit, and they're coming around like what they call it, the bear, whatever that thing was, the bear thing. Man, the women are just putting what we say, syrup and shit all over the guys and kissing it off and stuff. Man, once they start going, everybody might get involved. Come here, I want to taste.
You telling on yourself, R-Payne.
No.
Yeah, he is.
I don't have the bear suit.
Jay, that's corn. That's corn. He's telling on himself. He's literally telling on himself.
Yeah, man. Shit, I've seen some corn before. Wait a minute. So I'm a fake like I haven't. I've seen some.
No, I just think that what you were just talking about, I have heard people talking about that, like especially in Nashville, they're saying it's becoming a really popular thing for women, brides to go out there and act really buck wild, like not on some just watching the strippers and taking your goofy pictures, but actually sleeping with men there, and what happens in Nashville stays in Nashville type thing. Apparently it's a big thing now.
Well, anyway, so I just
did you see the interview with the stripper though? Did you see the interview with the stripper with Anton? He said that. He said that women, they'll pull his Johnson out, the little sleeve. and say that all the bridesmaids will push the bride to be up and put that thing right in her mouth, and she'll sit there and work it. And say he'll take it out of her mouth and put it in all the bridesmaids' mouths. And he said they nasty, boy. And then the next day she at the altar kissing him in the mouth.
Let me just.
I'm
Let
gonna
me
be
just
with you
end it
forever.
there.
Dang.
I don't
That's
think that a guy should really be thinking his wife is going to be that salacious. But why put her into that environment when you could avoid it? You know, so if you had to argue with your wife about a girl's trip, then you probably married the wrong woman, you know, for a guy. You know, and you got to get all that shit straight before you get married. And even the next topic we get on in terms of sexless marriages, you got to get that shit straight before you accept her I do. That's for sure.
Yeah, at the end of the day, you definitely need to have those things ironed out before you guys cross that threshold. You need to know as a woman what your man expects of you, because like I think it was our pain that was saying it earlier, he doesn't I don't remember his exact verbiage, but he was basically saying I don't measure, like I don't police a man's metric for what's acceptable from his woman. You know what I'm saying? So what's acceptable for some men, if that's truly acceptable for them, then you know, who are we to say it's not? Embrace the grace. Thank you for waiting so patiently, sweetheart. What do you have to say about this?
Absolutely. I've been listening to everybody, and I'm gonna have to piggyback on Trey. He took my thoughts right out of my head. It's not rocket science. It's if you are in a serious relationship and married, you gotta move accordingly. If you're single and wilding out and having fun, then you do that. I've been to girls' trips, but I was single. Now that I'm hemmed up and we've had that conversation, he laid it down. He said, no, I don't believe in girl trips. We go on a trip, just like Bravado said, we go together. And respect to you when you said I don't do something that I expect my wife not to do. That's very admirable, because a lot of men don't think that way, and he may still do it, but out of respect of his wife, he chooses not to do it. Men have the options. Y'all could do whatever y'all want, but it's the men that choose to opt not to do it. That's very admirable. But people, we got to act accordingly. If you're in a relationship, act like you're in a relationship. If you're single, do what you got to do. But I don't understand how people are in a relationship, think that they can do what they can do, and then come back like nothing, everything is okay. And it's not okay. But that's the kind of world we live in today. I digress. My mic is muted.
Embrace the grace. You said two things that really stood out right there. You said he hemmed you up and put it down. So yeah, you're not gonna be going on no girls trips. You said you're hemmed up. Trey, did you hear the same thing I heard? You said you're hemmed up.
I heard it. Hey, listen, hemmed up is
I heard it.
I like that. I like that.
I like that.
That's very
good job.
But the thing is, we have those conversations. We have those tough conversations at the beginning of a relationship. You don't, so nobody feels they can change the rules in the middle of the game. You talk about the playbook. I know that I'm dealing with a very alpha male, and I move accordingly. And this is very new to me, because I've always kind of been running relationships. So I've learning a lot of discipline and patience, but it's necessary, because if you want the kind of person you want, you got to act accordingly. And a lot of women don't. They say they want a king and they want a protector and they want this, but they don't act like it. When men say they want a queen and a respectable woman, but they'll go and be with the Instagram model and the one that's shaking her ass. I mean, your words got to match your actions, and your action got to match your words.
Hey, Grace, let me ask you this.
Yes.
Why don't we ever hear women say we're going to take a girls trip to the Great Wall of China? We're going to take a girls trip to the Egyptian pyramids. Why don't we ever hear that?
Because at the end of the day, we all know what it's really about. It is living your best life, shaking your ass and being out there and dressing like you're not supposed to be dressing around your man. And no matter how many women try to deny it, it's not. When I went on a girls' trip and they was all couples, and I was the only one that was single, right? But that didn't give me. I had to act accordingly, because I was with people that were in relationships. I got the honeymoon suite. I sure did. They called me Stella in Jamaica because they claimed I was trying to find, but I went there for a soul searching experience, to reflect. This was after I separated from my ex. But the fact remains is that we just have to act accordingly, people. If you're a manager, you're not going to act like the associates. If you're a lieutenant, you're not going to act like a field training. I mean, we got to fulfill our job descriptions, and we just the lines get blurred. And then we'll be like, I'm sorry, baby. I didn't mean it. I just tripped over his penis and sat on it.
So,
Like, really?
let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. You said you were soul searching, right?
Mm-hmm.
Did somebody find you? Did somebody find your soul?
No, I didn't go. I didn't go there. I didn't go there for that.
I would take that somewhere else.
I did not. I did not go there for that. I really didn't.
Notice she still didn't.
It was.
I was just waiting for which one.
I mean, it was available to me. Don't get me wrong, but I went there to eat the food, go to Dunn's River, go to the beach, the dolphins. Just just like really be at peace.
Grace, you mean to tell me
Yes?
you had the honeymoon suite and you ain't
Yeah.
get your soul touched?
No. No, I was too busy. I was too busy eating, smoking, and drinking. I was chilling, going to the beach, getting a massage, really like taking care of myself physically, spiritually. I needed to recharge and reset. And I went.
Too, like, I know we're just like kikiing on the panel right now, but I really need men to understand that I get that there are a lot of loose women out here in the world today. I promise I get that, but y'all have got to chill thinking that women be wanting what's the word? Stranger peen. Bro, like I do not I cannot imagine myself going somewhere where I don't know anybody in a foreign country and just truly desiring to have sex with somebody that I don't know anything about. Like, that's not, every woman is not like that. I'm sorry.
What you say?
That maybe that's a guy thing. That it's like, hey, if I wrap it up,
Whoa.
why would I turn down some cat?
No. It is absolutely a woman thing. It is absolutely a woman thing.
You know what?
Can I explain that? Can I explain it? Can I explain it?
Yeah, before you go, JT, Take Heed wanted me to say this about what y'all just said. She said,
Black Man Unfiltered said, we calling out all the hoes this year. Yes, we are. We calling out all the hoes in 2024, damn it. We tired of y'all. We tired of y'all. We calling out all the hoes in 2024 this year.
Yeah.
Out of control.
Hey, J-Mac, can I ask you this?
Yep.
Do you think women don't enjoy sex as much as men do?
No, I did not say that.
So would there be a reason why the sex toy industry for women is a $1 billion industry if women don't enjoy sex as much as men do?
It's surpassing the weave industry.
Trey, see,
they put a new transmission in the roses every day.
Talking about.
It's just a question,
Let
J-Mac.
me respond to him.
Don't get defensive.
Don't tell me how to respond. The last time I talked to you, you told me that sex trafficking was not a $1 billion industry. And now you tell me not only is it, but specifically that women's side of it is. So
I said sex toys. I said sex toys.
Absolutely not, sir. I said that sex trafficking was a $1 billion industry. You said the numbers were inflated. If I checked the FBI or the DOJ, you said that would not be the case.
J-Mac, you're confusing the two. You're talking sex. Okay, sex trafficking is illegal. That's a crime. You're talking about sex tourism. It's two different things.
Different things.
To me, that's splitting hairs. But you're saying you're saying that women's sex tourism, as in women seeking foreign exotic peen, is
no. He was saying toys. He was saying toys.
No, I said sex toys.
Toys, as in
tour.
Roses.
Like the rose.
Sex tour.
I know what you mean.
The reason why I'm asking you that is because I believe that women enjoy sex just as much, if not more, than men do. And the data, the stats that I'm using to back that up, is the abnormal difference in sex toys, the amount of money revenue that the sex toy industry makes based on how much they sell to women and not to men.
Trey, I'm not above. I am not above reproach. I have to apologize. I did totally misunderstand what you said.
We good. We good.
Yeah, I didn't hear what you said. So to that point, I could totally see that. I could totally see that women are buying sex toys at an alarming rate. They have sex toy parties. I actually know people. I'm not friends with them, but I know people that have thrown the parties to sell the sex toys.
So could it be plausible that women are traveling overseas for foreign peen if they are willing to spend their money? Because women don't normally spend money on a lot of things. But if they're spending money by the billions on sex toys, is it fair to think? And I'm going to find the name of this documentary, and I'm going to give it to you, J-Mac. It's about older European women that travel to Gambia for sex. They pay these young men in Gambia. This is a thing. It's a whole documentary on it. But is it plausible to believe that women travel for sex just as much as men do?
I feel like if it sounds so taboo, probably not. I feel like the reason it sounds taboo is because it's not as common as the other thing. It's kind of like when you see, like, you know how we have to give the qualifier male nurse? It's because, yes, there are male nurses, but you typically think of nurses being female. So I think people typically associate what you're talking about with men, the idea of flying out of the country to have sex. I just think that that's more socially attributed to men. I could be wrong, though.
Now the sex toy industry is so big now. Walmart selling dildos.
Yeah.
Go in Walmart and go over there by the razors and look to your left.
The razors and massagers.
They got a big ass lock cabinet full of damn dildos. Pick one. Small, little, big, high vibration, low vibration. They got them all on the wall. Kids what is that, mama?
And where the condoms is too.
Yeah, right by the
So I heard.
What now?
Oh, I heard.
The kids over there, mama, what that is?
That's mommy's special magic wand.
No, what be killing me is when I be seeing, like, on the internet, like, people should make the memes and stuff, when they be having the real aggressive looking things, like, they be huge, like, they don't even be shaped like they be shaped like other objects, like hammers,
like aliens.
Hey, what?
That'd be shaped like aliens.
They naming the damn toys after planets and shit. Ooh, girl, I can't wait to get home to Pluto tonight. Shit.
Look at Neptune over there.
Neptune won't tell me up tonight.
So J-Mac, would you like for me to explain it?
Yes, JT, you can go, and then Miss Jenny, you can go after that. Or did she already give her opinion? Actually,
we gotta give Mr. Bennett.
Yeah, Mr. Bennett. Yes,
Yeah.
okay.
So this is the thing. I would like, first and foremost, for you, Jenny, and Embrace to tell me you guys' ideal of places. Just give me 3 places where y'all say that's a girls' trip, where y'all would go on a girls' trip.
I don't go on girls' trips, but if I did, they would probably be the same places I would go with my man. We went to the Dominican and the Bahamas last year, so I guess those 2. And maybe I haven't been to Cancun yet, so I've wanted to travel there.
Beautiful.
Okay, what about you, Embrace?
You muted.
You're mute,
You muted, baby. You muted.
Dominican Republic. I'm half Dominican, so that's my home. Been there, done that. Definitely Jamaica. That's definitely a hot spot for girls' trips. And keep in mind, I went with 4 couples, so I felt safe because there were men there. That's why I didn't mind going by myself because I knew I would be okay. And another one is Cancun. Been there on a girls' trip to Cancun. So all those spots as long as you got liquor, warm weather, bikinis, you know, and twerk music, that's a hot spot for a girls' trip.
Okay, Miss Jenny.
I would go to the Luray Caverns. I think that's in North Carolina. I would go to Massanutten, which is, I think that's in Northern Virginia. And then
Massanutten.
Yep, Harrisonburg.
All right, Jenny, stop trolling. Let's get the real.
From Trey's reaction.
That's what I was about to say. Everything Right, so Jenny, you can cut it out because those are not girls trips. Those are not. No, she don't. Trust me when I tell you, she
You
ain't
asked
got
her
finished.
opinion. You asked
Trust me
her
when I tell you.
You cannot.
don't worry about
her
them, Jenny.
answer.
Keep going.
She said she
No,
wanted to
no,
go see
I'm
some
asking the
Jenny.
question.
Get
Hold
out
on.
of here.
Hold on.
Keep going, Jenny.
I asked
Keep
the
going,
question.
Jenny.
I don't know
Keep
us in the
going.
mountains.
I
Don't
asked
put
the
me in
question
tension.
for a reason, y'all. I asked the question for a reason. This is why I stopped her. Because those are not considered girl trips. That's not.
So it was a loaded
Those are
question
couples
then.
trips.
It was a
It's
loaded
not a field
question.
trip.
It's entrapment.
Hey, Miss Jenny.
No. I'm not trying to. This is not a got. This is not a got you moment. I'm trying to explain something to J Mac. That what Jenny was talking about is not where her friends are going to be going for fucking girls trips. They will go to Cancun, and they ain't going to Cancun in no damn December. They're going to Cancun in May, June, and July. They're also going to be going to where Embrace was saying. I don't even think they even do the Jamaica shit no more. They're going to
They ran out of
NBA,
bamboo, JT.
right. They're going to the NBA weekend. They're going to Coachella. They're going to what was the other one we named earlier? They're going to the Rolling Loud.
Rolling Loud.
They're going to everywhere that there's some dick, some weed, and some damn alcohol. We ain't talking about some damn place where in the morning time y'all getting up at 7 o'clock and going to the buffet and eating. No, y'all eating at the Waffle House. Y'all eating when y'all up, y'all up. It's turn up. This is what I'm saying. When you guys are saying that you don't think that it's a lot of women that's doing that, that's crazy to me. Girls trip is definitely what it is. It's a girls trip. It's just like a boys trip. They're going for penis, strange penis. Now, this is the craziest part, where y'all trying to qualify women that are good to their husband and good at home. That's the reason why they go on girls trips. So they don't have to be good. They're going to get some strange. I don't care how y'all look at it. There has been relationship after relationship after relationship that has depleted because of the bad decisions that women and men make when they go on these goddamn trips. Y'all acting like this shit is not, it should be taboo. If you are married and you are going on a girl's trip, you just sit back and you might as well got a divorce. If you are married and you going on a guy's trip like that, we ain't talking about the golfing trip. We already know what it is. And at the end of the day, when you're talking about men and women, it is a big difference between men and women. Out of 10 dudes, it's going to be about 3 of them motherfuckers that ain't shit popping for them. It just is. Probably about 4 of them motherfuckers ain't shit popping for them. Out of 10 women, they ain't even got out the goddamn airport. And they already got the plan already. Women plan. Y'all try to act like these women ain't, man, this is what it is. I'm trying, man, we done had this conversation all day today. And I'm like, people out here conflating shit. They telling me, just like I told of them, I'm gonna say it here. She gonna know when we first start dating that we ain't doing no girls trips. We doing a us trip. That's what it is. I was called controlling when I said that. I was called afraid that somebody gonna fuck her. I was called all these different things. I'm looking like, okay, go ahead. They ain't going to they gonna tell you that shit. They gonna play them damn stupid ass games where they gonna, you know how, because that's why I understood now why people get iPhones. So they can FaceTime your ass. So they can put an air tag on your ass. You know why? Because of insecurities. Because your ass going on them damn trips. NBA weekend. If your wife going to NBA weekend without your ass, she getting fucked. I don't care what nobody say.
She going down there to get drafted, plain and simple.
She going down there to get drafted. She gonna be selling some ass. She gonna be giving it away. She gonna be doing all kind of shit. Blue light special. That ass is on the goddamn. It's right there.
Hey, JT, she ain't watching every bit of basketball all year, but now all of a sudden she on the All-Star.
Right. She think a damn when you shoot a damn basket, she think it's a touchdown. She don't know nothing about that shit.
Talking about he just hit a home run. Shut, girl.
We out here tripping, man. We out here tripping. You had guys that were sitting there talking about, I know my woman. If you pick that type of woman, well, maybe that's not the woman for you. She's a human being. She's flawed just like anybody else is flawed. She ain't on the the pedestal where she's above being a human being. Y'all can tell us that shit all you want to. I've been around. I'm 51 years old. I done seen it on both sides. There's no damn way you could tell me that the shit ain't a thing. It's a thing.
So
Girl strips is a no-no.
If that's what it sounded like I was saying, it's not, because I did say that I don't believe in girls trips. I don't believe in single gender trips. That was my first thing. But I guess I was saying, to Trey's point, I was talking when I misunderstood what he said. I was just saying that I think a lot of men, like how y'all were just teasing. I know you guys were just teasing, but I do think there's a little truth behind every LOL. I think you guys were insinuating that you cannot believe that Embrace the Grace went to Jamaica and didn't screw some random nigga in Jamaica. That's what I'm getting at. And I'm telling you, not every woman be on that type of time. She was there.
Embrace the Grace got that bamboo. You ain't gonna fool me,
I
Grace.
can see Embrace the Grace.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
Embrace the Grace is a steel trap. You ain't gonna get it out of it. She taking it.
Embrace the Grace. Look down
I
at
can
that
get it
thing.
right here. I don't have to go to Jamaica to get it. I can get it right here local, grade AB. I don't have to travel to international.
And that's another point. Like to JT's point, like, don't have your girl go to NBA weekend, which NBA All-Star weekend. Of course, I totally agree with that. That's not the place for any decent woman. However, if you're implying that it's the location that's gonna make her cheat, that's not the case. If she a cheater, she gonna cheat. If she looking for a baller, she gonna look for a baller, whether it's at NBA weekend or if it's just a weekend.
That's not what this is about. This isn't about location. Of course, we know that if a woman wanted to cheat, she could just go to work. There's a work husband there somewhere who wants to sleep with her. We already know that. That's not what we're the point. We also know that women are aroused by what happens in their mind. And there's a lot of things that are prohibited by her traveling and getting sex, which arouses her, which makes her think that it's more fun to do it this way. It's more exciting because it's prohibited. I'm not supposed to be doing this. I shouldn't be getting my booty massaged on bamboo in the middle of a river in Jamaica. I'm not supposed to be doing this, but this is exciting to me. So that's why I'm going to do it. That's why they travel. I'm not supposed to go to Paris and sleep with a man who speaks French, but this is exciting to me. That's why. That's where it's at. I completely agree with you, J-Mac. We know y'all can do y'all dirt right here. But I also know what I know about women. What I know about women is the excitement is in all the other stuff, being in the foreign location, eating the foreign food, the foreign language, all that stuff. All of that plays into this too. That's a part of the arousal.
Yep. And guess what? Get over there, get drunk, get loose, and that Jamaican man rubbing that ass. You want more? Yeah.
Now, J-Mac, now watch. But look, am I lying, black man? Wasn't it the dudes, they were giving us pushback, right? We was on, this might be risky. They was giving us all kind of pushback. What kind of dudes are y'all? Y'all out here won't let your woman go on girls trip. Y'all out here, y'all insecure. It was the guys that was saying it until we started putting some context to the shit. And guess what they start saying?
The whole thing
she can't go on. Yeah, it turned all the way around.
Exactly.
People was out there, I'm like, your girl is not going to the Cracker Barrel in the morning time with her friends and they going to a fucking buffet and they just going and to museums and shit. That ain't what this is. They going to Dingaling museums. Yes, they want to get turned up. I don't care what nobody say. They want to get
Hard Rock Cafe.
Down.
Hey, what kind of museums, JT?
The Dingaling Museum.
We call it the Hard Rock.
I was gonna say, y'all heard Lost in Translation of the Hard Rock Cafe. Y'all are out of
control.
Hey, JT, tell her I'm gonna make mama's pancakes right here in this house.
Right,
right
you
here.
ain't going nowhere.
You ain't gotta go to Cracker Barrel. I'm gonna make mama's pancakes right here in this house for you.
I'm just glad that you guys are being balanced, because that's what I was afraid of when BMU played the video. And so I think the fact that we can all, that we can all agree that there's just a time and place for things. And if you're in committed relationships and marriages, those like certain things you just ain't got no business doing. Like another unpopular opinion, maybe not on this panel, but I've had debates with people on my social media before. I don't even like the concept of bachelor and bachelorette parties unless they're in very particular circumstances. Like, I would not appreciate, of course, there's no way I would know, and I would hate that. Like, I would hate that. But I really wouldn't want my man with with his face in between those stripper sweaty booty cheeks the night before he comes and pledges his allegiance to me. You know,
Yeah, I was a DJ,
I don't
so
think
I know what
appreciated.
goes on in those parties. I know.
You're not taking
That's
that
what
from me.
I'm saying.
Hey, listen, if I got to spend the rest of my life repressing and suppressing my sex, and it's got to be with just you,
Trey,
and
you're
only you,
engaged.
I'm going out with a bang. Going out with a bang.
You realize that's cheating. Like, you're engaged at that point.
Nope, but she's gonna have to give me a hall pass that night because I'm not going out like that. This is my last night of freedom.
We getting Trixie. We getting Diamond.
Yes, yes. I'm gonna have.
I
some
want me
titties,
some
and I'm gonna
L'Oreal.
have some big round booties in my face for one night. Because then I got to be with you for the rest of my life, and well, there's that. So there's how that goes. No.
Listen, ask me no questions. I tell you no lies.
Talking about.
Jay, how come you didn't ask him would he accept his fiance doing the same thing?
Yeah, would you?
Yeah, but my mom, well, she could have. They gonna have the bridal shower with my mama and my aunties, everybody in my family, my grandma at the house. You go in the family room.
Trey, the point is, you wouldn't let your fiance have that one last boning from a big stud, man. Johnny Ward comes over here and busts it out, man. And so what do you think about that?
Can I pick the stripper?
No. If you pick your
You say you gonna give her our pay? You gonna call our pain up?
Hang on, JT. They didn't even think about what I just did. Can I pick the stripper for it?
Yeah.
I'm gonna find the gayest, most rainbow dude I can ever find. He don't like women,
and she gonna pick the most butch, ugly hair, bad shape, bad body, droopy titties stripper that she can.
J Mac, why did you automatically assume that she gets to pick my stripper?
I thought you was playing it fair.
So Trey, she got you a bull dagger.
We both get to have parties.
You okay with a bull dagger, Trey?
She got.
She come out.
I almost said something really bad. I almost said something really bad. I keep forgetting that we not chilling like at the crib together, like hanging out.
Right.
All up on the internet.
I almost said something really bad.
Mr. Bennett, what about you, Mr. Bennett?
Hey, hold it, Trey. Don't hold your fire.
He's been trying to stay out of this all night long, man. He's been trying to stay out of it all night long.
I was just waiting for my turn, but I think what's left to be said.
Oh shit!
Oh, you ain't heard me yet.
Well, look, I approach all this with nuance. I mean, something that R. Payne said: "I'm not letting my wife go on a girls' trip with her gaggle of friends." Well, I wouldn't be marrying you if you had a gaggle of friends. So I think that the vetting process starts very early on. I want to see who your family is, and I want to know who your friends are. And if I think they're friends that are just not right for you, then we're going to have that conversation long before we consider any trips. I think certainly the location where you're going, I certainly think that matters. And I think who you're going with. Now, look, my wife has 3 sisters. If they want to go on a weekend somewhere, I got no issue with that. My wife, I mean, she's going on women's conferences for church and whatnot before. I got no issues for that. But as was said earlier, it's where you go. And I definitely don't believe this thing is, well, guys go just for golf or whatever, especially if you're going to Vegas. Trust me, you're going to be hitting that strip and you're going to be hitting that strip club. Why? Because I know guys who do that. And no offense, Trey, at all. I love and respect you and your profession. But if you're a cop and you go on to the UFC fight in Vegas or the boxing match in Vegas, you hitting the strip club also. So, yeah, so it's not that, men just go for just different reasons or whatever. No, men trying to get their entertainment in a lot of different ways as well. So it can go either way. But generally speaking, I don't like going on any long overnight stays without my wife, and we just don't do that kind of stuff. And but for those who do, I think R. Payne made the point earlier. If that's what you negotiate, then you got to live with the terms of your contract. So if you guys allow for that kind of stuff, then more power to you.
Mr. Bennett,
No,
you know
Mr.
where they
Bennett,
going?
no, Mr. Bennett, you're right.
You know where they going, Mr. Bennett?
Going to Dingaling museums. Yes.
Go ahead.
It ain't been but 5 minutes.
Wow.
That's it. It's short. Keep it short and sweet. I don't need a dissertation on this one.
Hey, Mr. Bennett, no, you're right.
Nobody's safe.
Cops are
Cops, yeah.
Cops are whores. I'll be the first one to tell you that. You know who else are whores?
So you are whores?
Firefighters are whores too, and so are EMTs. We all hang out together.
Mm.
No whores. I agree with you 100%. Which is why I'm saying, if you single, go be single, live your life.
Right.
If you married, yeah, you got some restrictions, my boy. Some things you can't do out here anymore.
So Trey, so the boys going to Vegas. So you going to? If you're married now.
If I'm married, no.
You going to Vegas? Okay. See, that's fair. That's fair.
Right. And one of the things I brought up today is that the reason some men who have issues with girls trips is because we have a number. 75% of men are in sexless marriages. And you have a wife that says, I'm going on a girls trip. And she ain't gave you none in 90 days, 120 days. But she about to go on a 5-day trip with her homegirls to Jamaica. A lot of men deal with that. Matter of fact, you know, what if you had a woman like this and you were in a sexless marriage, would you even let her go? Let me play this.
I gave my baby father head every morning. That was my thing.
Every morning?
Every morning.
Like a lot.
Wake up,
Really?
wake up every morning.
Do you brush your teeth first?
Of course.
Okay.
But sometimes I didn't. I'll be
That's
honest.
every morning?
But that's a
Wow.
job.
Wow.
Every single
See, now that's
every
clocking
morning.
in.
I don't.
So she did have a job. Yeah, that's a blow job.
Well, that
Well, she got a blow
tight.
That's a full-time job.
Yeah, it was every day. But I feel like I did it so much that now my jaw really be like locking.
But hold on, whose idea was it for it every day, the daily, was it your idea or
It was
his
my
idea?
idea. You never asked me. It was my idea.
You know.
BMU, before everybody gives their take and everything, I have got to dip out. You guys know I'm a granny. I gotta get ready for bed. But thank you guys so much for letting me co-host. And I really appreciate the conversation. I thought it was very nuanced. I'll be watching from the clouds till I fall asleep, okay?
All right, sis. Thank you for being here. I
man.
appreciate it.
BMU, listen, man, I feel offended.
Lost, go ahead.
Ain't nobody asked me nothing.
Going to Dingaling museums. Yes.
Look here, man. I'm gonna pull a page out of my daddy's book. You know what I'm saying? If you want to go on a girls trip, I'm gonna let you go. But there's one caveat.
Yeah.
We having the girls trip at the house. I'm gonna set you up a little beach in the backyard with you and your girlfriends. In the basement, I'm gonna have a casino set up. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Y'all want to go out there in the pool? I'll bring y'all some drinks. You know, if it's really about fun and girls trip, I'm gonna take the kids over to grandmama house. You ain't got to worry about it. Matter of fact, I'm gonna call your husbands up. I'm gonna be like, look, man, I'm gonna need you to drop all the ladies off at the airport. I'm gonna get us a limo, come pick them up, drive them back to the house. You know what I'm saying? Have everything set up. You know what I mean? And I'm gonna go out there when they outside in the back by the pool. I'm gonna have the sand out there and everything. You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna be bringing them some drinks. I'm gonna make sure I have my swimming suit on. You know what I'm saying? And then on top of that, when they ready for some fun, I'm gonna go ahead and put on my outfit. You know what I'm saying? Some of that still a page from Unpacking. Give me some baby oil. You know what I'm saying? Tonight's entertainment. If it's really about camaraderie and having a good time, I'm gonna have a house decorated. Gonna say Vegas in the front of the house. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna make sure y'all have a good time in a safe environment. If it's really about the camaraderie of having girls trips, you know what I'm saying? You can have all the fun that you want, just like that.
Two
Just
slot
like
machines.
I'm gonna have the slot machines up, the roulette table. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna have all girl bartenders. You know what I'm saying? To make sure you get your little drinks on. We're gonna have a good time. You know, that's how we gonna do it.
Well, and let's get Anissa. Anissa, what do you think? Anissa, put down the wine.
She's chugging out of the bottle right now. He's chugging out of the bottle.
Anissa done passed out. I you know what though? I think
There
that.
she go.
But Oh, there she go. Nissa, what are your thoughts, honey? Because I know you all about these girls' trips. What's going on?
You all will never, ever, ever be able to convince me that this should be a problem. I think, and I'm speaking from my perspective. I know everyone has their perspective, but I'm speaking from my own. My friends, we've been friends since we met in college. We were 18 or 19 years old. And to this day, we are friends. Some of those girls married the guys they dated in college, and they're married to this day. I have taken trips with them as couples because some of us are single. Some of us are single. Some of us are married. We have taken trips all together as a group with the married people. And I have taken trips with just my girlfriends. And their husbands did not have a problem. I think it comes down to the type of women that your significant other calls friends. Now, if these friends do shady things or they exhibit this kind of behavior, absolutely, you would not want your wife to be hanging around that. But if these are a good group of women, some of which are married and they're not cheating on their husbands, and you want to take a trip with these women that you've known forever and there's never been any shadiness going on, I see absolutely no problem with it. But that's just been my experience. So that's why I can't understand this, what y'all talking about.
So
What's
Anissa, your
your
man,
ideal?
hold on, I got Anissa. You in a relationship, right?
Yes.
Okay, let's just give your man a name, Uncle Ben. So
Okay.
you and Uncle Ben, you go to Uncle Ben and you tell Uncle Ben, you say, Uncle Ben, I'm going on a trip with Wife School Podcast, Embrace the Grace, and we're going to Jamaica for 5 days. What is Uncle Ben gonna say?
I don't think he'd have a problem with it because he knows
You
my
don't think?
friends. I don't think he'd have a problem with it.
So 5 days in an exotic place with 2 other women who are single.
I have taken 5-day trips with this. I'm talking about a specific group of friends that are my friends. I have done that before, and this stuff that y'all are talking about that goes on has not been my experience. You cannot sit up here and say this is what every woman is doing and all this stuff is going on. That's a bunch of bull. And
You know we
you
don't
can't
talk in
convince
absolutes.
Now, hold on now.
We don't
Anissa,
talk in absolutes,
we
Lisa.
know that
Anissa,
we,
I just
no,
came from
we know that it
Anissa.
happens, but to sit up and say because some women do that, it's just absolutely off the board. I think it's ridiculous.
Anissa, let me tell you something. I just came from Jamaica. I wish I went to Jamaica in September. Me and the wife, 7 days. Let me tell you what happened. Right? We were on the boat. We got on the little boat thing. Girls were drunk. And I'm talking about some of the baddest ones too. I no disrespect, wife, if you're listening to this. But they were some baddies. And they're walking in the hall with they drunk. Hey, now I did karaoke at the little thing because everybody was doing karaoke, whatever. I killed that shit. And so after it was over, I'm fist bumping everybody. She said, hey, ring on the finger. You see the ring? Hey, what are you doing tonight? My wife said, coming in here with his fucking wife. That's what he doing tonight. Shit, and it was 2 of them. I said, "Oh boy, if I was 19, oh,
and
been over." But what I'm saying is, when they get that liquor in them, you know what? They had this blackout night. I don't know if anybody ever went on a cruise ship before. They got this blackout night where adults only. You can't bring your cell phones in there. You can't do shit. And they come in there and they have the host hold up a piece of paper and they read off the paper, and whatever the paper says, you have to do it. Now it's some freaky shit. Right? My wife wasn't feeling good, so she stayed in the room. I went and did laundry. Boy, she picked that paper up. She said, I need a black guy and I need a white guy. The white couple came up, black couple came up. She said, I need the black guy to show the white woman, this man's wife right here, how black men have sex. Go. He picked that white woman up, started holding up in the air, grabbing her by the ass and thumping on his pants and moving. That white woman was like this, like she's in a fucking rodeo. Her husband sitting right there watching. I said, oh, this is some freaky shit. The husband didn't say nothing. These women are married and she didn't look, bro. She didn't blush. She didn't say no. She was in that motherfucker. Woo!
Well, yeah. This is that hedonism. Yeah, hedonism too or something.
Man. Bro, I
Yeah, our
sat there
resorts
watching
like that. So, I
television,
mean,
bro.
yeah.
I felt so
Well,
uncomfortable.
y'all boys telling on yourselves to
Bro,
do what's going
I
on.
felt,
That's where
bro,
you
Let me
at.
tell you
let me
something.
tell you something. I felt so uncomfortable, bro. I went
That's
back to,
where
I
you
swear to
at.
God, I went to my wife, I went back to the room. I say, baby, you got to wake up. Listen, I know you don't feel good, but you got to come see this shit. This shit is wild. And they were down there. Nobody cared. Everybody was loose. Them women was fucking drunk, bending over, throwing that ass back on dudes. Bro, it was... Bro, I was like, look at these married motherfucking women
These
out
could
here,
be-
whole group of.
Look at as somebody who's been
they
on a
could
few
be-
girls' trips myself. I'm here to tell you, don't believe them.
Shit, I'm trying to tell
Don't believe them. Don't believe them.
That's why I keep saying, why do they keep saying because the woman is normally nice and she's a good woman and all that she's not going to be the devil when she go on these girls trips? I'm not understanding that. How do you qualify that? She's a human being and she got these endorphins that's going to get put in and she's going there for that. She is not going there so she could go to the buffet. That's bullshit. Ding-a-ling, ding-a-ling museum.
What you just
Hey,
said.
JT, and she left her toy at home. She left the toy at home.
And she left the toy at home. The ding-a-ling museums. Yes.
The last thing I want to do when I travel is have sex with somebody that's a complete and total utter stranger.
That's you.
Well, I mean, look, she must not be attractive.
What kind of women y'all?
If she ain't cam up, she must not be attractive.
I don't
That's all.
operate like that. Oh no.
Let me tell you something. The reason why women go on them trips because nobody knows them and they can be as loose as they want to do.
And you can
They
come
want to go
back
out there and have a good
anything.
time.
Why would you do
in
that?
front.
In front of the millions.
Hey, Lars, she's not cognitive dissonance.
You doggone right.
This
Stop the cap.
Dissonance she be talking about.
Stop
Lars.
the cap.
Nope.
Stop the cap.
Nope.
So she talking to Yaya.
Women
you know
y'all know. See, that's the whole problem. It's the women y'all associate
It ain't
with.
the women we know. It's women. It's
No.
women as a
No.
whole.
Nope.
If your husband lets you go out the country with him, if your husband lets you go on girl trips, you ugly.
Nope.
Hear what I said.
There ain't no way. There ain't no way your husband. If you attractive to your husband, there ain't no way. Either he cheating and he glad you leaving so he can go see number two in peace.
Facts.
He's sending you off so he can go see number two in peace, and he don't got to sneak around or fit no time. Or
Okay,
you just
so
ugly.
let me ask this question. Since you are
That's
since it's so much
prototype.
about
That's
the
good shit
trip,
right there, boy.
since it's so much about the trips, what about where you live? What about when she goes to work and she's got that
We ain't
good
talking
looking
about
boss?
that. We already know
We
if
ain't
she a
talking
hoe,
about
she a
that.
hoe. We ain't
Okay, so that's different.
If she's a hoe, no, Anissa, it's not different. If she's a hoe, she's a hoe. Yes, she can get it down the
Right,
street.
well,
This
then
ain't what
she's
we
gonna
talking
do
about.
it regardless.
That's not.
It has
See,
nothing
you
to do
talking
with the
about.
trip.
You talking about the ones that's
Nothing to
a
do with the
ho-ho. We talking about the nice ones, the Anissas that's gonna get out there telling us what she ain't gonna do when she take her ass to Cancun and now her ass is up on somebody's chandeliers and shit, and now she regrets it when she come back
you
to
don't
the
have
damn
any
airport.
self-control over
Anissa,
men.
If she didn't get smoked overseas, it's because ain't nobody
Nobody
tried.
is gonna make me
nobody
sleep with
trying.
somebody that
Ain't
I don't
nobody
wanna
try
sleep
you.
with.
You gonna
You
do
ain't,
it.
you ain't get
I don't
smoked
What if you want
overseas.
to?
Nobody tried you.
Anissa, if you go to
Anissa.
Anissa, you go to Jamaica and
I'm in the medical field. All the diseases that are out there. You think I want to?
You ain't gonna be in
Y'all
the medical
nurses
field
is
when you
nasty
go to
as
Cancun.
Them women on rafts with plastic bags, man.
Hold on, Anissa. You said all the STIs out there. You have all the listen. You're in the medical field, so that means if you get anything, you got to hook up on getting it done. Take it.
Undetected.
Not the things you can't
Get
get
that
rid
doctor to
of.
sign
But
a
what you gonna
prescription.
do?
Start the cap.
You know what
Man,
I'm
if
saying?
you don't take that plastic bag off your head,
Stop the cap. Shit, I'm sick of it. Listen,
All right, y'all,
bro,
let's
You
not
gonna do
jump
that
this
shit, Anissa. Quit
Let's not
playing.
jump
And you
this
probably
nigga.
already done did
Don't
it.
play
You
with me
lying
like
to
that. Y'all
us.
can run
No,
this game
Anissa,
on
but let
some
me say
other
this though,
women,
Anissa.
but you ain't running it on me.
Anissa, let me tell you this though, Anissa. If you
Not
go to
jumping
Jamaica,
this.
if you get on that
Run this on some
bamboo,
other women,
Mr.
but you
Bennett
ain't
and his
running
wife
that
went to
on me.
Jamaica, right? Mr. Bennett, y'all went to Jamaica, right, Mr. Bennett? Okay, if you go to Jamaica, Anissa, and you land on that bamboo raft and you going down, he just stroking that back and stroking that, and you say, "Ooh, Lord." And he
Don't
hit that
let
spot,
them fool
and
you.
you turn over, and he put that 12-inch bamboo right next to you, and it smelled good. Man, come on, this ain't nobody looking. Come on, Nissa.
This is
From
gonna
the
be coming back
chandelier.
home. I shot the sheriff.
Yeah.
From the
Nissa gonna be walking
chandelier.
back. Nissa gonna be walking back to the damn resort. Oh my God! Hey, everybody.
Hey, lit from where? Hey, lit from where? Lit from where?
Stop
From
the
the
cat.
chandelier.
From the chandelier. You gonna think
It's a
of Nissa
girl
was
like
Laura Croft,
one on a
goddamn.
lonely island like this. You need to be held,
How y'all? Why,
Anissa.
she gonna be telling her girlfriends, "Girl, why y'all didn't tell me they get down like this?"
Mhm.
Yeah. Nissa, you know I ain't lying.
Nissa done been to Jamaica
I'm
12
just
times.
delusional, but go ahead. But go ahead.
Mhm.
Like I
Now, Nissa,
said, my position is not going to change on this.
so your man is right now. I want to go back to what Prototype said. Prototype said, if
No,
your
what ain't gonna
man let
change?
you go, if your man let you go on a girl's trip, you either ugly
Or getting cheated on.
or it's about to get ugly when you leave.
Yeah.
What do you
Well,
think
I
about
think
that, Alyssa?
That new king
I don't
size
think Prototype
sled
knows what
bed
he's
that y'all
talking
got is
about.
about to
I
be
have
used.
friends
Hey,
that have
Prototype.
been married for 30 years, and when we take our girls trip, and these women are not ugly, they're not overweight or any of
To
that
you,
thing, but
they're
they've
not
been
ugly to you.
married
So,
so
yeah,
long.
because y'all think
Their
y'all all
husbands
tens, right?
trust them.
Prototype.
Their
Prototype.
husbands trust them. That's
We
what
got
it
it.
comes
Where y'all be
down to.
going?
And the reason you
Trey, hit it
all
up.
feel this way is because you all are untrustworthy. That is
We got
why
it.
you
We got
feel
it,
this
Anissa.
way
We got it.
about it.
We got it.
Exactly.
Prototype.
Anissa, let me ask you a question,
Out with
though.
I'm telling you what you're
somebody
saying.
else that you can
Hold on a second.
manipulate to lead is
Anissa, let me ask you a
Prototype.
question,
What you're
though. Let
saying
me ask you a
is
question.
legitimate. I'm gonna tell you why I know it's legitimate because I did it. I went to Miami. It's a little while ago. Hang on, Anissa. I'm talking to Prototype. Relax.
Oh, okay.
I went to Miami, and she said, "Well, can I go to Miami?" I said, "You surely can," because I wanted. There was somebody else I was trying to see. Sure, go right on ahead. I didn't even care what that girl was on in Miami. I didn't care because I needed her up out of the way that weekend because I had something coming down in the DC. I'm telling you, you are absolutely right. Nail on the head for that.
Yeah. Yeah, he
She
probably
either
tried.
He made sure she got to wherever she was going on time.
Yeah.
Hey, JT, checked in with her. Hey, how was your flight? Did you make it to the hotel on time? Make sure she was in Miami. Hey, send me a picture when you get on the beach. I know you got that bikini on. Man, meanwhile,
Yeah, your chick
wait,
going to Miami.
at the
You're
airport waiting.
I'll never send my wife to Miami by herself. I'll never send my wife nowhere by herself. Like y'all crazy. Y'all crazy.
Anissa don't believe in men
I'm with
protecting
you,
and covering
Because
their
y'all
wives.
are untrustworthy men. That's the
It don't
problem.
got nothing to do. I know
Ain't got nothing to do
men's
with
going to
that,
try. I know women are women, and men's going to try my wife. So she's not going to Vegas. She's not going to Miami.
Yeah, there you go.
She's not going over to
It's
Mexico
not
without
you,
me.
baby. I don't trust them other men out there in these
She's not
streets.
going nowhere. Like, you know what I'm saying? Nah.
Prototype said his wife a baddie. It's not happening. It ain't happening.
Yeah,
She's not going
You
nowhere.
go, we
like you
going.
said, a man gonna be a man.
She definitely not going to Houston. That's the
Oh
worst
yeah,
spot on the
Nah,
planet.
Houston off
oh yeah,
limits.
yeah.
Houston off
Houston off
limits.
limits. Well, you know, 10% of the niggas in Houston got STIs who are giving them to 80% of the women who say they don't want a pookie. That's the situation in Houston. But we'll leave that alone. That's another show. But I'm just saying, Mr. Benny, when you was in Jamaica, I know you saw a lot of fruit trays out there moving around the beach. And there's not a trip you
Look at Mr. Bennett.
Mr. Bennett, you wouldn't want to be there by yourself with you, Mr. Bennett.
Well,
exactly.
Look, I ain't stepping out. So y'all can talk about male stuff, all that stuff. That's just not my thing. So I'm not, cheating on my wife. But yeah, women were definitely acting out of sort at that resort. But again, it's the resort also. Now, again, if you're talking about going to where there's kids, if the resort has kids, yeah. But if you go into the adults only, no kids allowed, exclusive resort, yeah. The stuff that goes on there. And my wife and I, that was the thing. My wife and I, we were very intentional. Like, we want to go to a place, no kid resort, adults only resort. Say, fine, let's do that. And I had no idea that when we got there that we would see the kind of stuff that we were seeing. We were just out of pocket. But
you mean single people being single?
Now that some of these folks are coupled also, but it was just
they were swinging.
Wow.
Those be the best trips. Y'all ain't never go on a trip with no swingers.
Prototype.
That would be the best trip.
Prototype. But today we brought up
Boy,
something.
y'all
Today,
telling on
prototype.
yourselves.
We
Boy.
was on the damn cruise prototype, and the lady and I went through the hallway and I saw pineapples on the doors.
Oh,
so I didn't know what
I didn't know what
Yeah, you already know what that means.
You know what that means.
So I'm pulling people to the side. I say, "Excuse me, homie.
I bet you they from
So
Dallas
why these
too.
motherfuckers hanging pineapples on the door?" He gonna tell me. Go in there and find out. I ain't going up in the motherfucking people room. I said, what they doing in there? He said, dude, pineapples mean that if a man want to come in there and have sex with an old boy wife, he can come in there and fuck her. I said, oh, you lying. Bro,
They gotta invite you in, bro. They gotta invite you in. It ain't just like an open invitation.
Yeah, but you like
they vet
have
you out.
pineapples on the doorknob.
But the door ain't locked. I assure
Listen.
you that.
Listen,
Oh man, I didn't know what the fuck was going on.
y'all ain't a couple of y'all ain't been hit on by a swinger couple. Every time I take my wife somewhere, man, the swinger couple always trying to get at us.
Yeah, but it wasn't at a resort. I got hit on in a Best Buy. Yeah, cause we're in the Best Buy. They came up to us. Talking about, yeah, we got a hot tub. We got a hot tub. Come over to the house.
Mr. Bennett here trying to buy a washing machine. And they try to fold his clothes up.
Not that kind of laundry, bro.
Yo, when that couple over there sends you and your wife a bottle of champagne, you already know, like,
You want to fold no damn clothes. Mr. Bennett thought he was going there for Mr. Geek Squad. He's going there for the Freak Squad.
Yeah, Freak Squad.
So, Mr. Bennett, they approached you, Mr. Bennett?
Yeah. I mean, my wife and I were in there, and nice couple had a conversation. It's like, yeah, so you know, yeah, we'd love to have you guys over. You know, we got this nice hot tub in the back, and we would love white couple too. And
oh wait, yeah,
Did they have a star on the front of their house?
They wanted
no, we didn't go. No. Just again, we didn't go. We didn't entertain after that. So no, thank you. But yeah,
Mr. Bennett, she wanted some of that Earl Campbell, Mr. Bennett.
You sure you can go over there and try some of that charcuterie board over there?
Texas rose, that kind of rose.
She'll give him a spoonful of that fucking potato salad with that raisins in it and tear his ass up. There it is.
Some of that charcuterie.
Unreal.
Hey man, listen, Mr. Bennett, man, over there trying to buy something at Best Buy, and somebody tried to discount him something for free. God damn. Embrace the grace. Have you ever been approached by a couple?
Yes. I learned very, very well about the swingers lifestyle when I had my limousine company in South Florida.
Oh, yeah.
That was crazy. Judges, lawyers, and they would ask me to join. And I'm like, I'm working right now. I'm driving the limo. Who's going to drive the limo if I'm in the back? Yeah,
man,
it's
that's
crazy.
not a rejection. Then you had an excuse. That's not a rejection.
It's crazy. They
You
don't
said you had to
care.
work.
Get you one of them Tesla limos.
No, but
what you say?
How can you invite me to do something when I'm working for you right now? That didn't make sense to me.
So when you got off, you went over.
That sounds like an excuse.
I've been to swingers club. I've observed, you know. This was in my younger days. I mean, this
Like
was in my,
National
and I was
Geographic,
single,
right?
but I was single. See, that's the difference. I was single. You know, and I even thought that I wanted to
Well, wait a
have
minute,
that
what's
kind
the
of
point?
relationship.
But wait a minute, I thought
How'd you go to a
swinging was
swingers club
about
single?
married
That's
people.
not
What's
how
the
it
if you're
works.
single?
You can go for
Women can go
yourself.
single. Okay.
Yeah, women can go single by themselves.
And the couple just
And
approached
that's
you.
still considered swing. I thought that was like the whole point. Like you meet the couple.
No, sometimes they want a third. Sometimes they want a third. Some couples don't swap. You know, there's a lot of different levels to that lifestyle.
So hold on. So
Mr.
Chris
Bennett,
and
we
Michelle.
call those,
So the singer Chris and Michelle.
Mr. Bennett, we call those party
Chris and
favors.
Michelle did an interview, and in her interview, she said after a show she was signing autographs, and a couple, real nice couple, very well dressed, were standing over in the corner, and I guess they was wanting to wait till everybody left. And she said they walked up to her and said, "Man, you had a great show. We want to sign your autograph." And he said, "Listen, my wife." She said these were his words. "My wife wants to taste you tonight."
Oh my God.
and I have and I have and he and so he had a briefcase, and he put the bag, like a bag, down and said, "Look in the bag." She said it was $100 grand in the bag. He said, "That's for you, if you can satisfy my wife and I tonight." Chris had said, she said, "Shit, okay." She said that's something, she did that with them. She said that's something that she would never do again. They fucked the dog hell out of her. They did her in. She said they did her something bad. And she said she'll never do that shit again.
It was worth every penny.
So the next question would be, Prototype or Mr. Bennett, they come to you by the Maytag dryer and say, "Here's $100,000 for you and the wife. We just want some of that Earl Campbell."
Nah, I'm off the market, bro.
Nah, 100,000 ain't worth
nothing. Trey.
So there is a price.
No, not really. No, there's no price.
What Ted DiBiase say? Everyone's
got a price.
There's no price on that one.
Okay, hold on. Anissa, are you still there?
She gonna say no. She gonna say no.
If a couple walks up to you, man and female, come up to you and say, "Hey, little Scarlett,
No,
I got 100,000 in this bag. We want to share you tonight. What's up?"
absolutely not. Nope.
Trey, do you believe her?
Nope. Hell no.
Nope.
Miss
She
Jenny,
probably good for about $50 and a pack of Marlboro Lights.
Them women in DC that you mess with. Don't put that on me. Damn, those women in DC you like to hang around.
How old are you, Mr. Nissa? If you don't mind me asking.
Oh, ouch.
A lady never tells. Anissa, he asked how old you were, if you want to tell the public.
She ain't telling.
Yeah,
lady never tells.
What is the big deal about telling your age? I'm 40. I'm 49.
Your age.
Don't ask me. Yeah, the women made the rules. We didn't. I have no idea either.
Is not where it's at. But yeah.
No, I'm only asking because I wonder. I want to understand this perspective you're speaking from. That's the only reason. Like, is there a level of maturity? Like, oh, I've been there, done that. Is what I'm asking.
No, I gave my perspective. The people that I have been friends with for a very long time, I've known them since I was 18 years old. We went to college together, and we've gone through everything, with each other: marriages, divorces, children. These are solid friendships.
Oh,
All of
so
my friends are professional and successful, and when I have traveled with them as couples and just girls, I have none of my friends have just like, "Oh my God, we just gonna get buck wild and we want to screw strange men," and those aren't the caliber of women that I hang out with.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. It is
So
possible.
nobody
that
ever
women can have
in your
good friends.
20s, when y'all was in your 20s doing these trips, nobody had one night stands. Nobody had strange nights.
I got secrets in Cancun.
We were in college, so yeah, some of that stuff happened. We were single and in college, but I'm
My
saying
point exactly.
They are like that then.
They are like that. Those are the friends. Y'all just
what you
old.
all are talking about. It's different from what you all are talking about. You're talking about relationships. You're married.
Wait a minute, Prototype. Hold on,
Isn't that
listen
what
to
you're
what
saying,
Prototype said. Prototype said so all of it happened. He said it's just not happening now because y'all old.
Well, nobody's interested in any of that. Nobody's interested in screwing strange people
Anymore.
Nobody is interested in any of that.
There we go.
There we go.
Nobody wants a disease. Nobody wants a disease. Nobody wants herpes. Nobody wants HIV. Nobody wants that. There is not a man out there that is so worth having random sex that you catch something just because you want to screw. It's ridiculous.
So Anissa, you will admit though.
And the fact that your brain can't wrap around that is ludicrous to me.
But Anissa, you will admit.
It's crazy to me how women forget they was hoes. Like, it's like they forget that they used to do hoe shit back in the day. Like, it's crazy to me. Like, your friends, y'all used to do hoe shit, and now you trying to act like, my friends are like this. Stand up. Like, no, y'all used to do this shit. Y'all used to do this shit. Like, let's be honest. Let's call a spade a spade.
It's the difference when you're 20 and you're in college. That's a totally different. Most people are doing their thing in college. Most men and most women. Let's just be clear and let's just be honest about it. How many? Do you think there's any 20-year-old virgins in college today?
Yes.
Absolutely
There ain't no
not.
18-year-old virgins. I agree with you.
Exactly.
That's the
So
point.
most young people, when they're in their 20s and they're in college, they're away from home for the first time. They're probably doing a whole lot of things. As example, I have a girlfriend that's a nurse anesthetist. She said, she lives in South Florida. She said, you know what the big surgery that they're doing now? You got young people coming in.
Hymen reconstruction.
No, they're having to remove remote controls from the rectum.
What?
Yeah.
Who trained
So
you?
people are
Butt plug?
doing
You just talking about
all
butt
kinds
plug?
of weird, nasty stuff out here.
So
that
hold
the
on, Anissa.
average
Hold on,
person
Anissa.
is not doing.
Rewind.
Anissa, I want to show some appreciation to Nissa for being so transparent tonight and going back into her memory bank and pulling out those things.
Absolutely.
I want me some glory hole.
Tell you I did not have a life.
Yeah, but Anissa, there's no such thing as
It's life,
against
aka
virgin.
for a
There's
whole
no such
pass.
thing
Is
as
that
being
what we're
a
calling it now?
against
We call it
virgin.
I had a life. I just feel like men, we can say like when I was in my 20s, I was wild. I was terrible. I was a hoe. I was terrible. We can just say it. I feel like women try to act like, it wasn't really that bad, and you can get
No, you
kind
said
of
you had a
crazy
life.
when you're 20. No,
Yep,
y'all
there
was
you go,
being
Mr.
hoes.
Bennett.
Like, be honest.
Hang on. Can we?
Oh, she said it.
I have
She
to.
said it.
Wait a
Hang on,
minute.
I need to go. I
Anissa
need to
just
go
said she was
soon.
a hoe.
She said
I'm
she was a
thinking
hoe.
maybe is this the point where we can pivot the conversation?
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Bennett.
Can we pivot a little bit? So again, the theme for tonight was the idea of sexless marriages, and certainly can we agree that certainly as a woman does get older. I mean, I'm Gen X, but I'm in my 50s right now. So obviously, both men and women, you go through these different changes. Women, especially when you hit menopause age, that can be a game wrecker in terms of your desire for it. I mean, there's a lot of reasons why people aren't having sex. A lot of it has to do with the quality of the relationship. But certainly, a woman I won't use the term, but in her prior days, you didn't necessarily have to think about it because you just had that libido that was there. But what happens when you lose your libido and now you have to, if that's not going to be a driver for you, then you have to pivot and think about different ways to be available to your husband. Those are real things that people go through. Just as men go through loss of, drive and all those are things that we got to handle. Women have to deal with a lot of it as well. So, so that could be, I think that is a valid thing. I think you still, as a couple, though, I think you still have to work out a new term of some, negotiation in terms of how you, proceed in that manner. And it may have to go out of, certainly a sense of commitment and respect for the other, for your mate. But, but that is a real thing. Women do lose a desire for a variety of reasons, but that's still not a reason not to, be available to your husband, because that is the commitment and the bond that you made. But I think men need to be sensitive to that. So I don't know if anyone wants to kick it off from there.
Can I say something to that?
Mr. Bennett, thanks for bringing this back to what we need to talk about. I've been in a damn relationship for a long time, and that's exactly how it is.
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly how it is. My wife had to go through her changes. I ain't doing the Trey thing anymore. It's like I used to, but I could still do a little bit of it. I remember how it was. But we still have a pretty good deal together, man.
Yeah.
We switch it up and change it up and do some things. So the key is,
come on.
We're not in a sexless marriage, but we just ain't at each other like we were when we were in our 20s. That's just saying. That's just true. But anyhow, but yeah. So, but you have to have that conversation completely going through as you go through changes with your woman, especially if she goes through changes. And like the guys, they say, well, the guys get ED. Well, women get a form of that. Some of them do. But it's, they have to go through some special things from time to time. So, if you want to keep it going, you got to be attuned to that, so that's it. But the real key, though, with Black Man Unfiltered, you're trying to say, what do you do if your wife shuts you down and you're both still in the prime? Like you're in your 30s and she shuts you down. That's another conversation.
Yeah, that's definitely a problem.
So we can get to that. You can get to that one when you want to.
Right.
So.
But I only brought that up just in context of what Anissa was saying about, I mean, you in your 50s, you're not the same person you were in their 20s. And I think that's certainly something that's a valid, something worth the discussion.
Yeah, I think when men that are being shut down in their 30s, I think that's just complete fuckery.
I agree with
But because I've heard women say sex wasn't. I heard some stupid ass woman say sex, and it was at church too. And I had to leave because I didn't want to cuss in the house. But she said sex was invented for the sole purpose of having children. She said, my husband and I have had all our children, so what's the purpose of me having sex now?
The Catholic Church.
Can I answer that?
Now.
First of all, you 36. Your husband finna start cheating on you, and it's finna start happening real soon, ma'am. Oh yeah, for sure. Oh yeah.
Guys, I have something to say.
Stacy at the copy
winding
machine.
up, ain't
Throw that ass back. Go ahead, Embrace.
Okay, this is for my ladies out here. And I'm telling you from experience and research. The first thing is that women don't know the body of a man, and they don't care to know or understand. On top of the self-entitlement and selfishness, okay, women need to really understand that sex is a legitimate physical need for men. I'm gonna say that for the people in the back and the women that think that the only thing they have to offer is box, and then they don't want to give it up. Sex is a legitimate physical need for men. Much like how we feel hungry, thirsty, or tired, a man's body tells him when it's time to release. It is their nature, just like of an animal. And going against nature usually has negative effects. Then you wonder why he cheated. Then you wonder why he left you. Then you wonder why he has a work wife. Because it really is true, and it sucks. What you won't do, the next person will. It doesn't make it right. It doesn't make it right. It doesn't make it right, but I got to put it out there. What you won't do, that's why it's important to learn sexual compatibility before you marry somebody. And y'all could check all this out on the Embrace the Grace channel, because this is everything that I've talked about. And furthermore, for physical need, men need to release to decrease their chances of prostate cancer. It lowers their blood pressure. It boosts their immune system and increases longevity and helps them not have ED. Because if you don't use it, you lose it. So I'm trying to give y'all some gems for y'all females. You know, maybe we can decrease and minimize the amount of cheating and marriages and divorce and infidelity. Because ladies, let me tell you, I went through it. I learned from it. And you got to change your behavior or you're gonna be cheated on. And I mean, it sucks. I get it. And biblically, infidelity is not supposed to happen, but it happens. So if more women just took the time to embrace the anatomy and the physical of a man's body, half the shit that we do using sex as a weapon, thinking that you're doing him a favor. You got military men that are have dick discipline because they've been in a submarine for months. I got vet friends and they tell me we learn not to, you know, and y'all think you playing a game and doing him a favor, you know, doing him a disservice by not giving him what you're supposed to give him as a wife, because it's a service and a duty. But I digress. My mic is muted.
Man,
and I just respond quickly. Again, I'm not denying, especially when you talk about the physical things that you talked about. But as far as that compatibility thing, you got to think beyond that. Because again, what you come into the relationship with, it may not last, especially if you're 20 plus years in, things will change. Your body will change.
And you're absolutely
right. So then it's
right,
got to go beyond compatibility to, again, mutual respect and understanding.
But I'm talking about communication. Most people don't even communicate. They, you know, I told my son, if you like the stripper type of chick, don't marry the church girl just to satisfy me, because you're the one that has to end up living with her. Keep it real to yourself. But people don't have that conversation, Mr. Bennett. We don't effectively communicate. You can't.
But you're saying that on the outset. You said on the outset about marrying the person. We're not talking about that piece of it. I'm saying when you're in it for a long period of time, things will change. So compatibility at the beginning, y'all could be doing it 7 days a week, 3 times a day for that whole run for the first 5-10 years. But what happens when you start having kids? What happens when you start having
You keep having that communication. You keep talking. You keep.
I'm saying that's not.
You go back to the drawing board.
That's my point. Again, at every stage, it's like renegotiating a contract. When it's different times, when just as a performer, you're a player, you might have been the starting QB, but you know what? You're at the end of your career. We may have to renegotiate this contract. You may have to take a pay cut. So I'm just saying I just want that nuance there, because everyone talks about you got to be compatible with the person that you're with. Yeah, in the beginning, it's easy in a lot of ways, especially when Anissa was saying earlier, when ladies in their 20s and they just giving it up and they just, this and that life. Yeah, you don't even have to have a conversation because you're always doing it. But what happens when things get hard? Can you still have the conversation?
You keep having that communication and that connection, and that's where we.
I just want to add to what you were saying.
You good? Okay.
You know what? You know what's crazy though, JT, real quick, man. You know what's crazy though? It's amazing that, it's amazing that some of the women who are in their 30s, mid 30s, early 40s, they will really, really throw that pussy from the free throw line to everybody that wants it. And then all of a sudden, when they get married, oh, my sex drive ain't where it used to be.
Black man, let me help you out with that.
I'm not able to perform. I'm tired. And just 8 months ago, Terry had you at damn Pilot Travel Center with your head out the damn door. I mean, I don't. Lost in translation. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Let me help you out with that. I actually learned a little something today. I was watching the YouTube channel, and they were talking about when women lose their sex drive. When they get married, they're all in it. They love their husband, whatever. But what happens is when they come off of birth control, which a lot of women on birth control, it throws their hormones off. And a lot of times they want to have sex, they just don't have no libido. And that's a conversation that men don't ever have. When I found that out, I was like, well, dang. You know what I'm saying? That's probably the reason why a lot of women don't want to have sex, is because when they come off that birth control that throws their hormones and stuff off, then guess what? That's a whole new ball game, baby. You know what I'm saying? She wants to, she just has no desire. And that's a medical conversation that needs to be talked about between her and her husband. You see what I'm saying? Maybe she needs to get, on some type of hormone treatment. You know what I'm saying? So my thing is you can't always just say, hey, she don't want to do it. There has to be a reason why. You know what I'm saying? And it may not have come across that, when she came off birth control, it kind of messed up her groove.
Now, let me say this, lost in translation. When I was growing up, I got my first PlayStation. It was the PlayStation 1. And then I played with it up until the PlayStation 2 came out. I played with that PlayStation 2 until the 3 came. And then the 4 was off the charts. I played that damn PlayStation 4 until the wheels came off of it. Then it came out with the 5, and I got the 5, and I played the 5. Now I don't play anything because I'm bored with it. Right? And now I don't want to do it no more because the games are not as exciting as they used to be. And, and I'm not getting into that no more. I think that's the equivalent of women who have had multiple penises. You've been fucking since you were 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 20, 21, 24, 27, 30, 35, 40, 45. Yes! Your sex drive is going to drop. Shit, you done had every type of dick it is. Small, big, little, 2 inches, 3 inches, 12, big, cantaloupe, watermelon. You done had everything.
Eggplant.
You've been worn out over the years, and now it's just, you know what? I've had all the dicks. I'm bored. I don't feel like it anymore. I'm
Black
tired.
Man, think about it, man. I just thought about it.
I had the ding-a-ling 35, and then I'm done.
Before we had the contraceptives, the pills, our grandparents used to have 10, 15, 20 kids at a time.
Oh yeah.
But as soon as that pill came in, women, they stopped having babies. You know what I'm saying? That whole little situation. Yeah, they probably still doing it or whatever, but they're not having as many kids. But think about it. When these women had sex drives, they didn't have no pill. They were popping babies out like they was dropping them like.
And you know what? Well, God must bless me.
I think y'all putting on y'all cape right now.
Right, hold on. God bless me with just
sexual control.
Well, look, and Black Man, you are an outlier right now. You got 6,
Mr. Bennett. I'm telling you right now, my wife was on birth control, and I guess God blessed me with the sperm of Thor. because every kid my wife got pregnant with, every kid my wife got pregnant with, she was on birth control. And I'll
You splitting
pop
eggs and shit.
What? pregnant.
You be worthy.
You say, you know what? I'm just not going to talk anymore.
I think she just told you.
Black man got the Odin force on him. And he get done, he get the Odin sleep.
But that would bring up this question then, guys. That would bring up this question then. So do you guys think that people should get married younger?
Yeah.
Oh,
Absolutely,
100%.
man.
Of course.
Because of what you guys are
100%.
talking about, it takes some time for the couples to know each other when it comes down to that. Now, this is the thing, because we talk about this whole sexual liberation on the women's side, and then we talk about this whole variety thing on the men's side. So now, what is the average age of people getting married? What's the average
35.
age?
35.
So listen,
Geriatric.
so women, and I believe a lot of men don't even pay attention to this.
start
There
going
is
through
a
the change around
biological
35.
clock.
Yeah.
There's a biological clock on women, right? And women are not acting as if they have a biological clock. What they're doing is they're acting as if they're gonna be fucking until they're 70, 80 years old. This that whole thing where we just like, wait, wouldn't it be more logical for us to be speaking on the whole thing of marriage and sex? Because what I'm hearing is that shit, women are out here, and by the time they get married, they shit is already done ran through. It's
Man,
like a
Toyota,
Wait a minute. So wait, hold
it's
on
like
for
a
second.
1980 Toyota Tundra.
Let me just say this. First of all, this is not true. All right. A woman whose
Shit.
sexual libido is sexual, just because she turns 30, if she likes sex, she's still stroking. She could have.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
You said 35. The body's supposed to go through change at
She
35.
could have 100 guys in her 20s. That doesn't mean she doesn't want to have 101 when she's in her 30s.
No, that ain't what I'm saying. That's not.
Now, Mr. Arpane, you know better than that. If she had 100 dicks, hold on, JT. If she had 100 dicks, if she had 100 dicks in her, Mr. Payne, if she had 100 dicks in her 20s and 150 in her 30s, it is not about the pussy. It's about the mind. She'll get bored. She'll get bored with it.
But even with that,
Wait
a lot of
minute,
women.
First of all, see, I don't agree with your assertion. I mean, then a woman told me she's, listen, we have exaggerated numbers here. You're trying to say her age is, she'll get tired of sex at her age is older because of the amount of dick she has. She just might stop wanting sex just because she's older. Doesn't matter how many dicks she has.
Let me add some clarity though.
Saying shit like that.
Hold on. Let me add some clarity. Say for instance, she gets married at 37. Let me add some clarity. She gets married at 37. She didn't have 200 dicks. She gets married at 30. She get married at 37. Arpane, right? After she gets married at 37, she's already 2 years past geriatric, right?
Yeah.
So now she's getting older. Her body is starting to go through the change. If she's at that age and she's had that many penises, Mr. Bennett, she's married to you. Sometimes, let me tell you what men do. And I'm holding men accountable on this one.
Okay.
Sometimes we, as men, marry women who suppress their hoe. They suppress that inner hoe. And when they get with you around 36 and 37 years old, they're not tired of dick. They're just tired of yours. They want a variety. Okay, I've been fucking Arpane for 15 years. Shit.
No, you changed it.
No, we didn't. That's why I was saying that we have to talk about it.
Man. Come on now. First she was having 100 dicks. Now she just tired of mine after 15 years. I mean, that's not the same goddamn scenario.
Okay,
we'll come back to you, Arpane. Hold on.
I want to add this.
I love Arpane.
They were just talking about women being on birth control, and I know this for a fact. Okay, so this is what we're talking about.
You're talking about a lot more than just birth control.
Right, dicks, goddamn her diet, birth control, stress because she been in these bold ass motherfucking relationships. Let's keep it 100. Let's keep it 100, dog. She out here, she woe out by the time she get married. She's wore the fuck out.
And JT, don't keep in mind, JT, that the Bible already told us about soul ties, but we're gonna take the Bible out of it.
Yeah.
Now scientists have said, you know what? We've gotten women who have donated their bodies to science, and we're finding sperm in their cell walls, their backs, their spinal cords. We're finding different DNA, so meaning different sperm count, different sperm from different men in their spine, behind their eyes, in their throats, in their chest, in their stomach lining, and their cell walls. So shit. Now scientists even saying, damn, we're finding sperm everywhere. You know, and so yeah, I mean, this is. I mean,
so that's my whole thing is this. If you don't want to,
we got to somehow shape these conversations so they can have some kind of logical tunnel we could pass through. We just said all the decrepit shit that a woman.
I tried our pain. I really did. I tried our pain.
I'm just saying, let's just focus on something. If we're saying sexless marriages, let's just talk about women who are in marriages who stop giving their husbands some of the box, and the reasons why they might do it. Well, we don't have to go to the extremes and say she had 200 dicks. Now she's tired. I mean, let's talk about it from a rational standpoint.
Let's not talk about. Okay, so what I was. That's why I was trying to put.
Arpain, why do we always say those extremes when you have women that are saying this? Hey, listen, I'm bored with my sex life. The therapists are listening to these couples every day. I'm bored with my sex life. I want something different. Women are admitting it. I want something different.
That's not what I didn't say that we shouldn't say that. But we're adding in the 200 and 300 dicks thing. I mean, a woman who has one husband who didn't cheat on him, she could probably be going to that therapist and saying, you know what, after 15, 20 years, motherfucker just don't turn me on no more.
And she's an anomaly. What we're talking about right now, that's an anomaly.
For that to happen, that's what I'm saying.
Right. But right now,
it's an anomaly. It's an anomaly. What we're saying is that.
But
it's a fucking anomaly for a guy. Hold on.
The whole got tired of the woman who got tired of her husband. Which one is the anomaly?
Listen, what I'm saying.
I'm gonna say this and I'm done. We just talked about this Arpain 3 weeks ago. I was Dr. Nakumbe. If you're in the chat, email me that them damn statistics I can send them to Arpain. Right now, Dr. Nakumbe is sitting.
Y'all leave the doc out of this.
Dr. Nakumbe is sitting in front of. I'm about to tell you. Dr. Nakumbe is sitting in front of 12 and 14-year-olds, and their average number of bodies at 12 and 14 is 10. So when they marry you at 40 or 37, imagine what that number looks like. They've had so much experience. How many times you've been at a job? You like, damn, I've been at this motherfucker for 23 years. It's time for me to retire. You don't want to do it no more.
Okay, BMU, I'm not disagreeing with what you just said. That's one scenario. But the more common scenario is a guy who's married a woman at 23 and 25. And after 15 years of marriage to this woman, she gets tired and bored and starts to shut him down. Or after she has 2 or 3 children. Or after the whole thing about her screwing at 13, or that didn't have to necessarily happen. Let's just talk about the mainstream marriage where if we had a bell curve.
Marrying at no damn 23. Arpain, that was my question.
Most women would fit in that bar where they just had a traditional marriage and they got tired of their goddamn husband and they wanted some variety and they needed some help getting past a certain point. They didn't have 200 dicks up until that point. You know, I mean, there's women who just fall out of sexual attention for their man. It doesn't mean because she has so much eggplant that it helped her along.
But what I'm saying is, Arpain, this is my whole thing.
Arpain,
what I'm saying is that it changed.
It affects the pH balance. So the pH balance is a part of a woman's sex drive. Am I right, Miss Jenny? Somebody help me.
It is absolutely.
Too much penis can affect a woman's pH balance.
I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm not that
you know what? And I did have a question for the ladies too before I bounce out. But Miss Jenny, if you want to address the question or the topic
about why people have sexless marriages.
Yeah. If you have general comments on the topic.
Mr. Bennett, bring us in there.
I'm glad that it was brought up about birth control because like BMU was saying, the woman at his church said, oh, well, sex is for children making and we're done having children. And it's like, especially to be in a church, you know, who are you to say that you're done having children? You know, as a Christian, your body's supposed to belong to the Lord. And so if you are having your proper marital relationship, then if God gets you pregnant, then that's how it should be. You don't have the authority. You don't have the right to take poison into your body and try to control your reproductive system. I don't believe in that. I don't believe in vasectomies or anything like that. I think that's all of the devil. the Bible says that be fruitful and multiply, and that children are a blessing. And so not only is that a problem, because when people have more kids, they stay together longer. Because if you have 14 kids, your chances of getting divorced are like minuscule, okay? And so that's one reason why you're supposed to have a lot of kids. And then another thing is that, like Lost in Translation was saying, is that, your hormones get jacked up when you're on this crap. And so you might not want to have sex with your husband as much as you're supposed to. So in that regard, it's all bad. Birth control probably plays a lot bigger culprit in the sexless marriages than we think that it does. And so, but at the end of the day, whether it's because her hormones are out of whack, her pH balance is out of whack.
I'm a PhD.
Her breast count, whatever the reason might be as to why she doesn't want to anymore, that's irrelevant. She has to do it. Like I said, her body doesn't belong to her. It belongs to Christ. And also her body doesn't belong to her. It belongs to her husband. So she doesn't have the right to take birth control. And she doesn't have the sex. And so if your husband wants to, then you have to.
Miss Jenny, they coming to get you because the Bible.
So Miss Jenny, if I understand your position, you are against any form except maybe, I know the Catholic Church, they practice that rhythm method, like every 28 days you can ovulate. But outside of that, you're not a fan of any kind of birth control, and you should basically have as many kids as God allows you to have. So like that show that used to be on TV, like that 19 and Counting with the Duggards, if you know, you think that's how people should be rolling for the most part.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to understand.
And I'm
your
against
position.
natural family planning.
So you're against that also.
Yeah.
So however the number of kids, as often if you have sex, if you get pregnant, each time or what have you, have as many kids as would come from that.
Yes.
Pull out game
contraceptive. That is never something that the Bible condones. That's never anything that the people of God or established or are meant to do, that God promotes. Inhibiting your childbearing is always something that pagan, heathen people and cultures do.
Say it, Miss Jenny. Them heathens.
Fucking bone.
You know what though, Miss Jenny? I think a lot of people who are Christian women, if you say, "Girl, you pregnant," they act like you told them they had cancer. Girl, you pregnant? Hell no! Don't put that shit on me, right? A lot of women don't even like the sound of hearing it. But I will say this, Ms. Jenny, you made an excellent point when you said the body belongs to God and it belongs to your husband, because the Bible does say that your body no longer belongs to you once you get married, but it belongs to your husband, and the husband's body belongs to you. But y'all belong to each other. But then that defeats my body, my choice. Because if your body belongs to your husband, then your husband should have a say-so on what you do with your body. It shouldn't be, I'm just going to go do what I want to do. And you can't tell me just going to get on birth control. I'm going to get my tubes tied. I'm going to do a tubular. I'm going to do all this. So if we're going by what that says, then that my body, my choice doesn't exist.
Oh yeah, I would hope that you never hear a Christian woman say that ignorant statement, "My body, my choice." It's blasphemy.
I love you, Miss Jenny.
Who you think saying it the most?
Shit.
You right.
Atheist women?
Yeah, Jenny, you got you some enemies tonight.
Man.
Shit, the whole conversation right there.
Told y'all those about that birth control. Y'all thought I was
all y'all motherfuckers are heathen. If you got birth control, heathen. If you use a condom, you're a heathen. And you can't argue it.
Oh, that's your sister. All right.
Yeah. You can't
But
argue
think about it. If
shit.
your
Damn.
woman got attracted to you while she was on birth control, and then all of a sudden it goes away, and she's no longer attracted to you because the birth control gone, that's a problem.
Yeah. Jenny says of the devil.
Right. Yeah.
It's of the devil. Even birth control, like a lot of women take it for no reason. A lot of women take it because they don't want their periods. They don't want to have to deal with the cramps and the flow of their periods.
That's probably why these women are grouchy these days too. What you looking at?
All that trash up in
I don't want to
them.
give you my
yeah.
all that.
That's why.
Come on.
That's
They
why I
masculine.
intentionally. That's why I intentionally said what I was saying. Shouldn't we start families younger? Shouldn't we start families in our 20s? Shouldn't we start as early as we can possibly do it as far as being adults? Because if we're saying that it's anything other than that, we're doomed and we're gonna fail. We're gonna fail then.
JT, these women want to go on their girl trips and be whores in their 20s. So how you gonna do that?
So we're gonna fail, right?
Climb the corporate ladder.
I think Lost in Translation said when you go against nature, everything is unbalanced. And I think that when you do go against nature, if you're taking birth control to stop your period, real period is a natural thing. Matter of fact, that was the curse that God gave women when they disobeyed God, right? So it's the cleansing of a woman's body. And so you're going to take a pill and that's going to stop the natural cleansing of your body. That's why some women are suffering with cancer. That's why some women are suffering with certain diseases and certain things that happens to them, because they're stopping the natural order of things. Your body's supposed to clean itself. It take a week sometimes. Some women a week and a half for them to have a period and clean themselves out. And most women just take a pill to stop it. And all that trash and toxins that was supposed to be released from your body stays up in there.
So it has been studied. I don't know. You guys tell me if this has been proven to be true or not. When you have a woman and she has other women that's either up under the same roof or even in the same vicinity, they all of their periods sync with each other.
It does.
So if that's the case, once they start taking birth control, then that just interrupts all of that, because if they're syncing together, that means that means that everyone that's close to each other actually have periods that syncs to each other naturally. But because we have birth control, because we have all these other concessions, it throws off the menstrual, right?
JT, you driving down Bel Air, make a left and come back and pick me up, because I'm gonna tell you what's gonna happen right now. Think about what you just said. If you have 5, Mr. Bennett, I want you to be with me on this one too. If you got 5 women in the house, my wife and my daughters, right? I have 3 girls and my wife. All their periods are synced together. What a hell of a week. I'll be trying to get up out this motherfucker. But they're all synced together. They're all periods come on at the same goddamn time, right? If a woman, they ain't trading blood, they're not doing no goddamn seances, they're not doing no rituals. The bodies naturally link to each other. So you mean to tell me this? Watch where I'm going with this. You mean to tell me that a woman can walk around other women for long periods of time and be around them and sync up with them for the natural order of things to happen? And you mean to tell me the negative parts of that on the other side of that don't sync up as well? So if you can sync up with other women and y'all periods can connect, you mean to tell me when you have sex with a man that you don't know, and that man ejaculates in you, you ain't picking up those characteristics as well? You ain't syncing up with that man?
Well, Black man, look at it this way too. Look at it this way. If you ever notice women who are actually on birth control, it lowers their estrogen, and all of a sudden you start seeing a little hair on their lip, and they have a little hair on their chin and on their breasts.
I had an auntie look like goddamn Barry White.
Man, it's like, and then they always mean. You know what I'm saying? You can always tell a woman who's not on birth control. They're all pleasant. They want to offer you some pie. Baby, you need something to drink. They all accommodate.
No pun intended, right?
You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to tell you, you know. Would you like some pie? You know what I'm saying? But my whole thing is this: you have to pay attention to stuff like that. These women have no chill, man. The ones that's on birth control, I'm telling you, they all mean. They're masculine. What you looking at? I don't want to hear nothing about no text about what you doing. I mean, they come off as dudes. It's like they got dude programming in their software. You know what I'm saying? And we take that junk for granted, man.
So one last thing on the period
then
thing.
that means
don't they synchronize around the most dominant woman in the house?
Yep, they do. There's a reason for that. There's a reason for that.
But there's also a connection with men, though. This is what I'm saying is this. What I'm saying is this, is that even when we on all these goddamn panels, motherfuckers go way over this shit. They keep shaming men for not wanting a woman with a high body count. So at the end of the day, even if that woman had a baby with a man or she was married to a man, that should be a problem to us. I understand why motherfuckers want a virgin now. If that's the case,
It's seriously, and I know it gets deeper than that.
It does. That's what I'm laughing at, bro. Go ahead.
This is just on the
fresh
fucking
off the
surface.
showroom flow, baby.
There should not be too many damn women out here getting married to men that's worth their salt. I'm telling you, we giving them grace. We're giving women grace.
Now, hold on, because let me tell you something. My granddaddy said, being with a woman who have had several men and she opened them legs and you walk in there, he said it's just like you walking through the swamp butt naked with your dick out with alligators everywhere. That's what he used to tell us.
Napping turtles.
Yeah, he said some gonna grab that thing and you're not gonna like it. And so he said you got to be careful what swamp where you put your penis. You got to be careful.
Wouldn't you get grabbed anywhere you in the swamp?
No. I'm saying butt naked in the swamp. Somebody gonna grab that dick. It's over. Somebody gonna tell that alligator gonna tear your ass up. Shit, it's over. I'm telling you, I'm from Louisiana, Butler. It's over. You walking through the swamp naked, you ain't gonna make it 30 minutes.
So there's a video. Now understand this. There's a video of the rapper. What's his name? Put a pregnant girl on stage
and spit in her mouth.
Grabbed her by her throat and
Kevin
spit in
Gates.
her mouth.
Kevin
Gates.
And
Kevin
everybody thought that was disgusting.
How y'all know she was
Watch
pregnant?
this.
Because her stomach was way the
pregnant.
fuck out.
It was obvious. It was obvious, and she admitted it. It was obvious.
I'm sure that was a girl's trip.
Yeah. Oh,
But
absolutely.
But everybody thought that was disgusting, right? But is it more disgusting? Ain't it just as disgusting as a woman letting a man go raw dogging her and spit sperm into her vagina?
Wait a minute.
It's JT, they coming to get you, JT. They coming.
Wait a minute. How did it get in his mouth? Wait a minute.
No, what I'm saying is that it's the same fucking thing. You got a strange ass man put his spit in your mouth. It's not too much different than you letting a strange ass man let little man throw up into your vagina. Shouldn't you take care of both of those motherfuckers the same goddamn way?
I agree.
Shouldn't they both listen, one is connected to the brain, the other one is connected to the digestive system and the heart. You know what? I'm not fucking with these women no more. I'm done. I'm getting me a virgin. Fuck y'all. I'm not dealing with this shit.
Hey, but you know what, JT? One of the things
I hate that I came to this epiphany, man. I'm gonna go to bed and sleep on this shit.
It's so nasty to the point where, you know how when something happens at a job, corporate world, so that's what the best freak, them freaks in the corporate business. But to when people come out and say, "Girl, come here, look, old girl out here giving old boy head in the car," right? Everybody looking through the window, you see her head just going up and down. He laid back in the seat on lunch, right? This happened about 3 or 4 years ago. Guess what happened? Her husband picked her up. They carpooled. He picked her up, opened her door. She kissed him in the lips, got in the car. I said, this motherfucker, this low down bastard would sit here and kiss her husband in the mouth after she just got through giving that damn team lead some head, bro.
Oh,
bro, get the fuck out of here.
Down the street with them kids.
Everybody laughing. Everybody waiting on the shit to happen. They looking out the window. He opened the door. Hey, baby. She said, hi. Mm-hmm. Everybody like, oh shit!
Oh,
they don't got no mercy, bro.
And you got
savages.
Yeah, it did. And it's so bad now because you got dudes eating ass, women eating ass. They giving strangers head, and man, these the nasty motherfuckers.
Okay. So
I'm going to take a shower.
What are we talking about now? I mean, what are we talking about now?
Arpain, you trying to
connection.
Get
the connection, Arpain.
Arpain got daughters, so he be trying to get away from it. He don't want to think about what his daughters.
Yeah, he ain't trying to think about it.
He don't want to think about it.
I'm just trying to see where this. We all know the decrepit nature of women out there, so I'm just trying to see where this is going. I mean,
it's going that all these nasty ass men and women just disgusting. Just oh my God.
I mean, yeah, okay. So I'm just trying to figure. I mean, I'm not disagreeing with anything anybody's saying, because nothing gets past me. But where are we going with this? What are we trying to say? That this shit is a surprise to us?
That's what we're going.
We're trying to protect the young men from making bad decisions. That's what we're doing.
So why don't we talk about that?
We are.
We
That's
are.
what we're talking about.
Let me tell you, man, you might just be turning the guys on and saying, God damn, I need to get me one of them hoes.
Our
man.
pain,
I
we
don't have no
are.
trouble. You know, man,
Our pain,
the guys who are not select want women to be loose so they can have more of a chance to get some ass.
Arpain, I told my son,
that's not true at all.
I told my son, Arpain, I told my son, Arpain, I say, son, you don't want to suck no dick, do you? He said, Dad, what kind of question is that? I said, if you kissing these hoes in the mouth, you probably gonna be sucking. You probably gonna have some of that sperm left over in her jaw, right by her wisdom tooth, coming right down there.
Hey, you right, man. In our pain. This is no fucking lie. You have women that would give men fellatio way before she would kiss that man in the mouth.
That's crazy, ain't it?
I agree with
you. She don't want to deal with his cavity, but she want to deal with his cavity. Get the fuck out of here, bro. It's crazy. They rather suck dick than kiss you.
So we do know.
Yeah, you know that kissing is intimate, man. I kind of agree. That kissing
know that
different,
women don't like, just like I wouldn't want to kiss one of those hoes either. The point is, kissing is a sign of intimacy. Sucking your Johnson ain't. Sucking your
get the
Johnson
fuck out of here.
You gotta like y'all had sex with women you kissed. I remember back in the dinosaur ages having girls that I had sex
that's why
with
you bald headed, Arpain. That's why you bald headed right now. You got some really, really good hair and start shaving your fucking head.
You still didn't answer the question.
Isn't sex intimacy? Isn't sex intimacy?
Yeah.
No.
No, it's not, man. Men spend time saying, how many men get on these panels and say sex ain't intimate for them? They can fuck.
I don't give a fuck what they saying. I'm saying what it is.
Not
what it look like.
You're not
what it look like.
I just saw you on the corner. Let me just stick my tongue down your throat. No, you wouldn't do that. Johnson in there.
Our pain. I'm not talking about what it looked like. I'm talking about what it is. It is intimacy.
JT, hold on. Did you eat pussy before you kiss, or did you kiss before you ate pussy?
Say that again.
Arpain, did you kiss before you ate pussy, or you ate pussy before you kiss? Which one?
No. Don't look at us like that. Answer the goddamn question.
Before I kissed a woman, before I ate some pussy.
Ate some Johnson? Well, you about to fix it?
Okay. Surgical with this bitch, Jake.
Pause. Look at Trey.
No, but I meant, whatever. Fuck you guys. But anyhow, you know what? But that's because in the beginning, that's all I was doing was kissing girls. I couldn't get no ass until I was 17.
And then you ate pussy then?
After my girl taught me how to do it.
Like you got quiet in the motherfucker.
You said that like that was a sad thing. She taught me how to do
it. She said, this goes here, and you kind of move it around.
Like, man, did our player just say itty mini money mo? Did he say, yeah, itty mini money mo? It's,
now listen, I know somebody.
Red fish, blue fish.
I know a guy that's not from here. He's not from the States. But I know a guy that there's rumors going around about this guy. They say he can eat the inside of an apple and not even touch the outside of the skin of the apple. And there he is.
Bring him up. Oh my
God. Oh, that's funny. He said,
it's an African trick. It's an old African trick.
Yeah, way down in the jungle deep, the badass lion stepped on a 65 monkey.
One.
The monkey looked up and said, "Motherfucker, can't you see you standing on my goddamn feet?" They say Black David get on that thing, boy, he'll tell you damn over is out. But let's get back to
you. Don't start with me right now, okay? I've been quiet long enough, okay? Let's not forget, every time BMU is not around, there are earthquakes taking place, okay?
First of all, they said Black David have them like this. But, oh, shit.
Don't
but anyway,
start with me right now.
That's my guy. That's my guy. But you know what though? Our Pain, I think you lying. I think you got your face sat on before you put your face in her face. Come on now. And you got to start telling the truth. Everybody on this panel, JT, professional. Lost in translation, look at the guy. Professional. Right? Anissa, prototype. Prototype.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm married.
Professional. Look at Trey. Trey ready to eat some pussy right now. Look at him.
They say, as soon as I get off this live and I work out, it's on.
Somebody getting their soul snatched, JT.
Yeah. And that's what Black David, same thing. Black David get down there and it's gone. And he said, I took it. Shit. She looked down. She said, "What my pussy?" Black David said, "I took it."
But you know, it's kind of funny though that y'all would be mentioning muff diving, man. You know, and because I used to have a metric. I used to have kind of a metric. If a woman didn't appeal to me that I might want to do that, I wouldn't want to sleep.
So you saying if you didn't want to eat the box, then you didn't want to sleep with her?
No, I mean, she had to appeal to me enough that I can
That's
say
the craziest shit
she's
I've ever heard
worthy
in my
of.
life.
She's worthy of. Well, of course, you know, if
Miss
she's
Jenny praying, y'all. Hold on.
I'm just trying to tell you something.
Our Pain, have you ever been swallowed?
I mean, but I didn't. First of all, I didn't get this conversation. That's what JT did.
Have you ever been swallowed?
You know what? No, you know
Okay, you telling me you never just wanted to smash a chick just to, you just smash it. You ain't got to do no extra frills, no extra nothing. Just you want to smash and move on. Every chick that you've ever been with, you wanted to.
Let's put it this: that wasn't my preference. It just wasn't. I wasn't like you guys. My sexual life was short, right? It was from 17 to like 26. It was 17 to 26 before I got married to my wife.
Wait, our parents will put this how you got it. Our parents get put you. I'm married. Fuck it. It's
our parents got that thing and say, "Oh, when you married me,
yeah,
when you married me, shit." Our parents,
listen,
poor guy. Oh God.
Our pain, though, but for real, our pain used to be hitting it like this. You used to put your hand behind your back, didn't you?
I want to make some glory hole.
Well, listen, man. I'm glad I was more chaste than you, nasty motherfucker. That's all. That's all.
Look, there's a lot to say. If you ain't living until you were 17, so you just a late bloomer. That's all, my God. I late bloomer, man.
Prototype stupid, man.
Damn.
I get why at 26 or at 23 you be like, oh, she the one. I finally got me one. I finally found one to give me someone that regular. I'm marrying this one.
Hell yeah, he ain't wasting no time. Goddamn it.
How many drops you done had from 17 to 26?
Well, not like you. Listen, I had enough
dogs, chicken, turkeys, rats.
You guys remember, I did go to college and I did run the
Ain't
frat.
got no yams.
And I did run the frat.
Can I get to the yams?
You ain't got no yams.
Yeah, no. Until 17.
Big brother
My
Pain.
first teacher was beautiful in terms of what she knew. And she imparted a lot of stuff on me real young.
So she went out and took one for the team and came back.
Yeah, she took one for the team. Exactly.
What school you go? What college you go to, Arpan?
I went to the University of Buffalo.
Oh, there was no black girls
Damn, boy, you should have had a lot of experiences, boy.
You a B?
Oh, you went to all white school and then get none of that white. You didn't get no snow bunny?
He definitely he wasn't. Was you on a football team? No.
No.
Huh? Yeah, no yams for you.
That's
not true. I had enough yams. Buffalo was the last stop on the underground.
I would have had that damn boy.
I thought yams came with the pledging package. I thought that was a part of the whole thing.
That's why I'm just not trying to embellish that.
That's a PWI though. That ain't no black school.
Right, boy, you was around all the frosted flakes and the milk.
We
don't care about the Divine Nine
in Buffalo, and we had a bunch of guys, and there was a bunch of girls up there too. So
You got no yams.
So yeah, we had a good time.
Damn, bro, Payne, you went through the whole college thing when tried it.
No yams.
Well, okay. Okay. If y'all want to say that, I'm not.
Look.
I'm not gonna sit here and try to justify my prowess to you, motherfucker. That's what I'm not gonna do. Y'all can believe what y'all want to believe. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, got quiet in the motherfucker.
I'm not sitting down here getting on some kind of thing trying to justify to you guys whether I got some ass or not. Y'all can believe what y'all want to believe.
Tell him my pain.
Our pain was holding stripper classes in college. What y'all talking about?
Yeah, we got Clement in the building, and we also got Freezy. Now Freezy, they say Freezy. Then man, they say before Freezy got married, boy, they say that boy was out there, man. Look, they say if you didn't know Freezy tongue in Florida, you just didn't know nothing. Go Freezy, man. What's going on, boy?
Man, just chilling, man.
Hey, that barnyard pimp.
Hey, tell us the truth, Freezy. We know what's going on, man.
Yeah, you so stupid, man. I changed my life. Man. I got saved, man.
You got saved? Yeah. They were sitting on your face like they were sitting in the Coliseum. Man, shit.
Freezy, I can help you, but they wrote to me too.
Hey, now, Freezy.
Yo,
do you know any women around your circle who are married who went to the
Dingaling museums? Yes.
Y'all ain't got no sense, man.
Hey, BMU, before you let Freezy answer that, see, you should have had some of them women on there because, see, y'all didn't read my comment. Y'all got to remember, them women went out there, a lot of them goddamn girl trips meant that they was, vacuuming each other carpets and mopping each other hardwood floors.
Yeah.
That's something that y'all didn't see. Y'all didn't mention that.
So I did say them bull daggers. I said
no, but see, it's BMU. And now, hold up. We do have one sister on here. She might confirm what I'm getting ready to say.
Oh, Jenny not going to confirm that.
Jenny something different.
No, Jenny ain't going to confirm that.
No. Because she went Bible. Now, this sister in BMU probably knows this as well. A lot of our sexless marriages is right there within our goddamn church community. And a lot of it is because of the fact that them women are sitting up there licking on each other up in there too. See, that's something that some of you, we don't want to talk about the stuff that goes on up in our church houses.
I don't think
Let's be real.
Though. I don't think that's common. I'm not saying it don't happen.
Now, hold up now.
I don't think it's common though.
What you mean it ain't common?
Like I don't think that's the general. That's not. I mean, there's always exceptions to the rule, but it's not the generality.
Show me your face.
Oh, sorry about that.
All right.
No, I'm in my car. It's dark. You say it's not common, but I guess homosexuality that was going on back then and back in the day was uncommon too, right? Even though they preached about it.
It's not the norm, though. It's not the norm.
What you mean it's not the norm? You got just as many women licking on each other than you do with them sleeping with their own men.
You talking about in the church, though? Like
I'm talking at what church? Hey, okay. So if that's the case, then if you go within the church community, we got more divorce. It's a higher divorce rate in the church community than it is out in the world.
She belongs.
Join the military, man. The military got the worst divorce rate.
Yeah, that's not true either.
No, the church.
What?
Yeah,
I understand how you might feel, but that's not true.
I'll go in with the church because when I heard about these church circles, they talk about how the pastor got caught with their mistress showing. There was a victim video that showed that the pastor got busted by his mistress. Then the mistress the mistress came in, confronted the wife in front of the whole congregation.
Yeah, they did get the scrapping.
Wow.
And the funny thing, that's not new because where I live in Brooklyn, there's a couple of pastors who had their church shut down long time ago. They got women that have met along with a bunch of other people in the neighborhood. So this is not no.
I'm gonna show you how normal it is. Y'all know about the Holy Church convocationals that they have every year, whether it be Apostolic, Baptist, whatever it may be.
Mm-hmm.
Nah, not familiar with it.
Oh Lord.
Okay, see.
Yeah, you talking about convocation.
The Holy Convocationals, they might have they call them the AMIs, convocationals, Kojic convocationals.
That's when all the churches come together and
and you had the presiding bishops and they have a big old conference and all that.
Mm-hmm.
No, still not familiar with that.
What about it?
Yeah,
Well,
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
that's when you have a lot of your extracurricular sexual activities go down
What is it?
that
Free
don't
week for
nobody talk
purpose?
about.
There were a few pastors who spoke about it, and they broke away from the congregation, the
Yeah,
organization.
you
So they saw what was going on, and they were shocked. I read a
Hey,
couple of
matter of fact,
articles.
Koji, remember the guy that got it? Did y'all see the video clip of the one that got up there and said that he got delivered? He wasn't gay no more.
Yeah, man.
It was a pastor. It was a pastor that did called the limp that very same year, and he turned around and he talked about exactly what be going on up in the hotel rooms or whatnot. And he said it wasn't just some men on men. It was just as many women that was doing the women up in there as it was the men on men.
But that's the
See, so
thing. Women aren't going to get vilified, are not going to get vilified for stuff like that compared to men.
But see, here's the problem. We talk about a sexless marriage, and 9 times out of 10, we spend more time laughing and kikiing about it instead of really dealing with the issue of those that really may be sitting up there living through it. And see, when we want to talk about how what the Bible says, for all y'all that don't believe in the Bible and all that, this conversation ain't for you. Just be part of listening.
Did y'all go over the stats as far as what psychologists consider a sexless marriage already?
No.
Not yet.
You can go ahead and add to the conversation. Let's see what you got.
So I did a whole live stream on this, and I found out that psychologists deem that if a married couple is having sex less than 10 times a year, clinically that's considered a sexless marriage on paper. So there's a lot of people in sexless marriages if that's the case. So, and I think this is a great subject to cover, because there are a lot of women don't like when I say this, but there are way more men suffering from sexless marriages more so than women. A lot of women are weaponizing sex in marriages when they're not getting answers they want, or it might be an argument, or they just might not feel like it. It's not going to be too often where a woman is touching on her husband and he's going to turn her down. That don't usually happen. But there are a lot of men have reports where on a simple day where they just touch their woman, they might just go to hug her or feel on her ass, just to put it bluntly. And she might pull away, or she might, I'm not in the mood, I'm tired. Women do that all the time. And I don't think that women understand that's a big turnoff to men. Like, men will pull away if they feel like they're bothering their wife. I could imagine me feeling like I'm bothering my wife for sex. I heard a woman on a panel last night, to be exact. She said, well, sometimes you have to work at it. Sometimes you have to work at, being intimate. I said, let's tell you something. This is why a lot of men are discouraged getting married. Listen, I have a hectic day to day. Like, I'm busy. I work a lot. So you think I told this woman respectfully, you think I'm going to work all day and then come home and have to work for sex too? No, I'm not going to do that. And that's just, to me, that sounds ludicrous. But in so many women's minds, that's rationale. Yeah, you got to work for sex. Yeah, it's okay to work for intimacy. Yeah, it's okay to work for my love. And women play this sick game, even through the threshold of marriage.
May I add something to this conversation here about the sexless marriage?
You may.
That no one ever addresses when they talk about this. It's always as if it's, the woman just not wanting to. So I put a couple of things up here, things that can cause it. I've had girlfriends and their husbands gain like a lot of weight. and they had to, go to him and say, look, I'm just not attracted to you anymore. You put on so much weight, and I'm just not attracted to you. And those guys got out there and they hit that pavement. They started running, to get that extra weight off of them, because I mean, believe it or not, it is something that happens, and that can affect your wife's attraction and wanting to have sex with you. So let's just be honest about some of the things that are happening in the real world.
Okay.
Also a lack of emotional intimacy, and what I think Freezy's talking about. We all know that women are emotional, and this is your wife and this is your bride, and you always are working for your wife and for your bride, meaning a lot of men, once it gets past a certain, time, there's the date nights aren't there, planning things for her aren't there, doing the special things for her aren't there. Women are emotional creatures. And if you think that you can starve her emotionally and think that she's still going to continue to put out for you like she always has, for some women, that could be an issue. Also, wife just being overwhelmed with all the duties. Most women do work outside of the home. Most women, if they have children, all the responsibilities that come with that, keeping a home. Last week, I heard this guy said, if he wants you to cut the grass, you should get out there and cut the grass. So just think about all of those things that a woman might be doing. And then at the end of the night, you still need her, to be available.
Hey, Anissa. No, hold on. Freezy. Hold on. Anissa.
So you have to consider that.
I just wanted to respond. Let me respond to what she said.
I'll be finished shortly. Menopause is something that all women are going to experience. And there are some women that go through early menopause, which means it could start in their late 30s or 40s. This is not something that women have any control over. The woman's hormones are going to do that drop. Some of them do it earlier and some of them do it later. It's a natural thing that all women are going to encounter. Medications that women are on, and also emotional issues. I'm in the medical field, and it's a lot of women with emotional depression, and all kind of things going on, and they have to take medications for certain disease states that can also affect their libido. So I just want to have an honest conversation. It's not just, that women have just screwed themselves crazy when they're in their 20s, and then it's not that. Sometimes it's some real situations, and we never ever get to, some of these real issues. So I just wanted to throw those points out.
Let me say this before Scorch, because I'm responding to what you said. Now, outside of clinical issues, because I don't want to seem I don't want to represent men as if we're inconsiderate of a woman's health. You mentioned menopause or even a clinical depression. That's understandable. An understandable husband is going to work with his wife through that. But all that other bullshit that you name.
Thank you.
This is why. This is how women. Wait, listen.
Yeah, it is.
Let him finish.
Listen to what I'm saying. Okay. This is how women guilt trip their husbands into not touching them. And what I never heard Anissa mention, it's a wife's duty to please her husband.
That's
I don't give a damn if you messing with the damn kids. Listen, you need to mess with me first. I'm your damn husband. Mess with me. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You talking about messing with the kid? No, mess with Freezy. And
no, I agree with you. I agree with you that it is her duty. No, the husband is not to deny the wife, and the wife. Because I was trying to get some other points out that we never ever talk about on here. All we ever talk about is why it's the woman's fault that this is not happening.
Well, you know what? I can give you some real. Hold up. I can give you some real life situation. You actually talk. No, hold up. No, Anissa. I'm not talking. Hold up now.
Stomach, like there's 7 or 8
Hold up, lady, Anissa, You can give me all of what your girlfriends and everybody else in their family going through. But I'm giving you talking to a person that's actually married and actually living in a sexless marriage. So before you sit up there and start giving out your soliloquy about all this and all that, you need to stop it.
You're
See,
one
this
person.
is
You don't
hold up, lady.
America.
Can I finish, please?
And
Can I finish?
what you guys want to talk about.
You gotta let them finish, though, man.
Yo, you gotta let me finish. I'll let you go on and say what you had to say. The whole night, the conversation was about a sexless marriage. Let's be real about it. Unless you married and you actually living through it, you really can't say nothing about it because you ain't living it.
I don't think you have to live it to know that there are reasons that cause it.
Ma'am.
You don't have to live it to know that there are reasons why these things may happen.
I'm talking. You're talking to some. First of all, you're talking to a lady. Would you?
If you read
Anessa,
and if you're
come
in
on now. Let's.
healthcare,
Anessa, he didn't talk while you were talking. Anessa, he did not talk while you were talking.
You gotta let somebody
Let him go.
say something, sis.
Let him go.
See, the Miss Jen, she said it perfectly earlier. She ran down a whole list of what the responsibility of a wife was. A wife, not a girlfriend, not your side piece, but a wife. R. Payne also said it best earlier. It's better if you start out early when you get married, because you get to learn your spouse. See, when we sit up here and we go live our lives vicariously through whoever it is that we want to live it out with and have all this goddamn sex with whoever we want to have it with, women must understand something. Y'all take in. Men, we push in. So everything we deposited inside of you, that stays with you basically for the rest of your life. You want to know why a lot of them women up coming up into them hospital rooms all crazy and psyched out and all that? That's because they don't know 9 times out of 10 what person they dealing with. It's called a soul tie for a reason. And then we sit up here and we get at the age after we done had our kids at 25 and 30. We get to 40, 50 years old or older, and then we want to say we want to settle down. And damn, you know what happens? You're sitting up there trying to compare the spouse with the one that broke your back out 10 years ago, who no longer wants you. And then you want to hold that responsibility on your husband, or if it's a husband that's doing it to the wife, the same thing.
I wanted to speak on this too. I wanted to speak on something she said earlier about. She said something so eloquently about husbands are put here to work for their wives, so we should work for their emotional. I forgot exactly what you said in this. I don't want to misquote you, but you said we should work through, to win over our wives' emotions or whatnot.
She probably said something about emotional intelligence or something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
I said lack of emotional intimacy. I said, your wife is your
E
bride.
word, though. Use the E word. So let's go.
Right. So it's right up there what I said. I said emotional intimacy.
This is
the
point.
Your wife is your bride. She's always your bride. That's how you should look at her.
This is the point. Angry Man, what's up, bro?
Hold on, I'm finna drop the link, man. Angry Man,
get out of here.
Listen,
what's going
hold on, y'all. I'm finna send Angry Man the link.
So what I wanted to say was this, and this is my advice to the men. Don't fall for that bullshit, because let me tell you something. When a woman says some shit like that, it means she's going to take you on an emotional roller coaster. And I'm going to tell you something. That's emotionally draining. This is why men are so frustrated. You know what men want to come home to from a hard day's work? Some head. I'm talking about soon they walk through the door. Yeah, but when I say stuff like that, it's like foreign language. I don't want to fight. Listen, I'm not trying to play Jeopardy for sex.
I want me some glory hole.
Wheel of Fortune. It sounds like something I remember Chris Rock said in one of his comedy specials. 3 things guys want: food, sex, silence. Feed me, fuck me, shut the fuck up. That's what it sounds like. That's pretty what it sounds like. That's the comedic aspect. But
and you know what?
The funniest thing. Okay, bro.
The craziest thing about this is anytime that we start having conversations within a marriage, within a relationship between men and women, we never get to the source of what the problem is. One of the real issues is lack of communication.
That's
One
true.
thing that and see, this really goes on more so in the church house than anything. And I keep going back to the church because of the fact that that's where you find majority of these women at. In the church, listening to these jellyback preachers who will not stand up on their tens and tell these women exactly what the word of God says. And then even when they do, they only spend about 2 to 3 seconds on that. And then immediately they go to sitting up there bashing on the man, talking about what the man is responsibility is. One thing that you can't tell me about how to be a man is me being a man. I know what my responsibility is. But see, the thing is, when we have people that walk around here and will not hold these women accountable, see, let's be real. It's bullshit.
All right.
It's straight up bullshit.
I can put
Because see, when you have, hold up now, when you have people like Security Boss, you have people like Crimson Cure, they don't want to sit up there and listen to these women. They call them pick-me's and every goddamn thing else. Now, this young lady right here turned around and got on the women as well. You see very few women that was crediting her saying, amen, sister. Because one thing that women lack, they lack accountability. You can sit up there, it's like kryptonite to Superman. They all run from it. They do not want nobody sitting up there pointing no finger at them, telling them what they need to do. They come up with this emotional roller coaster BS just to get out of something. Funny thing to me is how is that y'all can have all these issues with your man, but when you go to work, that boss tell you to get to work at a certain time, you ain't got no emotional roller coaster of an issue to do anything. You want to turn around and sit up there and take the role of a man inside of a church when the Bible says you got no business being up there. But you can be on your damn period and go sit behind a goddamn pulpit and have the nerves to sit up there and tell a man what his role is.
Did you hear what I said?
See, if you want to change, you got to start it right back within self. Women need to start looking at themselves in the mirror and understand, hey, I'm fucked up. It ain't just about what's between my legs, it's between what's in my head. And that's the biggest trick the devil ever played on them. Gave you a little bit of truth wrapped up with a whole bunch of lies. I'll rest my case for right now.
No, you got a valid point.
Can I respond to that really quick?
Yes,
I definitely agree with Miss Jenny. I understand what the Bible says. No one, if you are married, your bodies belong to each other, and you are supposed to be for the pleasure of each other. No one is denying that. No one is denouncing that. Nobody is saying that that is not true. I simply wanted to give some other examples because people want to act like these things don't exist and that they're not real and they're not real issues. And because you don't want to step outside of yourself to think that this might be how some women feel. Whether you think it's valid or it makes sense or whatever, there are some women that feel this way, and it can contribute to their attraction to the man, how they feel about that man. And that can affect, I mean, let's not sit up here and act like, it's just hogwash. It's absolutely not.
Since when did the Bible care about your damn feelings?
Because if you were to talk to some wives, they might have some of these as examples.
Listen, the reason why you got some pushback, because you started about saying a man is a fat bastard and he don't deserve no pussy. That's how you started it out.
I didn't say that. Did I say that?
I beg your pardon.
Did I say that?
Listen, most men stay with
Did
their
I
wives
say
when they
that?
balloon. Wait a minute.
You kind of did.
You said your shit.
No, I didn't.
No, wait, look,
I
you
didn't
said
say he was
that.
that bad. I didn't say
You
all
said
that.
You said
that
it was
It was pretty close.
I said some of y'all gain weight, and the wife might not be
Let me
attracted.
say
It's just a
what I'm
valid
gonna say. You know, most men stay with their
like
women
it
when they
don't
balloon up to
happen.
300-400 fucking pounds. They don't go nowhere. So that's not a good excuse for you not to find follow your marital duties. But you know what? So if you had a conversation with your husband, just like, and you're the same kind of woman, when a guy wants his wife to lose weight, you want him to leave him after she does it. You know, so stop the bullshit, man. You got obligations.
That's bullshit.
And so you might be right from the standpoint of that you gotta keep moving your woman, and you gotta with the way you married your wife, you can't go too far away from that. You gotta sometimes you do have to still romance her. There's no problem with that. But your woman is obligated to take care of you. And even if she's in this dire straits and when she can't do it, she could always give you an angry hand job just to get you to tide your ass over. You know, so let's just stop the bullshit, man. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. You got a role in your marriage and you need to fulfill them without the goddamn excuses.
And you have a role as a
man should be emotionally intelligent, emotionally
you have a role as a husband.
If
you are to dwell with her according to knowledge. That's one thing that you're supposed to do as a husband.
You don't turn off the box.
And you do your duties as a husband, and maybe she won't want
my
to.
wife has always been accommodating. Always been accommodating. You know why? Because I treat her because she wants to be. Because I treat her like a woman, right? Always.
You treat her well, which is my whole point.
With all these goddamn reasons why she shouldn't give you no pussy. And if a man steps out on her, you get the same woman to say he's a cheat.
Can I add to this? And I've been quiet long enough. Anissa, if you're a church lady, I'm sure this is what I've done to a lot of churches, and I've been what they call the trigger, whereby a lot of pastors, a lot of female leaders don't like to hear the truth. What does 1 Peter chapter 3 verse 1 to 6 talk about the conduct of women, how to conduct themselves? I'll repeat again. 1 Peter chapter 3 verse 1 to 6. That is the number one question that I've seen several times in the church when a particular preacher preach about it. A lot of women twist their faces, squeeze up their ear. They don't want to listen. They don't want to hear it. And when they see what they say referring to what in the Old Testament have been done before, or I'm not going to do that. Or what would the thing called? Oh, I'm not going to call my husband the Lord. Oh, really? Here's the problem. I don't care about society norms or what is proper. Okay, when I look at society, I think society is sick in the head and have always been sick in the head. And then people bring all type of stupid excuses for their shenanigans. In the back of my head, I'm not trying to be vicious, but sometimes they need to get pimp slapped a couple of times to wake them up. That's just me. I've been vicious since the kid to now. I never changed my thought process. I always like to do reading and research and digging deep. I've been reading the Bible since the age of 7. That being said, I don't believe no BS that come out of anybody's mouth if they cannot stand upon it. So if women want to give excuses why X, Y, and Z, then do us a favor. There's no need to get married. Step to the side and let those who want to get married take out the man who wants to serve and protect. What I notice in today's Western society, especially American society, there's all ton of excuses. There's a lot of men who coming from sexless marriage who when to cut the cord, go across the border. If it's not Thailand, it's from another country. And when they find someone who would student in their program, they never come back ever again. And we got a bunch of retarded bums go on YouTube or TikTok or whatever. That, oh, you bad boy, bro. But let's be real. If we want to be historically factual about it, bad boy, bro have been in the Bible from day one. So that being saying, all your bum ass females, y'all lost before you got born.
Damn.
This is Black David Brooklyn style with no remorse. Don't get too caught by your emotion. If you think I'm being unsensitive, oh, you haven't seen me in the darker mode yet. I'm trying to get back in there. Just to let you know. So if you're not going to be factual with your arguments, I'm coming for you. And I mute my mic. Thank you very much.
I never heard a woman say her husband is a little too overweight, so I won't have sex with him. It's my first time hearing that in my life. And so this is the point I'm trying to make. Like, I don't think Anissa, you say you're not married. Are you married, Anissa?
No, I'm single.
Okay, so that sheds a lot of light on this whole ordeal, because if you were married, right, you would understand that if your husband did gain some weight, that ain't got nothing to do with you actually fulfilling his sexual desires. And I don't think women understand what sex does for their husbands. It has a different profound effect on men. When men are stressed, when men had a difficult day, when men need clarity, sex provides that a lot of times where we could clear our heads. And I'm not being funny. Like what sex does to women, I'm pretty much convinced it has a different effect on men. Men of
It make them lazy. Sex make women lazy as fuck. That's what it does. They don't want to do shit after you.
I don't know, like men are we are very simple. And this is the frustration that I hear from a lot of men. Most men don't ask for much when they're married in their marriages. Like, we don't have this. See that long ass list that Anissa ran down to us? I can't even remember some of that shit.
Nope.
But men are so simple. Like, we just want to go to work, fix some shit around the house if it's in our power to do it, or we'll go pay somebody to fix that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't ask our wives to do a lot of shit. And then when it comes down, do you know how frustrating it is when we see you watching TV or just got off the phone with your homegirl, and then when I touch you on your shoulder, you look up at me like I'm bothering you?
You want to fold no damn clothes.
Like, that. Listen, that will turn, and then women wonder why these dudes have side chicks. You know what the side chick do when he go over there? She fix him some coffee with whipped cream.
Yep.
And sweet potato pie.
I'm gonna let Ayon cook, because Ayon, go ahead.
Now, Freezy, real quick. Here's the thing that gets me really about a lot of women when they say, now they got this new thing going around where they sitting up there saying, I was married, but it wasn't a marriage. Like, what type of mess is that? See, these new catchphrases that they keep, these new catchphrases that they come up with. Then they complain about, well, I gotta work, I got the kids. Hold up. Y'all been working since the beginning of time. That's what the whole Proverbs 31 woman was about.
Hold on. Wasn't it the woman that came up with a situationship?
Yeah,
Wasn't it the woman that came up with that shit?
Jada Pinkett.
A situationship.
Yeah. I mean, come on. Every time you look up, they got some new thing to sit up there and move the goalposts other than what it is that they need to face up with. Most of y'all gets involved when you feel like it's a new thing. Who was it that said it best? It's just your turn for men. Yeah. Hey, it ain't about you, dude. It's just your turn.
Pretty much.
And then they move on to the next thing.
That ain't your girl. That's your turn. That's
it ain't your girl. It's your turn. Whether you married or not.
Appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage, the one and only, the Angry Man.
What's going on, y'all? What's good?
What up?
What's happening, Naomi?
What's good?
I had to jump up here because I heard some bullshit.
Come on, talk to him, man.
This how you know I'm from New York City. You don't do bullshit.
So look, here's the thing. I heard somebody say, well, a woman got certain jobs she's supposed to do. And I think it was Anissa that said, a man got a certain job he's supposed to do too. See, here's the thing. We got to stop letting women steal our power from us through verbal manipulation. You feel me? Because guess what? If she's at work, like my man was just talking about a little while ago, if she's at work and her boss says, you got a certain job you got to do, she's not going to turn around and say to him, well, you got a job you got to do too.
Nope.
See, here's the thing, Anissa, I think that's how you pronounce her name. It ain't your job to check us about what we supposed to do.
Mm-hmm.
That's the part you're not getting. That's not your place, and that's not your job. And there's a very specific reason for that. Because last time I checked, women expect men to get into a relationship with them, marriage, and they expect the man to take care of them, right?
Right.
So if you expect the man to take care of you and you expect the man to make the biggest sacrifices, guess what? He's the boss. He's the one paying the cost to be the boss. He's the one that's risking his life. Even when he's not risking his life, he's cutting his life shorter by working his ass off. That's usually the reason why we pass away before y'all. And we gone, and you still here living in the house we paid for, spending our pension and all the money that we saved. You feel what I'm saying? So the problem that I notice in this day and age is it's too many women that want to try to qualify everything. So every time you say something about what a woman's supposed to do, they got to play tit for tat. Well, what about a man? Well, what a man's supposed to do? There ain't none of your damn business about what a man's supposed to do. What you supposed to do is this. You either accept the advances of the man that's doing what he's supposed to do, or you don't. It ain't your responsibility to tell that man what he's supposed to do. He's either doing what he's supposed to do or he isn't doing what he's supposed to do. But on the flip side of that, it is most certainly the man's responsibility to tell his wife she need to be doing X, Y, Z, and she need to be tightening the fuck up. Did you hear what I said? That's a fact. And that's just the truth. You feel me? Ain't no way around it. Especially if you religious, then we don't even need to have this conversation. Because at the end of the day, because I heard somebody else say this. I don't know who said it. One of the ladies said, the two of you belong to each other. No, the fuck we don't. No, we don't. My body belongs to me.
That's
you understand?
Not biblical.
That's not biblical though, angry man.
Bullshit.
It ain't biblical, homie.
You wrong on so many points.
You sound like my cousin, man.
Go ahead and tell me how I'm wrong.
That's not what the scripture says, man.
What did the scripture say?
Scripture says the wife's body does not belong to her, it belongs to her husband. The husband body does not belong to him, it belongs to his wife.
Is that New Testament or Old Testament?
New Testament.
Yeah, that's the problem right there.
No, it ain't. You can't separate the old to the new, man.
Yes, you can. Yes, you
This
can.
is why you gotta be careful with what you listen to on
let's
these
be clear. Hold on. Let's be clear about something. First of all, let's be clear about something. Let's be clear. Okay. Now, if you're talking about the Bible, if you're getting biblical, all right. Number one, the woman belonged to the man because the woman was made from part of the man, but the man belonged to God.
That's the scripture right there.
I don't care about that New Testament shit.
What you talking about?
Well, you know, see,
fuck about that New Testament shit.
Wow.
Well, then, I mean, at that point, then there's no need to even mention it because if you don't agree, you can't agree with one part of it and then not agree with the other side of it.
Yes, I can.
Exactly.
No, you can't. Well, you can, but that don't make you right.
Yes, I can.
It doesn't make you right, angry man.
Yes, I can. You know why? You know why I can agree? You know why I can agree with one part of the Bible and not the other part of the Bible?
Okay, I'm listening.
It's called a revision.
No.
It's when you add some shit to it.
Get them, Jenny.
It's when you add some shit to it because you want to change something. I deal with the Old Testament, brother. I'm just telling you.
Miss Jenny, don't say nothing. Don't say nothing, because see, the sad thing about it, see, I love these Old Testament qualifiers because they love to sit up there and take the Old Testament and they act as if the New Testament don't coincide with the Old Testament, or the Old Testament don't coincide with the New Testament. It's part. That's why I said the old and new. It's nothing in the Old Testament. See, Jesus, when he came, he said he didn't come to change the law. He said he came to fulfill it. So if he came to fulfill something, that means what it said in the Old Testament is automatically confirmed in the New Testament.
Yeah, that's what he said. Don't mean he did it.
Okay, well, I tell you this, brother. You go on and you believe what you want to believe. You go on and stand on what you want to stand on. And when we all get up to that point when we have to face up to the truth, we all know who's right and who's wrong.
But guess
what?
One
thing I'm not gonna do is argue with you about something that's in the Bible.
But guess what, though, brother? Let me go ahead and stop you right there. And I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why I'm gonna stop you right there. Because if you're talking about the judgment, when I stand in judgment, you won't be there with me, right?
Hey, you right.
I stand there by myself, right?
Yeah.
Okay, well, guess what? I'm standing 10 toes down on what I said, brother.
That's fine. As I said, you can go on and stand on that. Ain't nobody gonna stop you. That's your choice.
Hey, I'm standing on it.
That's fine. But like I said, you as well as me and everybody else on this panel, when it's time to stand in front of that judgment seat, we will be judged accordingly. That's all.
I ain't got no problem with that.
Oh, I don't either, man. So let's move on.
I ain't got no problem with that. Now, you said what, Miss? Is it Jenny or Guinea?
It's Jenny.
Jenny. What'd you say?
So I have a question for you.
What's up?
Do you believe that Jesus is God?
Here we go with this shit.
That's all I need to know.
I tried to save you. I tried to.
Why do you want to go down this rabbit hole with me?
Because I know that everything they say about the Bible is completely dismissed.
You're not gonna like what I have to say. You know you're not gonna like what I have to say.
I just want to know for certain, so I'm not assuming things.
Okay,
Miss Jenny.
Okay.
What does the scripture say? What does the proverb say about arguing with a fool?
Right, man. All right, y'all. Be
okay,
careful.
so first of all, brother.
That's what. Hey, no, you can say, "Come on, y'all," but that's what the scripture says.
No. We got guests.
It's foolish talk, man.
First of all,
that's all I'm saying. I'm not calling you a fool. I'm just saying it's foolish talk.
Hold on, bro. Check this out. First of all, you've been the loudest nigga up here, and some of what you said was right, but some of what you said was wrong.
Okay, let's talk about what you think is wrong. Then let's talk about that.
So here's the thing. Well, the first thing you said that was wrong a second ago was about arguing with a fool, because I'm many things, but I ain't no goddamn fool.
I'm just hold up now. Hold up. You know where I got that from? The Old Testament. You said you live by the Old Testament, so that's what the Old Testament says.
Okay,
Proverbs, mommy.
But guess what? I wasn't in the damn Old Testament, and when that shit was written, it wasn't referring to me, my nigga.
Okay. So once again, we talk. This is what I'm talking about. LIT.
Scorcher,
foolish talk.
Scorcher,
I think talking foolish.
Scorcher, I think you should be fair.
Because a nigga don't agree with you. Hold on, because a nigga don't agree with you, you automatically label them a fool. You a damn fool.
I'm talking about foolish talk.
You a damn fool. You
okay? Fine. You want to call me a fool? That's fine.
Really, you don't know what you're talking about. I could deconstruct that whole motherfucking New Testament right here, right now.
You could do all that you want to do, but it ain't gonna change what I know.
Zealot is what you are.
You
a zealot, and you don't know what the fuck you talking about. That's what you are.
Okay, that's fine. You talk about how loud I am, but you the one doing all the cussing and making yourself be heard. That's cool.
I got up here, nigga. If that ain't the pot calling the kettle, calling the pot calling the kettle, nigga.
I'm just saying, you the one getting up here doing all this.
Because I can do all of that.
Okay, that's fine.
Because I can do all of that.
That's fine.
I don't fear no man.
Are you done?
But God. I don't fear no man but God.
It seems like you don't fear God either because you don't respect his word.
Nigga, you don't respect his word. Nigga, you don't even know what God's word is.
I know a little bit more than you do.
The fuck you don't. You don't even know.
Oh, I can guarantee you that.
All you know is what other men told you God's word.
No, actually, I know what I read.
Yes up, nigga.
I know what I read and I know what I know.
Yes up,
I know
nigga.
what I feel. I know what's inside of me, homie.
Belief. It's called belief for a reason, nigga. It's called faith for a reason, nigga.
Okay, so who's the only one that's not walking in faith? It ain't me. You the one that said you don't believe one half of the Bible?
Evidence of things unseen, nigga. You don't even know what you're talking about because you're not a scholar.
Dude, apparently whatever it is that you thought you know, apparently you ain't learned it all. How you gonna separate the two?
You a religious zealot. You don't got
I'm religious.
In you, nigga. If you
and I guess I could call you a Pharisee then, right?
If you had some scholarship in you, you would know what's wrong with the New Testament, but you don't.
Okay, but my question is, I guess I can call you a Pharisee then, right?
You ain't got no more questions, nigga, because now you can stop talking to me.
Well, first of all, you don't want to sit up there responding to me, so who's who? Next.
Nigga, shut your goofy ass up, nigga. You sound like a black woman up here. Are you done?
Oh, I sound like a black woman now. Okay.
Next. What you gonna say next? Period. What you gonna say next, nigga?
I just like
fuck
to say,
you think you dealing with, nigga?
I just like to say,
dude, you don't bother me.
You a goofy
like
nigga.
All of this is Anissa's fault.
You don't believe in the New Testament. Because you don't believe in the New Testament, that means you ain't a true believer. Man, if you don't shut your... So what you gonna do, burn me at the stake?
I ain't gonna do anything. That's not my job.
See how frustrated we is, Anissa?
Shut your goofy ass up, nigga. There was whole civilization wiped out because of niggas that thought like you, nigga. You knew. He don't acknowledge the New Testament, so that means he... Shut the hell up.
I want to say this. Just moving on from religion, I want to say back to sex. I want to say, why does it have to be a struggle? Like, with all due respect, like, why do I have to? A lot of the things that Anissa ran down, it just seems so stressful. Like it seems like a struggle. You know what I'm saying? If I'm 20 pounds overweight, before I have sex with my wife, I got to get in the gym. You know what I'm saying? Like,
because it's not the reason why Freezy is because it's bullshit. It's not like when two people, first of all, when two people get together when they're young, okay, if both of them are in shape or whatever, right? Both of them look, good, their skin is tight and all of that. As you get older, you change. It's not supposed to be about your physical appearance. If you in love with somebody, that's not the main priority. You feel what I'm saying? When you care about somebody and you with somebody over time, both of you are going to change. But if you stuck on something that's superficial, you got to question whether you really love the person in the first place.
What?
Facts.
Bars.
No, that's facts. Because I remember, and this is what I learned. I dated older women when I was younger. And one woman that I dated, she told me this. If you're with somebody at that time, and if you still see them the same way 20, 30 years from now, you still see that person as beautiful, you still be excited when you see that person, that's how you know you love that person. Because no matter what changes happen whatsoever, any type of things that happen naturally, if you still look at that person and still feel the same way about that person, that's how you know you love each other. And a perfect example is my parents. My parents, March will make My parents have been married for 54 years.
Dang.
Same as my parents, man. No doubt.
54 years. My parents have been married this March of this year, 54 years.
That's awesome.
They've had their highs, they've had their lows, they've had their good times, they've had their bad times. There's some things that I've seen. There's some things my brother have seen, my sister have seen. But through everything, between my father's business, going down after a certain period of time, my mother losing her job when her hospital closed, the passing of my grandmother, my mother's mother, my father having to shut down a charity organization that him and my godfather were a part of because a person that they trusted embezzled money from them. Despite a lot of things, they still love each other. And sometimes it's just not about how many times you fall down. It's about how many times you get back up. And I get what Anissa is saying with some of the things that happen. But my thing is this. I guess it's different for me because my wife and I have been together for 19 years now. And we've been married for a little over 14. And we didn't meet at church. We actually met at the job. And I guess religion, we never used religion as a basis of our marriage and our relationship because my wife was raised Baptist, but she's atheist. I'm Catholic. But we've never used religion as that basis in our marriage. And some people find that strange, but you know what? It is what it is.
At least it works.
Yeah. It's about communication and always keeping that line of communication open. Another thing I remember my wife read about and told me, and another thing I learned from when I was dating older women, is when you have issues that go on, when you have issues associated with the bedroom, you talk about those issues outside of the bedroom. And how many couples do that?
So how many people actually communicate at all?
Right.
Yeah,
that is true.
It
still goes to the.
I just wanted to throw some examples out there as to why it's not even an exhaustive list. I got some of these things from Mayo Clinic, and most people consider Mayo Clinic to be a very reputable health organization. These things happen in real life. These are just some examples of things that women may go through that can affect their libido. Not saying that they're right. I'm not, I just don't think that it's fair to just trivialize and be like, oh, well, that's nothing, so what? So let me flip the question.
Hold on. Anissa.
I don't think anybody's saying that it's not fair or we're not understanding as men or husbands. I don't think anybody's saying that.
It sounds like you said, unless it's a medical reason, that is BS, basically, is what you said.
Anissa.
No, but you went right past what Angry Man had said. At the end of the day, it still comes down to being with that person.
I can't listen to Angry Man, and we're not even on the same page.
Hey, no, but
so
this is the thing. But listen, Anissa, this is the thing. There's
you don't want to listen to me because I'm talking common sense.
So can I
That's why you don't want to listen to me.
Can I flip the question?
That's why you don't want to listen to me because I ain't agreeing with your.
If there is a woman and her husband is not sensitive to her needs, he's not sensitive to her emotional needs. He talks to her in any kind of way. He does her any kind of way. Do you think that woman that will not affect her wanting to be intimate with him?
That's assuming that he's abusive.
Exactly.
Right. I'm just throwing it out there
because everything else was an excuse. So what if the situation like that?
But here's the thing: I don't think most men.
Something from.
I don't think most men pick a woman to beat on.
No, but she's hearing something from a married man.
I didn't say anything about abuse. I said he doesn't meet her emotional needs. He doesn't listen to her. He doesn't
sounds like he's abusive.
I got a question.
No, he said physical expressly, and I said I never said anything about physical abuse. But I'm just saying, so if those things happen, you can understand her not wanting to have sex.
If it's mental,
but could that also be because of the fact that could be something that she's experienced because she hasn't gotten over the last relationship that she did experience that type of mental and physical abuse from?
Relationship.
No, but see, that all plays in that goes into play.
Not the past, the man that she's married to now. If
You can't turn around. Well, okay, see, so therefore you moving the goalposts again because them are some of the things that actually
question.
I got a question.
Go ahead.
Come on, Am.
I got a
Come on,
question. Anissa, how long have you been married?
She ain't.
I'm single.
And there we go right there. You right. You right. You can't understand nothing I'm saying because I'm married.
I am too.
And that's fine. And I cannot understand anybody that speaks some of the things that you spoke earlier tonight. So we would never probably.
What I was
so you basically can't understand English.
Oh, I understand English well, and I understand you misquoted a lot of things earlier. So I wouldn't.
What did I misquote? What did I misquote?
I'm not even going down the Bible road.
Of course not, because you don't want to. You don't want to have. See, here's the thing. This is one of the things about. This is one of the things. This one. I'm not talking to you at this point. I'm not even talking to you at this point. I'm not even talking to you at this point. I'm not even talking to you at this point. Okay, because at the end of the day, you single, and you probably ain't never gonna have no motherfucking man. I'm in a relationship, a happy relationship, and I'm a successful black man. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about.
Talking like that, I don't know.
You don't know what you're talking about.
I hope she's happy.
Oh, you hope she's happy?
Oh, damn.
I mean, I don't know. I said I hope she's happy.
Wow.
This is the thing, y'all, because we about to shut it down in a minute. But what we're talking about when Anissa bring up all these things.
Make that phone call, Am.
I knew it was
Hey, man.
But when she's talking about,
so check this out. I got a smart ass woman on this phone on this stream that's single, and I said, look, she said something about she can't understand what I'm saying. I said, of course you can't understand what I'm saying. I'm in a happy marriage and I'm successful. She said, are you sure? I hope she happy. Are you happy?
Very.
Damn.
Damn.
Did you hear her? Did you understand that?
What else would she say?
Could you understand that? So now she's saying, what else would you say, like as if you're lying?
What else would I say? Get out of here. Why would I be with someone I'm not happy with? Like, I don't got that kind of fucking time.
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, JT.
Stop letting ignorant people take your energy.
All right, man.
Yo, angry man. Angry man. I got
the white flag. Who got a white flag?
No. I ain't waving the white. Yo, angry man, and I gotta give you your props because you remind me of my best friend who passed away a little over a year ago. Your personality, your attitude, your persona, everything about you. I felt like I was listening to my best friend, and I miss him so much. For real,
Well,
you brought the fire just like him.
Well, let me say this in all honesty, right? The reason why I know that my wife is happy, Anissa, is because my wife get up in the morning with a smile on her face. She's happy to see me. Okay. If she goes out somewhere and she comes back and I'm in the living room, soon as she sees me, her face lights up. All right. Because we have a meaningful relationship where we actually get along with each other. I would rather hang out with my wife than most of my homies that I know. And every time you see us, we together. So as much as you want to believe that everybody has these horrible relationships, everybody don't have a horrible relationship. There are people out here that get along with each other, that actually like to see each other. You feel me? So
Angry man, how long you and your wife been married?
We've been married for about 5. We've been together for like 13.
13 years and you've been married for 5?
Yeah.
So 18 altogether. That's what's up.
Mm-hmm.
So this is what we're talking about when we talking about this whole thing about the changes that women have and all these different things. See, when you got a man that starts to learn you, because the nigga is not going to be 100 and he's not even going to be a novice when it comes down to being with you. So it takes a lot of being in relationships. In the relationship, it takes a lot of us talking. It takes a lot of,
it may not be arguments, because I don't believe that everybody got to argue. We learn how to have conversations with each other. We learn how to respect each other's opinions and things like that. It's a basis for how we can grow. Because when you start getting in your 50s, 60s, and 70s, you're looking at something way deeper than sex and how you look and all that. The titties gonna sag, your motherfuckers gonna be crippled, all kind of other shit is gonna be happening.
Your face don't look as pretty as it used to do.
No, but you still gonna look like that person. Like my man Ant said, he's seen it. He had front row seats to it, right? And this is where it's like, look, this is what I want, because he's seen his parents. Same thing with me, front row seats. And guess what? That shit wasn't pretty. I seen my parents grow up, and I told people this. It's something different when you see your parents grow up. I've seen my parents in their 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, and now 60s, and now they're in their 70s. I've seen them grow up.
Well,
I passed away last year, but they died loving each other. My father had Alzheimer's. Guess what my mom did? Everything. Every fucking thing. She wasn't complaining and talking about she had motherfucking menopause. She wasn't complaining and talking about the duties that she had to do. She did what she was supposed to have did because of the investment that he put in her. That's basically what it was. And we have to start from somewhere. You cannot start at goddamn 40 and 50 years old out here talking about dating.
Nope.
Somebody 50 years old, your girlfriend or your fucking boyfriend. That's not how this shit go.
Hey,
and men are gonna be on a shit.
Hey, JT.
Go ahead.
You said your parents was married how long?
Shit, 54 years before he died.
And you said the other guy over here, you said yours how long was yours married? Over 50?
My parents next month, March, will make 54 years, and they're still alive. My dad will be 83 next. Actually, he'll be 83 this week, and my mother is 75.
Now, JT, I'm pretty sure you remember this when I get ready to say this. We just buried my grandfather about this past August. Him and my grandmother was married. I was raised by my grandparents. 73 years married. 73 years married to one person. You talking about something that you grow up and you see? I saw my grandmother get up at 6 o'clock in the morning, go open up her business, which was a hamburger stand, well known in the city of LA. 6 o'clock to 12 o'clock midnight. In between that shift, she would go home, fix my grandfather, who was a contractor, fix him his meal. Every day, 7 days a week. I'm 51. I saw this stuff for about at least 30 years of my life.
Yeah.
This is what the norm was for people like me, for men like me. The example for me was you saw a sustainable marriage, whatever was going on. My grandmother was a bridge. Any one of us can go to my grandfather. If he said no, she was the one. She was the nurturer that would go to him. And whatever it is she said to him, that next day we was getting whatever it is we needed. My grandfather was a supplier. He was the one who took care of everything. When my mother passed away 41 years ago, he had to go buy her plot. What he did was he turned around and sat up there and said, forget it. I'm buying plots for everybody in the goddamn family. So therefore we'll never have to go through this again.
Did the same thing. My great grandfather did the same fucking thing, bro.
Yep. Yeah.
And guess what? Guess what? When I see an angry man, when I see a freezy, when I see an R-Pain, I see the spirit of our ancestors, because guess what? When you hear angry man talk, he would trigger motherfuckers. You know why he triggered them? Because they ain't used to that type of talk.
No,
and all he do is just stay on his motherfucking on his grind. When you hear freezy, when you hear myself, when we say, listen, this is what it is, and we have those, we trigger the fuck out of people. And the craziest part is when you hear the women talk about us, guess what? We the most gentle motherfuckers to them, right? They smile when they see us. Yeah, they would say that there's some parts of us that we assholes. They want the asshole part of us.
Yeah, but JT, you know the funny thing is, about what you, even with angry man, Me and him just had it out, but I don't have no problem with angry man. I see angry man on the street, we could chop it up and all that. We just know that okay, it's certain conversations that we ain't gonna have because we gotta agree to disagree.
Well,
but for the most part, this is what men do.
Well,
that's something that women don't understand. Men, we gotta sit up there, we gotta go at each other. We gotta argue, but at the end of the day, that's still my brother. If I see that he's in need of help, I'm gonna be there for him.
Well, the thing is, at the end of the day, bro, I purposely try to stay out of religious debates. Anybody that watch my show, I don't try to go into religion because my background is different than a lot of people's background. My background, I was raised Baptist Christian, but I later converted to Islam. Now I'm just spiritual. I don't try to get into those debates because I can't question your faith. You feel what I'm saying? Now we could have a discussion about the theology of biblical things, but I try to stay away from that too because
it can go elsewhere.
It can go elsewhere. You know what I'm saying? And that's part of the dissension in religion. So with Anissa, she says she don't agree with what I'm saying about the New Testament. Now I can have an intelligent conversation about that, but I don't like to because I can't challenge your belief. It's a belief. You see what I'm saying? It's a belief. So if you believe in certain things and that's what you believe in, and you believe it in your soul, I can't tell you no different, nor can you tell me any different.
So exactly.
So it just is what it is at the end of the day. But when it comes to the context of what y'all were talking about, I don't necessarily agree with the male and the female belonging to each other. Like, to me, that's too much like property. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that goes into a whole other discussion and shit. You feel what I'm saying? So I personally in my life outside of religion, I don't try to act like my wife owns me, but I also don't try to act like I own her.
You own her.
We together because we want to be together because it's a choice. You see what I'm saying? So that's.
I don't ever think that it should ever be looked at a thing as ownership, but I think that what it is, it's like a blueprint of how we should. Because in all actuality, you and your wife have that understanding, as we all should, as married people. But the thing is, I'm pretty sure your wife is. I think what that scripture is trying to say is that body that's what you living and dying for right now, your wife.
Yeah.
So that's where it means by that her body is not hers, it's yours.
We've dedicated to each other.
Yeah, exactly. So therefore, that bond, that covenant that you two created with one another, that's not to be shared with anyone else outside your covenant marriage.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah,
totally get that.
So
one of the things it fucks up what you guys have. Absolutely.
Yeah,
most definitely. That's why women have to have a man to cover them because we got some asshole in us. That's just what it is. We just got that asshole in us. It is what it is, man.
It goes back to one of the things.
Are you married, JT, or single? I can't remember.
No, I'm single now. I was married for 10 years.
Oh, okay. Do you plan to get remarried?
I had 2 kids. I did. Fuck that shit.
But if you get remarried, you know you're gonna have to date somebody, right?
Let me tell you why. I'm 51 years old. Let me tell you why. I'm 51 years old. I'm not trying to have any fucking kids. And when I'm dating these women, it's just too fucking difficult for me to get a woman to get on my program. It is what it is. So you stay where you at over there. We visit each other, and that's what it is. My kids, they're gonna have, if I die, before I spend all my fucking money up, my kids, they're gonna have my pension. My kids are gonna have. I would rather give my ex-wife what I got right now because she gave me way more than any one of these heifers ever did, and I've been divorced for 20 years, 23 years. I've been divorced. And
you can't go back to your ex?
I don't want to get married to nobody. We did what we were supposed to do. You know what? She's a better friend now. It's kind of like we couldn't stand each other, right? Like I said, I've been divorced for about 23 years, bro. So at the end of the day, If I need something, my ex-wife got it. When I'm dating, I keep wasting time dating because women, they tell me that they on the program until it's time for them to show up. And then, man, we got to go through all that bullshit. Nope. You got your house. I got my house. We do what we got to do. I'm 51, dog. I'm not trying to do it anymore. I ain't trying to have no fucking kids. I ain't trying to do all that shit. I ain't divvying up shit. My kids got it. That's just what it is now. They got it.
That's most men. Most of the time, if a man marries a woman, you know what I'm saying, and he's been married for a while, and then they separate or divorce, and he's in his 50s. Most of the time, dudes ain't trying to get married again.
I don't do that shit no more
at all.
Here's my thing. I think we need to have an honest conversation, man. And I heard Anger Man say this today on one of his shorts, Angry Facts. He said a lot of these marriages can be ruined with a little bit of aluminum foil and a paper plate. Ain't that what you said, AM?
Yep.
Yeah, you got to take care of your husband. All these excuses and all those other hoops and stuff you want to make him jump through. Let me tell you something. That work wife will bring him a plate, and she ain't gonna complain.
And he done. He
done.
done.
And the killing part about it is we sit up on these panels, and women's greatest fear is that their husband is going to cheat on them. You can listen to any panel you want. Kevin did 3 years worth of stuff, and the first thing they said, well, he cheated on me. But here's the thing: nobody ever talks about the other side of the coin. You fell down on your job, and that's being real. And nobody's being man enough. Listen. Nobody's being man enough to tell you because everybody's trying to be cordial. You fell down on your job.
Hey, but Lit, that was also mostly projection. When women talk about the biggest fear for men cheating, it's mostly a projection because we all know women are the biggest cheaters out there. So there's always been
hey, I'm just taking them at their face value, man. You know what I'm saying? That's what they always say.
It's always been
I can piggyback on what Lost in Translation has said because I'll be honest, when my wife and I were engaged and in our early years when we were married, I fooled around. I fooled around with this woman on and off for a better part of a couple of years. We started fooling around. Actually, right after I got on one other relationship, my wife and I actually dated for a period of time before she broke up with me. And right around the time I got back with my wife, I started seeing this other woman. And we fooled around on and off for a better part of 3 or 4 years. Got into a situation, my wife found out again. She kicked me out. Went to stay at my parents' house. Had to figure out what I was going to do next. The other woman thought that I was just going to come to her. I realized I had a significant amount of time invested being with my wife because my wife's the oldest of 10. 2 of her brothers are autistic. And I practically helped raise her brothers and sisters after her mom died, after my mother-in-law died. So I invested a significant amount of time, not just being with my wife, but I invested a significant amount of time with her family as well. And was I ready to let that go?
Antoine, I'm gonna let you in a little secret.
Antoine was
Antoine, I'm gonna let you in a little secret. I'm not a fan of the sunk cost fallacy. You can't invest in something and get a return on it. It is what it is, man.
Antoine was for them streets, baby.
Come on, RP. Come on, RP. I know you want to get it in, man.
But getting a return.
Listen, I think we spend a lot of time. But one of the biggest issues we have now with women is they all try so hard to think they're men, that we're supposed to think like them. You know, it's not. We just don't, and we just gotta keep telling them, listen, we're not supposed to think the same. And the shit you're selling, we ain't buying no more. You know, I mean, I heard Ebony K. Williams say some bullshit. Well, actually, she said a couple of intelligent things about the nature of men and women. And then she blew it by saying it was a conflict. I said, no, it's not a conflict, chick. It's a natural order of fucking things, man. What's the matter
We're supposed to be different.
You should know that.
We're supposed to be different. I think so. All right, back to what I did get back with my wife and everything else.
Man.
But
I'm having a difficult. I need a cookie jar or some shit to put dollars in there, man. I feel like heavy improv too much, man.
I think what it was after that experience, me realizing how I messed up and my wife realizing how she messed up, it was, all right, where do we go from here? Do we go our separate ways or do we find a way to make it work? And we found a way to make it work. And it goes back to this book that I read. I remember reading. It was called Dream Making in the Dream Taking World. My wife is my dream maker, and I'm her dream maker. We work together to make each other better.
Okay.
We work together to make each other grow and be better people. To make her a better woman, to make me a better man, for us to be better parents to our kids.
But couldn't that be the problem that we having today right now when you talk about marriage or struggling marriages, whatever the sexless marriage or whatever the case may be that we may find us, some of us may find ourselves in, that there's a lack of communication and a lack of wanting to do the work to make the marriage work.
Exactly.
Let me tell you what I don't listen. I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna be real with y'all. I don't think that's it at all. I think people get married for the wrong reasons, and I think a lot of times women get married for resources, and they really don't necessarily like the dude. You know what I'm saying? I don't know
what it is.
Think about it. If your woman really likes you, she's not gonna put up all these walls, man, for you. You know what I'm saying?
No,
She
you're
gonna
right.
make time. She gonna rub your back. But I'm telling you, man, the women who really got into a marriage for resources, they're gonna make you jump through all these hoops. You know what I'm saying? Because think about it, if they really had a burning desire for you, they'll want it just as much. They ain't gonna make you take out the trash or rub her back or ask her 1,000 questions before she pull her panties to the side. Ain't nobody got time for that. But you know what? The side chick ain't gonna ask you all these questions.
Mr. Jenny, wake
That
up.
is true.
She's not gonna ask you all these questions. She's gonna be like, hey,
That is true.
where
That
you
is
wanted
true.
at? She'll meet you in the parking lot or whatever. You know
why? You know why? Because the side chick actually like you. The wife don't.
Yeah.
Yes.
Correct. Yes.
That's what that is. Like,
So y'all gotta figure out why these guys
angry
don't
man.
like y'all.
Look, I said
The side chick likes you until she don't.
No. See, no. Wait. See, now that's some bullshit right there. Because I'm gonna tell you why. It is not the dude's responsibility to figure out why the woman don't like him. Half the time he don't even know. It's
Until it's too late.
It's her responsibility to stop dating niggas she don't like.
Miss Jenny, can I ask Miss Jenny a question?
Yes. Say that shit,
The
boy.
Bible says, "Dwell with her according to
Dating
knowledge."
niggas you
What
don't
does that
like,
mean?
man. That shit is crazy.
Goofy as shit, man.
What did you say, Anisha? I missed that.
1 Peter, where it says, "Dwell with her according to knowledge." What does that mean?
1
Peter 3:7.
I know exactly what you're talking about. What is
let
the
me
verse?
help you out. Why you turn into? Let me help you out. What that is. Basically, what that's saying is that you're supposed to deal with your woman accordingly using knowledge. Okay, you're supposed. But here's the thing about that. The caveat: she has to give you feedback to let you know you're on the right trail. You can't sit there and spend a whole lot of time trying to figure out what's in her mind. She needs to let you know where you are and where you stand instead of all this trying to figure out. No. It's not communication. It's understanding. People love to say communication is the key. No, it's not. Understanding is the key, because understanding is where you meet agreement. All this yapping, going back and forth and not really saying what you need to say, that's a waste of time.
And Anissa, part of that also is that wife has to be teachable.
I'm just going to read the actual scripture. The same goes for you husbands. Be good husbands to your wives. Honor them. Delight in them. As women, they lack some of your advantages. But in God's grace, you're equals. Treat your wives then as equals so your prayers don't run aground, or so your prayers are not answered. And
your prayers are not hindered.
Scripture.
Okay, but hold up, but hold up. So Anissa,
I'm sorry, I gotta comment. What scripture are you reading again? Because I'm
1 Peter 3, I think.
1 Peter 3, 7 through 9.
So do you read? 7
Did you read 1 Peter 3 and 1?
No, hold on. Read from 1 to 6 first before you read 7
Thank
to 9.
you. That's where I was going.
You know who not gonna ask?
I was gonna say we need context, but
right. Hey, you know who not gonna ask him to quote 1 Peter? The side chick.
Nope.
She's not gonna ask him about 1 Peter. She gonna ask him about his Peter.
Hold on.
That's why I bounced up.
Yeah, we know that side chick is not of God. We're not worried about that.
Time out, guys.
Hold on,
Black. I bounced up. This is why I
David,
bounced. When
David,
you
you
quoted
from
verse
Africa,
7 to
man.
9, I know. I'm bulldogging this. This is why I got pissed off with that.
My bad,
But you read from 7 to 9 and you bypass 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. That tells
The
me
most
something.
important one.
No. I didn't bypass it. I just
No.
that was just to say you all
I know.
continuously want to
I
say that
know.
women's feelings and what they go
But that,
through
but
just
that's the
don't
thing
matter.
applied to
It's
that's the thing
excuses
applied
or
to
whatever.
Ephesians chapter
And
5, verse
that's
22 to
not the case.
33.
You have to dwell
But
with her according to knowledge is that she's
I'm
a
David,
woman.
David, let me say something, David.
Hey,
okay,
you
go
know
ahead.
what you just,
Hold
you know what you
on.
just.
Scorch Earth. You living by your name now. God damn. Listen,
It's
I
reason
want
why I
to say
scored
this.
reason.
Listen, I want to say this because this is very quick. We shouldn't spend too much time on this. When it say do it with your wife according to knowledge, it's meaning according to the laws, statutes, and commandments of God. Right? That's what it's saying. It's not work. A lot of women like to use that scripture as, as far as what Anissa was saying earlier, you need to work for your wife's emotion. No, it doesn't mean that. It just simply means be with your wife according to God's laws. That's all it's saying, right? And I just want to say this.
Another translation says in the same verse, husbands in the same way be considerate as you live with your wives and treat them with respect as the weaker partner and as heirs with you of the gracious gift for life so that nothing will hinder your prayers. So,
right. So it
it's
goes
not
back,
just the laws. It's you're supposed to be
listen, yes, it
considerate
is.
and
I'm
treat
gonna
her
tell
with
you why.
respect.
Because no. We have to go back to the laws because if you go back to the laws, that automatically equals respect. The laws teach you to respect your wife. The laws teach you to consider your wife. You have to go back to the laws. You can't get away from that. But all I'm saying is this. When we talk about sex a lot of times on these panels, we don't even get to wives should be nasty. Don't even just have sex with your man. Be nasty too. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just such a struggle. And when I say stuff like that, a lot of women too that be nasty. Yeah. Be a freak. Be nasty. You heard what Antoine said. Antoine, let me tell you, Antoine seen that chick at the grocery store. That bitch had a fat ass. And she probably looking at that man with the zesty eyes, and she Antoine, was she nasty?
She was actually from the job too.
I know she
yeah.
was.
But see, that's what the problem is, Freezy. The problem is the woman, while she's single, that's when she want to be nasty and freaky.
Yep.
Then when she get married, she want to hang the nasty and freaky costume up forever. Like, oh, now I don't got to do none of that shit. No.
And then get mad when she ain't getting the pleasures that she was once getting when she was out there before she got married.
Exactly.
Hey, listen, I had that conversation with my fiance before we got married because she got it in her head that she wanted to tell me a little bit about her old conquest. I said, I don't want to hear. I said, I don't want to hear none of that shit. I said, this is what I do want. Whatever you learn, I better get all of that shit in the bedroom. Whatever. I better get
and vice versa.
And then we never talked about it again.
Is that when you started your stripping career, Unpacking?
That was after. So I had something to teach you. I had to teach you how to dance and shit.
And this the last thing I want to say. Anissa, I got a homeboy for you. He got a mole on his forehead. So if you can work through that, that man gonna rock your world. I'm telling you.
I'm good, Freezy. I'm good. Don't worry about it.
More.
I'm good.
So let me make sure I understand this correctly because I'm new to this show. So Anissa and Miss Jenny, y'all are some good Christian sanctified women, huh?
Miss Jenny is, yeah, for sure.
Anissa?
Hell no.
Using that scriptural manipulation.
Only reason I'm asking is because y'all done been up here talking about a whole lot of equality and y'all quoting the Bible. That's a dangerous thing to do. I'm just saying.
Because I was just about to pull out this Genesis 3:16. Unto the woman, he said, I will greatly multiply thy sorrow. and their conception. In sorrow thou shalt bring forth children, and thy desire shall be to thy husband, and he shall rule over you. Thee.
Yep.
They don't never quote that. They don't never quote that scripture ever.
Hey, and here go the sad part about it. When you look up the word rule, it has one key word in there as a description of rule: control. Something that a lot of women say, I don't want no man controlling me. But isn't that what the scripture just said?
That's what the good Lord said, man. It's right there, man. It says so right there on the box.
Did you hear what I said?
And it also
Loving
said,
can't have it both ways,
That's why
huh?
women have to
also-
be careful about the men that they select to submit to.
it also said in the book that unruly and disrespectful women, I don't remember exactly how they said it, but will get struck with baldness.
Oh, Isaiah.
that's in there. That's in there.
Isaiah 3.
Well, it should be a whole lot of bald women. So
There's
I
a
don't
whole
know how true that
There's a whole lot.
Why you think them wigs out there popping? You know what I'm saying?
all these little girls should be
It's a whole Mr. Tails.
Hey, watch this. Hold on. I got to say this. This is off topic. I just got to say this to Mandrell real quick. Hey, Mandrell. I'm on episode 859. Didn't think I could do it, did you?
I didn't.
Oh, Mandrell got his voice back.
Not this week. I do. I got my voice back. Not this week.
Cool.
After you're done with One Piece, go to Jujutsu Kaisen.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah. Not this quick. I didn't think you can get that far. Jesus.
Yeah.
Welcome to the show, Mandrell.
Hey, what's going on?
Mandrell, don't come up here with that heathenism now. We coming up here with that heathenism.
Hey, hold on. Y'all the ones not following the Bible, and I'm the heathen. That's why
if I would have known y'all was up here quoting the Bible, I would have came up here with a whole different energy. I'd have came up here with my notes on y'all's ass, because y'all y'all, it looked like the ladies are cherry picking the verses that deal with equality.
That's exactly what they're doing.
Well, no, like me.
It's like I say, Mr. He said, and I got into a conversation about, he said that the game hasn't changed, only the players. I said I wasn't so sure about that, because if you want to, it is a game, and if you're gonna play the game, you're gonna have to play by the rules, right? But if no one's playing by the rules, is it even a game anymore? Well, I thought about it for a while. And I was like, I came to the conclusion, yeah, because I went back and forth on that. No, the game different, rules different. But ain't nobody playing by the rules. Then they ain't playing the game. I went a whole back and forth. I went all the way around. I thought about it thoroughly, is my point. Came to this conclusion. The game is, in fact, the same. He was right. The reason why so many of y'all losing, ladies, y'all ain't playing by the rules.
At this point, Mandrell, the Monopoly board is being used to shoot craps on it, bro.
Yeah.
That's what the game is.
Yeah, y'all ain't playing by. That's why you're losing. You're not playing by the rules, and you see how that's working. But here's the fascinating part about to me is that you see the results you get. So instead of reevaluating where you're going wrong, you just do what white people in this country do. You just keep doing the wrong thing until it turns out right. It's amazing. It is fascinating to watch.
Insanity.
It's just fascinating to watch. I mean,
insanity.
And then what gets you is that people defend it, and you point fingers. Don't take accountability for your actions. I mean, men take a lot of hits for a lot of things. This is why I'm on y'all right now. Men take a lot of hits for a lot of stuff. Some of it ain't even our fault. You know what I'm saying? But we take the heat for that anyway. We get fingers pointed at us anyway. Black men this, black men that. Well, black women, what y'all been teaching our kids is part of the problem. You trained a whole nother generation to be nothing but selfish, selfish, snot-nosed, complaining, whining, arguing like y'all. This is why y'all don't like the men of today. They act like y'all because y'all taught them to.
Mm-hmm.
You created the very thing that you don't like.
Yep.
Another you.
And now you're mad and now you're mad at us for that.
Miss Jenny, do you have children?
No, I don't.
Okay.
So Miss Jenny, don't make the same mistake the rest of these ladies making.
Oh no, I'm not.
Please,
you're
right.
I don't know what you're talking about.
So look at it. I mean, people make a big deal about this. The reason why I brought it up because people make a big deal of the single parent homes and all that nonsense, right? Yeah, there's a lot of single parent homes. You know what I'm saying? And fathers need to be there so these kids can get good examples, and the discipline should come chiefly from the father. Especially if you're a fellow that believes in spanking. I don't think a woman should put her hands, especially on a boy child. The boy child cannot see that coming from a woman.
Whoa, man, I'll tell you this.
Yeah, here's the thing. It does something to him subliminally that people haven't been paying attention to. It does. His ass whooping should come from his father. Now, ladies, I'm not saying don't discipline the boys, discipline them, but in a different way.
Man, Mandrell, I don't know what you're talking about. Some of my worst beatings was from a woman.
That's the problem. That's the problem.
Mandrell's right. That's the reason why I never beat my daughters, because I don't want them growing up to think that
that image from a guy, the image of a man.
True. I hear what you're saying.
Putting his
I hear what he's saying though. I agree with you.
But I put it like this, Mandrell. I'll put it like this. I had my mom, my dad, and my grandmother. God rest her soul. My mother is the one that disciplined me the most, but it was my father that I feared the most.
Yep.
He didn't speak me a lot, but he is the one that I fear the most. Now, I'm a grown man myself. I'm 47 with 4 kids and a grandson. And my father, who will be turning 83 in a matter of days, still got them same big ass, same forearms that I remember 40 years ago.
And that's one thing you don't want to get hit with is some old fist from an old man.
With that old man strength.
I'll take it to a whole new level. You don't want to get hit by an old fish from an old man from the islands.
The problem is what Mandrell is addressing is when you have the women constantly disciplining the boys physically, it's an emasculating thing.
Oh yeah, most definitely
emasculating. So
yeah,
when you get disciplined by a man, you can process it better because you know that man can physically defeat you. But when you're being disciplined by a woman, you know what I'm saying, and you're 12, 13 years old, you probably could take her. So it's a psychological thing that
you have to submit to that woman.
Yeah,
and let her hit you.
Yeah, like
you said, Angry Man, at 12, 13 years old, I could rip my mother at that age.
Yeah,
I could take my mom.
Yeah, when
16, I could rip her in half.
Yeah, like when I was a kid, the vast majority of my discipline came from men. I didn't get, I was raised by my grandmother, so she didn't really do a lot of disciplining, but I got most of that from men. And that's why I'm not a fucking simp. That's why I don't run around here bowing to women every time they say something, I allow a man to be a man. Like, that shit sound crazy to me.
But you know what though, Mandrell, Anger Man, that's what it is that you two just spoke about. When you see that, that's why you see a lot of female churches and the female-led homes today, because females are running everything. So therefore, when you go to some of these churches where we already know what the scripture may say about a woman being in a power position over men, it's not supposed to be that way. But you have a lot of people a lot of men that's willing to sit up under that type of leadership, because that's where they came from that's who raised them.
Well, that's why you see a lot of the men left the church.
Yep.
A lot of the men left the church because the church started getting out of hand with it, letting teen mothers sit on the front pew, letting women become pastors. Like that made a lot of men just say, you know what, I'm done.
I'm out.
Yeah. Yeah, and here's the thing. Like I said, you have to submit to that woman and allow her to hit you. Like, that's gonna do one of two things: either create a really passive and weak guy, okay, with no fire in him at all, or a dude who beats the shit out of women.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's gonna go from one extreme to the next.
But Mandrell, sometimes these women ain't hitting the beat ain't coming from their hands, it's coming from their mouth.
But yeah, and that part right there, see, here's the thing. Here's the thing that we don't want to address, right? The thing that we don't want to address, because it's taboo to critique mama in the community. But a lot of these women are low-key abusive as fuck.
Yes, they are.
Because they're mad at a lot of different stuff that ain't their kid's fault. And they take it out on him.
Like doing stuff like, the kid in the room, get up and go do this, and it's not even something that's like I can get having a kid have chores or whatever. But you have some of these women that will turn their children into in-house slaves. You feel what I'm saying? Where they got the daughter doing their job, basically watching the siblings, cooking all the food, cleaning and all that. And that's really how you get the women that get grown and don't want to cook and clean, because that shit is a source of trauma to them from where they mama made them do all of the shit that they mama was supposed to be doing.
Make them feel like they didn't have no child life.
They get parentified.
Right. And then Angry Man's right, because I've seen this happen before too. They'll beat the shit, they'll start smacking their kids to get them to go to the kitchen and wash dishes or whatever, or do their chores or whatever the case may be. They're smacking them and talking to them like they're trash while they tell them to do it. And so that kid then associates those chores with that trauma.
Yep.
Ladies, you create the things you complain about all the time.
You're saying like Ultron to me.
You're saying that you're single mothers and you're touting that as some kind of heroic event, but you're neglecting the responsibility that comes with that. Yeah, you're in that situation, and it's unfortunate. It's really messed up. You're doing it by yourself. But that's why if you get a guy in your life who's willing to take that on, give him the opportunity. I say the opportunity because not every dude's qualified for it. Some dudes ain't up and up, and they don't mean you're no good.
But Mandrell, what do you do? What do you do with a slave that ain't working like they supposed to?
You beat them.
Beat the hell out of them. See that, and that's the problem. Like we adopted that behavior from that, and so now, like, I got a cousin, and I talked about this one time on Fight Club. I got a cousin that was raised. He's mixed. Like my uncle, which his father is black, but his wife, like, was white. It's the only kid he got by a white lady, right? And at one point, I lived in the house with them, and I watched how she dealt with him. And it was a totally different thing than when you see black mothers deal with their kids, right? You want to know what he does right now? He graduated college. He worked for Lockheed Martin. He worked for NASA. Now he's the mayor of some fucking town and shit. And I don't give a shit what nobody say. I believe that the way he was brought up helped him develop better
what he was good to do.
As far as mentally, as far as what y'all call emotional intelligence, all of that shit. I feel like he was able to develop better because he didn't have the crap beat out of him. In fact, I saw a TikTok where this dude dropped a bar. He said, "Do you ever wonder why you procrastinate?" He said, "Think about everything that you've ever had to do, and the fact that you would get beat if you didn't do it, or if you didn't do it right. That's why you procrastinate as an adult, because you associate trying something and doing it wrong with getting a beating,
and that's what makes you hesitate.
Yeah,
but the fear of the
beating,
failure,
the pain, failure.
Yeah, that the pain that's associated with the failure.
Yeah,
that's why you break. And see, ladies, you can't put your hands on your boys. Fellas, you can't put your hands on your girls. Leave that to the wife to do, or the mothers. Ladies, lead the boys to the fathers. You don't believe me? You see, here's what gets me angry, man. They see the results of what they're doing, and when they get advice like this, I ain't cussing at nobody. I ain't calling none of them out their names.
You ain't saying that with the tone.
Yeah, I'm not saying it with the tone, but I guarantee you're going to see some people in the chat after this show's done there, and when they go watch it, with some crazy stuff said about me. It happens every single time, like how wrong I am or something like that. You have the results. You listen to young women complain about the boys y'all raised.
Hey, Mandrell, And here go the cold part about it. The biggest, who's the ones that sits up there and hides the physical abuse of the perpetrators in the family? It ain't the fathers.
Because a lot of times fathers get, like my dad was like this. Like my dad with me a few times, not a lot. I think
No, I'm not talking
hand.
about that physical abuse. I'm talking about the sexual abuse that happens to our sons and our boys and our girls when they're young.
Happens to them and they say, "Don't say nothing. Don't say nothing."
Yeah. And it be somebody, it be the uncle or some cousin or somebody close to the family. And half the time the fathers don't find out about it until later on when the people are grown and whatever.
Yeah, there's a lot of that going on, ladies.
See, it's a lot of taboo that we don't even talk about. That, like Color Purple is a prime example.
Oh God.
They perpetrated that movie, and look how they sit back and come back and turn around and say, "Hey, this is what's really going on in our families today." Well, look at who was the most people going to watch that. It wasn't a lot of men.
They re-released
That's
it.
why it flopped.
They made a new movie. Did it flop?
It flopped.
Yeah, it flopped.
Yeah, you know what? Instead of taking my lady to see that, I'm taking her to see Cat Williams in concert.
you get more out of it.
Yeah, I mean, tickets are going up like 800% or something stupid like that. You know what I'm saying? Since she did that interview, but I was like,
but you know what's crazy when that first version of that movie came out, my grandmother despised that movie.
Yeah.
And I asked her about it. I was like, why did you dislike? Because my grandmother was living during the time that movie's supposed to be set in, right? And she said that the reason why she didn't like that movie is because she said that is a portrayal of the worst of black people at that time. She said most black people did not act like that. With father getting the child pregnant and shit. That was not something that was a common thing. That's like taking the lowest common denominator of black people and saying that's what was going on back then. Like, nah.
Well, think about it, and we still do that now, man.
Yep.
Think about it. When we had these panels up, women love to drag out the worst scenario possible to make their point every single time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I think one of the other.
Unfortunately, there's enough guys on the panel who do the same stupid shit too.
Yeah, but we usually call them out on it though.
Well, not us. But I mean, I just was just to change the subject real quick. I was on the panel. I saw my man Austin Hallerman on a panel of men who call themselves dating coaches. And the way they were
trying to replace Kevin Samuels. That's why.
Why were you
trying to be the next Kevin Samuels?
The way they tried to destroy the young brother was. I said, man, you guys should be ashamed of your fucking selves, man.
You know what I don't understand about that shit? And it really annoys me because I'm cool with some of the guys that are passport bros, and I'm cool with some of the guys that are dating coaches. And I done told them a million times, do not put me in the middle of that shit. Because in my personal opinion, there shouldn't be a middle. There shouldn't be a conflict. If dudes want to be passport bros, let them dudes do that. If other dudes want to be dating coaches, let them dudes do that. Why should those two groups have to beef with each other? It makes absolutely no sense.
Some of these guys like wearing panda suits. You know that's what that is.
No, at the end of the day, it's about money.
Outfit.
You say they're furries?
Yeah, they furries. They want to put on panda outfits. That's exactly what it is.
Hear what I said.
I'm an angry man with that one too. And I was like that day one. It never made sense to me. I just didn't get the argument. You know what I'm saying? I just never understood the argument there.
Yeah, and if the argument is money, if the argument is, well, the dating coaches don't like passport bros because if they go somewhere else, then they don't need the dating coaches services. Like, come on, man. It's too many people in this country, you know, for anybody to think that that's going to have an effect on anybody's money. Like, that's ridiculous, man.
Yeah, but angry man, it goes back to the thing of about somebody who's a content creator. They don't really have that much content, so they're going to use the most easiest thing that they can garner the attention and the money from. Lazy. They don't want to put the work in and sit up there and actually do what it is.
Yeah. You know what the thing? I said this before too. I said, fellas, today it's way too much low hanging fruit out here for y'all to be broke. The pie is way too big. I tell listen, just as a pastime on a weekend, if I ain't got nothing else to do, I'll use Google Translate and translate shit on the internet and get paid. I average about $40 every half hour. Yeah, like I give like $800 an hour just translating stupid shit. I mean, like, if I don't have to do it. I don't need the money. But if I'm gonna do something, like fuck it, why not make money with? It's easy enough. I'm watching anime at the same time or a movie or something. I'm doing that. I mean, it's just.
They can't complain about they ain't making no money here out here in LA. Shoot, they done raised the minimum wage for the fast food restaurants to $20-some an hour.
Jesus Christ.
That's insane.
Wow, really?
Yeah, but rent $4,000 a month though.
You ain't lying.
Y'all
You know what I'm saying?
But y'all not as savage as New York, man. New York, they raised the rent like that, and they still giving y'all like $12 an hour.
I don't care
what
remember
wage here in Jersey is $15 an hour. At the airport, it's $17 an hour. That's thanks to the Port Authority.
The state of California, respectfully, fam. I ain't trying to talk about where you from, but the state of California needs to be stopped, bro.
They do.
No, angry man. I got one better for you. Believe me, I don't take no offense to it. You see the name, Scorched Earth? That's what California needs to be, scorched.
I'm just saying. Listen, Governor Newsom is out of control. Yeah. I don't know. Governor Newsom out of control over there, man. Hey, and the sad part is I had such high hopes for that dude when he first became lieutenant governor, but years ago. I'm talking years ago, before the crazy leftist stuff. You know what I'm saying? Liberal stuff. He was lieutenant governor. He had some really good progressive ideas and stuff like that. And I was like, all right, I'm gonna keep an eye on this dude.
Let me tell you something.
Here we are, years later. I'm just like, good God.
Let me tell you something. When you have ex gang banging dudes from the hood doing social media posts talking about, I'm getting the hell out of LA. This shit is crazy. You know something's wrong, bro. Yeah. When the homies is leaving.
Hey, let me tell y'all when this really started.
And y'all gonna and warning everybody.
Yeah, no, let me tell you when this really started. Remember back in 2006, 2007, with California, we had passed the Marriage Act to where we was keeping marriage between a man and a woman.
I think I remember hearing about that.
And Hollywood went up there and got all they lobbyists together, and they went to the Supreme Court and switched that stuff around and said that it was okay to marry a man can marry a man and things of that nature. That's when Pandora's box was out open. At that same time, Obama was sitting up there starting to run, talking about he was against gay marriage. When he think about it, when he turned around and ran the second time around, what did he say? He evolved.
Yeah, to be fair, he was forced to do that. To say that
I wouldn't give a damn.
He was forced.
I wouldn't give a damn. That was the one thing that if you're gonna stand on something, like Angry Man always say, stand 10 toes down. Because see, it was because of that. When California did that, that's when everybody else followed along. But it went from one state to the next.
Y'all the homies in Cali committed the worst crime you could ever commit in life. You feel me?
And
they shot a man down while he was eating chicken and waffles. How the hell do you shoot a black man while he eating some chicken? That's got to be the worst crime anybody could ever freaking commit, bro. Like,
what
real.
Are you talking about?
I'm talking about the rapper. They got shot in the rock.
Oh, you talking about the rapper? Okay, from the other. Okay, yeah, I know what you're talking about. The rapper. Yeah, that was in the hood, man.
Yeah, I've heard stories about that Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles. Like,
no, hey, let me tell you, Angry Man.
PMB Rock, right?
PMB Rock.
My question is.
Okay, my bad.
My question is, why do people when they go to LA, they go to that Roscoe? There's another Roscoe's. Why do they go to that?
No, hold up, Mandrill. Here go the thing. No, Mandrill. that particular Roscoe's, niggas in the hood don't go to that damn Roscoe's.
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about. So when tourists come there, I'm like, why y'all go to? Why do you go to that
Some
one?
of them because they don't know no better. That's why
They don't know. And see, that particular one, he could have went up to the one over there off the 405 freeway that was right up about maybe a couple of miles up from that location, and he would have been fine.
Yeah.
But apparently they had already tried to hit on him some months before when he came up there. See, so he,
bro, from the stories I've heard about that Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles, Batman wouldn't even be comfortable eating in that motherfucker, bro.
No, he shouldn't have been there.
Like, bruh, they said that Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles. They said, man, if you want to get got, just go there. I was like, shit.
Like I said, the niggas from that, the brothers from that own hood, that neighborhood, they don't go there.
That's crazy.
That's how bad it is because it's and then when you get hit, it's so many other, you can't find that it's so many directions that you can go in that ain't nobody gonna know which way you went. Because it's surrounded by what? I think if I'm not mistaken, like 3 or 4 gangs.
Wow, God.
Don't go to that one, man. Don't go to that one.
Well, truth be told, to be honest with you, man, I wouldn't even F with LA, period, man. It's all crazy. And that's for somebody that lives here.
LA is ridiculous, man.
I heard LA and Atlanta, both of those cities got to be stopped, bro, for the sake of humankind.
Well, Atlanta needs to be stopped. Atlanta needs to be stopped in a different fashion.
Yeah, let me tell you about Atlanta.
Yeah, because Atlanta's about 2 hours down the road. Word up. You know what I'm saying? I can take 85 north and just straight shot to Atlanta from here.
Here's what I heard about Atlanta. If you want to sit up there and you trying to want to kind of you into that lifestyle, whether you a man or woman, that's one of the best places to go. That's number one. Number two, if you married, you better have a strong established marriage before you get there. Because if you don't, you won't be married anymore. Am I lying, Mandrill?
No, you're not at all. I used to live in Atlanta. You know what I'm saying? I lived there for a couple of years.
How you survive it?
It's like, I minded my own business, and I knew where not to go. Sometimes on accident, look, I tell you, listen, this is how I learned. I went into Lennox Mall the whole time I lived there. One time.
That's all.
You can't go there no more, man.
Look, here's the thing. This is when it stopped. I went into Lennox Mall, right? Here's what happened. I go in there. I'm like, okay, let's check this. I'm going to check this place out. So I see there's a store that says Cartier's. I walked in there for a bit. I went shopping, bought a couple of things, but then I'm walking in, the big common area or whatever in the mall. And then all of a sudden, you get this weird feeling, you know what I'm saying? Like somebody watching you. Yeah. That hit me like a tidal wave. And I'm like, what the hell is going on? What is this? It made me turn around and look. And so I'm looking around, and then there's dudes looking at me like,
scoping.
Look, I made a beeline straight from my car.
Hold up, Mandrill.
I got out of there quick.
Mandrill, they say now.
I was over there using that telepathy on you. Talking about
now, Mandrill. They say Lennox Small, man, you can't even go up in there no more because when you come out, you getting robbed.
Maybe, but I'm not gonna know because I ain't going back. Like I told you, I lived there for years. I left, never went back.
How often did you have to get a tetanus shot while you was there?
Damn.
Yeah, but look, they're aggressive with it out there. They will approach you, the LGBTQs. You know what I'm saying? like you go to a liquor store, they're out front there. Hey, and me, I turn around, I'm like, what? Oh, never mind. Yeah, and I just go mind my business. You know what I'm saying?
I was lucky and fortunate enough to live in Atlanta before all of that crap. I lived there in 95 and 96.
Oh yeah.
And Atlanta was awesome back then.
Yeah, that's when it was popping.
Oh, pre-Olympics.
Yeah. But the last time I went there was by accident because I had because I ain't going to Atlanta on purpose. Like I had a connecting flight, right? It was the only flight I could get and the flight that I had to stop in Atlanta at the Atlanta airport. And that's why I said that. After I left that airport, I felt like I needed a tetanus shot, like for real. Like it was wild up in there, bro. Like that shit was looking crazy.
Hey, Mandrell, can they still press charges on you if you fight one of them fools?
Yeah.
If you fight one, yeah, they can.
Wow. Even if you're protecting yourself?
Yeah.
You better
that's some bull crap.
They can sue you for charges. You better you better have a real convincing story. You know what I'm saying? Really, if you want.
The fact they were checking on Mandrell by the number.
I'm not talking about one or two. And keep in mind, Black David, I'm fresh out the army. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, they was whistling at Mandrell.
I got a place there. You know what I'm saying? I was like, okay, I want to live in a major metropolitan city. You know what I'm saying? Okay, I was doing security contracts overseas. You know what I'm saying? Making real money now. Okay, and if I'm gonna start a business when I'm done with this, I'm gonna when I start in the big city. You know what I'm saying? So I was setting things up for the future. You know what I mean?
You would catch.
Right. So when he got a place there, and then I was starting to set stuff up because that's where all the ladies are in the South,
bro.
Especially black women. Especially black women, that's where they are over there. It's
bro. It's certain cities that I have absolutely no intention of going to. I don't plan on going to LA, Atlanta, Chicago,
Little Rock.
And keep in mind, just to let you know the type of guy I am, I've stood in the middle of Southside Jamaica, Queens, in front of the Coliseum in a fur and jewelry, nigga. And I still ain't taking my motherfucking ass.
You crazy.
I'm still not taking my ass. Look, niggas thought
you crazy.
Hey, CBN. Look, they thought, I went live on Instagram too. And he was like, is this nigga in front of the Coliseum with a fur on?
A fur coat.
You crazy.
Wow. Eggerman, you can't do that today.
Eggerman, if I knew
that last year, bro.
Oh, okay.
If I knew you personally speaking, I would have drove up there and drag you out of there. Like, you got to be out of your goddamn mind. Get the hell out of here. I would have dragged you out.
Come on,
call your wife. Come on, get this man right here.
Right. My sister lives in Manhattan. So I'm up there all the time. You know what I'm saying? That's why I know about New York. Because I looked at real estate in New York too. I said, no, listen.
New York is damn expensive.
I'm not giving you this kind of money.
Yeah.
Where are the real prices at? I thought they was being racist.
New York is ridiculous.
They're trying to raise the prices on me. Kind of find out, no, that's just how it is there. You know what I mean?
Oh, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, because my sister complains about it all the time.
Bro, I ain't even going front.
It's just like
I ain't even going front. I want a brownstone in Brooklyn so bad.
Forget it.
Yeah, if you
don't Good luck.
You don't live there.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to become a ridiculously multi-million.
Is it true in New York that they apartments they got rats that's bigger than they got your damn apartment in there?
Hold on.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Let me speak on it. I'm in Brooklyn right now.
Mm-hmm.
And man, forget about the bounty. You're not touching it unless you got at least $3.4 million to get one. So that's not gonna happen. Number one. Number two, we don't call them rat. We call them splinters. Okay. Get that corrected. If you come to New York City, do not let me hear you call it rat. We don't have rat no more. They're mutated to splinters.
So they Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
They all come with the kung fu grip.
Hey, CBN, what part of Brooklyn you in right?
Crown Heights.
Oh, you in Crown Heights. Word.
So when I say I'm in Brooklyn mode, I do have an anger issue I've been trying to get control over 20 years. So if someone trigger me, I'll palm bomb in the concrete ground. Easy.
Now look, watch this. CMB. Now watch this. I come here on YouTube all the time, and people say, "Yo, angry man too angry, angry man aggressive, angry man hype." Bro, this is calm by Brooklyn terms. This is calm, like
it is.
Angry man, I can't see why people would make a complaint about it when your name is Angry Man. I mean, it's just common knowledge that you angry.
But here's the thing, Coach Earth. When I'm angry, I don't like to show. I let my voice speak for itself. And when I'm like this low, I'm being pissed.
Yeah.
Hey, CMB, it's the reason why I call you the Nigerian honey badger, and I call Mandrell the dang, I can't even. I call him the Tasmanian devil, the albino Tasmanian devil.
Every time
It's the
he called
reason
me,
why I got the Pacific names for you too.
when he called me the Nigerian honey badger, I could not argue. I was like, man, goddamn.
Matter of fact, CBN, I'm about to be up there in a few days. I gotta go to South Side again for some shit.
Really?
Yeah.
Queens, Southside Queen, like okay, whatever.
Yeah. Jamaica.
And I ain't not touching Jamaica Queen for nothing. After all the credit I've seen over there.
Yo, you know what's funny? What's funny is somebody told me they was like, yo, so what? New York is gentrified. I said, yo, Jamaica Queens is not gentrified, bro.
Yeah,
like Jamaica ain't gentrified. The Bronx ain't gentrified.
True.
Hold on. Question. Why you would gentrify a jungle? Explain that.
You know what?
Again.
On that note, Unpacking, we're gonna wrap this thing up. Unpacking, go ahead and give us your final thoughts. You know what I'm saying? Give us your final thoughts.
Hey, listen. The reason why we're all still here is because the reason why we're still here is because Angry Man came up and we all went, because we all had to be part of it. So he said we can't leave until you shut it down and shit, Anyway, and listen, I just think we touched upon a couple of things, maybe not long enough, but men who are suffering through a sexless marriage, which was supposed to be this conversation. Get counseling if you can, but if your wife is young and she's denying you, there's reasons for that. Now, I personally, take it from me, I'll give you grace if you're gonna go bust somebody else's cheek, man. That's all I can tell you. That's just bad advice, but don't go ahead and suffer in silence forever. Either correct your wife, divorce her, or get some ass somewhere else. That's all I can say.
Appreciate it. Freezy, you still there, man?
Yeah, man, I've been watching Cornos because I'm in a sexless marriage.
You said what?
This shit real out here, man.
Too much right there.
That's too in your mind, man.
Don't get in no sexless marriage, man. I'm just playing. Listen. Hey, man, this is a very important conversation, and I don't think it's talked about enough. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's torture. It's torture for a man to be in a sexless marriage. And Anissa, I meant to touch on it earlier, but Anissa mentioned health issues with women. Well, guess what? Believe it or not, men can suffer health problems being in a sexless marriage.
Yep.
I don't even think we talked about that earlier, but if Anissa is watching, I think that's very important for Anissa and other women that either marry or aspire to be married to understand. But shout out to my dog Angry Man, for coming up. Shout out to everybody, man. Shout out to our pain. Shout out to Scorch Earth, man. But you live by your name, dog. You live by your name.
That's real, man. Jesus Christ.
Shout out, I see. Shout out to Embrace the Grace. I think she's multi-streaming this. Shout out to her. Shout out to my dog Drelly. Shout out to Antoine, man. Leave that hoe alone, Antoine. You married now, though, right?
Yeah, I'm married, man. 14 years now. Trust me, we good. My wife and I are good.
Okay. Shout out to Lit, my dog Lit and CBN, man, and Miss Guinea and Embrace the Grace. Thank y'all for your input. I always like when we have female perspectives. You know what I'm saying? I say this on my show, and I think I need to incorporate that more on my platform too. I think female perspectives is very important in order for us to mend these relationships issues and stuff. I think we really do need female perspectives, and as long as we can talk in a healthy manner, we can move forward in a healthy manner as well. Thank y'all.
Appreciate it, Freezy. Miss Jenny, final thoughts.
Yeah, let her go because she looked like she done fell asleep 5 times.
Yup.
Hanging out way past my good time for y'all. But so when it comes to marriage, I think that it's always a lot about understanding and respecting and compromise with each other. And so, yeah, a husband should be understanding of his wife if she's going through things, if she's grieving, if she's having depression, if she's going through bodily changes. But in that same vein, the wife should also be understanding with her husband, and where, like Embrace was saying, hours ago, that, a man desiring his wife physically is like, his hunger or his need for sleep. So it's not something that can just be so easily dismissed, by saying, oh, I don't feel like it, because at the end of the day, if a man says, well, I just don't feel like having a job, I just don't feel like providing an income, well, that's not good enough, because that's his responsibility. That's his duty. And so as a wife, you can have legitimate reasons, but when it came to the statistic of a sexless marriage is less than 10 times a year, I mean, let's just be honest with each other. Like, there is no excuse for less than 10 times a year. That's not even once a month. And so, I think that we just need to put things in perspective and be understanding. And it's like, you might go from 5 times a week to maybe just 2 times a week, for a period, and then you bounce back, and then you guys can, communicate. But, there's no excuse for just no time. Like, you always are denying him. You're always too busy. You're always too tired. You're always too stressed. That's an excuse, and it's not right. And so, yeah, as a spouse, you have duties, you have responsibilities that you cannot shirk just because you don't feel like it, because, it doesn't fly for either party. So women need to pick up the ball. And if there are any men who are not doing their part in that area, then they need to pick up the ball too.
All right. Thank you, Miss Jenny. Appreciate you for coming out this evening. As always, it's a pleasure. AM, thank you so much, sir, for coming out. We appreciate you for gracing our side of the internet. Go ahead and give us your final thoughts, sir.
Sex only 10 times a year. I'm leaving. Angry man gonna be for the streets, baby. Like, I'm not, hell no. But yo, really, like, the reason why people end up in sexless marriages, one, because the older you get, sex is not a top priority. So if the marriage is already strained and you already don't really like each other, that's how you're gonna end up in a sexless marriage, because it's not something that you gotta have all the time the way you did when you were in your 20s or whatever, right? So I said it before and I'm gonna say it again. A lot of people is in relationships with people they don't like. And that's where all of the problems stem from. That's where the sexless marriage comes from. That's where the little issues that become overblown arguments, that's where all of that shit come from. You feel what I'm saying? So people, if you want to get married, you need to marry somebody that you actually like, that you actually get along with. And that's it.
Appreciate it, Em. Thank you so much. Scorch Earth, you next.
Yeah. Thank you for allowing me on tonight. Had a nice time. I think this is a conversation that we definitely need to keep having, because this is the only way that we're going to be able to build up and restore our marriages for those of us who wants to be married. These are common things that I believe that men and women go through within a marriage. One of the things that I think that we need to remember as a man, to the ladies out there that's still listening, understand that physical touch isn't always part of intimacy. Sometimes your intimacy could just be the fact that you can just sit down and just hear what I got to say. Be a peaceful ear to listen to. A soothing, calming touch. Something that will relax our minds and just be free. Where we let all the things that happen in that day, it just goes. Angry Man and a couple other people, he turned around and said, be with someone that you like. Well, I want you guys to consider this. The same way that we can go to a job that we don't like every day, when you marry, these are some of the things that sometimes you're just not going to like your spouse today. You may wake up in the morning and look at your wife or your husband, either way, and be like, I just don't like you today. But understand that that's what you did when you said I do. You have made a covenant with that person. So if by all means, whatever it is, figure out a way to figure it out. Because in all actuality, we all need one another. And the more and more that we keep destroying our relationships and our marriages, the more and more that it's destroying our communities. With no marriages, that means you have no families. However you want to look at it. I haven't seen a family yet where it's just a mother and her children. It has always been with a husband, a wife, and children. And it extended from there. So peace to all of y'all. God bless you. Till we meet again.
Appreciate it, Scorcher. Embrace the grace.
Can I say
Go ahead,
something real quick?
Sure, go ahead.
Ladies, is sitting across the room staring at your wife booty like this, is that considered intimacy?
Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely. That's foreplay.
That's foreplay, man. What are you trying to say?
That's that come hither.
With the creepy face too.
Yep.
Or angry man, you could turn around and do it like in Mortal Kombat when he snatched it out and said, "Get over here!"
Right.
Flawless victory.
Right. Embrace the grace. Go ahead and give us your final thoughts.
Tonight was we talked a lot about a lot of things, but this sexless marriage situation is important, and it's important to maintain family units. It's just that important. And that's why I touched on the fact that women really need to understand that sex is a legitimate physical need for men. So I'm going to keep it short and sweet. Keep the nutstats empty, stomach full, less gagging, less nagging and more gagging. Have a good one, guys.
That's what I'm talking about.
Hey, are you married, Embrace the Grace?
I was married for 12 years.
Oh, you single?
I'm seeing somebody.
Oh, okay.
See, that's what I'm talking about. Come on here, man, Drill. Give us your final thoughts, man.
My thing is, 10 times a year, you should be ashamed of yourself. I don't understand that. I mean, okay, if it's 10 times a year, you got to know there's a problem. And nobody, did you not talk about that? I mean, I'll bring it up. Like, ladies, you don't, if you're in that situation, ladies, you think the lady would ask the guy, hey, do you not want me anymore or something? I mean, what the hell's going on? You would think, you know what I'm saying? And then the fellas, I'm like, hey, somebody gonna say, I'm gonna say something.
You sharing it.
You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna ask questions. What's going on? Is there a problem? You sick? You know, I mean, what? Let's figure this thing out. You know, but it comes down to communication, I think. Everything revolves around and everything, that's the hill everything either lives or dies on when in a relationship. Communication. Even in friendship, relationships with friends, communication. You know, the number one reason why people get divorced is because of lack of communication. Now, someone will argue me and say, no, it's irreconcilable differences. Yes.
That's part of communication.
No, that's what it is. There's no category for communication. There's a category for infidelity.
It's
you know what I'm saying?
Umbrella term.
Yeah, it's an umbrella term. You can get divorced for whatever reason and just fall under irreconcilable differences. But when you talk to these people, they all say it's lack of communication. And that's the number one killer of relationships of all kinds, marriages or just boyfriend and girlfriend. Yeah, fellas, we got to listen. We have to learn to do that. We ain't taught. We taught to be bulldozers and rhinos, elephants. We supposed to trample over shit. Okay, I was taught to be a junkyard dog, but I had to learn to be a doctor and use a scalpel when needed. You know what I'm saying? Ladies, you can't tell a man you want him to lead, but then tell him no when he gives you a directive.
Don't want to follow.
Or makes a request. You can't tell him, I want you to lead. Well, then why don't you try following? How about we try that out, ladies? And if you have a problem with the plan, why don't you voice it to him? And then come up with a suggestion, an alternate suggestion. You want to be involved, be involved. But you can't say no Because I see women say that all the time on these panels. Oh, I'm not following men if you do this. I'm not following, and then they leave it right there. I'm like, I'll be sitting here watching. I'm like, well, what would you do instead? And that's my question to these ladies. What's your suggestion? And then I've seen angry men ask ladies that before. I've seen angry men ask ladies. I've seen freezy ask it. Crickets. All y'all know is y'all don't want to do it. But just like Miss Jenny said, there's a lot of shit we don't feel like men don't feel like doing. But guess what we got to do? Regardless, right. You know what I'm saying? So if we're doing our part that way, ladies, cooperate with us. And that's y'all got to learn how to communicate too. Because a lot of times y'all just don't say nothing. They go off and find your own way to fix things. You don't pull your partner in or nothing like that. That's how you end up in compromising positions. You're not working with your partner. You're not following. You're not communicating. That's my 2 cents. Communication.
Appreciate it, man. Antoine.
Sorry about that. Those little ones you see running around in the background and making that noise, those are my little ones. Those are my 3 kids my wife and I have together. And I look at them every single time. You see, hey, you two, knock it off. And yeah, calm down, Carter. And the great thing, when at times when they're annoying, it's the joy that I get and reason why I do what I got to do. It's for them. And my brother told me that when I became a dad for the first time. And the one cherished moment that I find that was important to me, other than just me becoming a dad, was celebrating my first Father's Day with my dad. And the one thing I can say my father taught me was when it comes to marriage, you have to make the time for each other in some way, shape, or form. I remember my dad giving me that advice. I remember my cousins, my uncles giving me that advice, even my mom too. Make the time to talk to each other. Make the time to work together. Just make time for each other in some way, shape, or form. No matter how you do it, you just do it. It's too easy to hold the other person accountable and not hold yourself accountable. And the one thing I've noticed with some women, I'm not going to say all, but I could be wrong, is they're too busy following the gospel according to Beyonce. They want to be strong and independent, but yet they want to be spoiled and taken care of at the same time. It doesn't work that way. Another thing is I remember seeing is how can you expect your man to treat you like a queen if you treat him like a pawn? Sometimes it's the little things. Be grateful, be appreciative. That's what it is. And I remember telling some women feel like, well, Beyonce don't have to be held accountable for anything. I say, yes, she does. She has to be held accountable to one person, and his name is Sean Carter, her husband. Hold each other accountable as well. So my thing is, listen to each other, make the time to talk to each other, make time for each other. Because if not, you're gonna find yourselves on opposite ends of a table with lawyers next to you, signing some paperwork, going your separate ways, and then being angry and bitter at each other for whatever reason. And I've seen that happen. With my brother. I was in the service, so I've seen that a lot. Mandrell, you said you in the Army too, so you've probably seen that as well. It's not a pretty thing. So I tell people, before you get serious, court each other. Get to know each other. You don't have to agree on everything. You don't have to like everything together as well. You could be different. You could be polar opposites. That's okay. But if there's a middle ground that you guys can come to that makes it work, you hold on to that and you keep doing that. Find the middle ground. Find a way to work together. Find a way to compromise. And like I said, when I read in the book, be each other's dream maker. That's all I got to say. And those are some words worth thinking about.
Good words, but I got one thing to say to you, brother. I don't hate me, man. What are your kids still doing up?
Okay. Honestly, I've been trying to figure that out myself, and I'm guessing they probably already slept earlier today, and they don't want to go to sleep. Plus, also there are times they wait for me to come home, and I've been home since I think 10:30, 10:45.
So they just want to
and
see
my
you
wife is
there.
at work right now.
So they want to see you. I listen. Listen. No shade, bro. I'm saying these kids jumping around.
He answered the question. Where did he say his wife was at?
Work. My wife's at work.
That's why they up.
Yeah.
Listen, ladies and gentlemen, if y'all hadn't already hit the like button, make sure y'all go hit the like button. Please share this broadcast. I think this was a very, very good communication that we had this evening. A very good show tonight. We talked about a lot of topics that needed to be talked about. The Bible even says you're supposed to come together and you go, unless you two agree, unless you guys are fasting or whatever, so you don't be tempted. So make sure that you how I say, cheat proof your marriage. You know what I'm saying? Put in the work. You know what I mean? Know your folks. Do the things you got to do to make sure your marriage lasts. You know what I mean? I think back in the day, they used to have this magazine called Better Homes and Gardens, where women used to read these magazines and want to be the best woman they could be. I think we need to start getting back to that. Guys already know what they got to do. They got to come with it. So ladies, I want you to do the same thing. Come with it. Be the best wife that you can be. Miss Jenny, Freezy, R. Payne, Black David, Antoine, Mandrell, Embrace the Grace, Scorched Earth, and everybody else is watching. I want to thank y'all guys for coming out once again to another edition of Talk That Talk Tuesday on the Black Man Unfiltered Show. Thank you and good night.
Good night.
Fast lane when I pass in the street, bag of money in the passenger seat. Simcoe's been asking for me on the road from the west to the east. Way up, I might never come down, cause the coast racking up the flight miles. So high, I might never come down, so what, this is my lifestyle. Wait a minute, work hard for the car, so that's why it's all tinted. Wait a minute, had a real late night, woke up with my head spinning out in Nashville. It's been mad real, I need sunglasses, I need Advil. I like fake booze, and my cash real. I like first place, you're in last still. Fast lane when I pass in the street, bag of money in the passenger seat. Tempo's been asking for me on the road from the west to the east. Way up, I might never come down, cause the coast racking up the flight miles. So high, I might never come down, so what, this is my lifestyle.
Look, pocket rocket in my pocket, please don't make me pop it. All these boys just wanna copy the style, tell them niggas stop it. Whoa, whoa, it's my destiny, for the like Latoya, like it found me my Beyonce, and she shotgun in the cockpit. Grinding with the team, making C-notes. In my pocket still full of green, call it CeeLo. Alligator watch on me, Tim Tebow. And these haters love to watch me like Tebow. Look, I don't take L's, I just learn a lesson. Before I count the M's, always count my blessings. Look, I'm too sure, never second guessing. Got some money, put up for the rain, so I'm never stressing.
Fast lane when I pass in the street, bag of money in the passenger seat. Tempo's been asking for me on the road from the west to the east. Way up, I might never come down, cause the coast racking up the flight miles. So high, I might never come down, so what, this is my lifestyle. Fast lane when I pass in the street.